And here we are. Welcome back to the Redshirt Sophomore, where we never shut out. We're your hosts, MD and CD. Today, we got part two of the Big Ten Conference previews. We got 9 teams we're talking about today. All right, looking sorry that this video came out, maybe a day late. All right, we apologize. We're putting a lot of work into these things. We would appreciate you guys a lot if you went over to that like button, hit the like button. Think about subscribing. We're going to be here all season, all preseason, all off season. We're going to be here all year round. All right. We thank you guys so much for supporting us. If you already do, if you're listening on Spotify, make sure you're followed if you aren't already. And leave us a 5-star review. We would appreciate that a lot. But I mean, hundreds of hours go into these videos. They do. So we would appreciate any sort of support that y'all can give us. And we appreciate it a ton.
Yeah,
CD, I mean,
I'm pumped. I got my Big Ten on Saturday night on NBC, if you can believe it or not. I mean, you're gonna be flipping through channels. If you forgot what happened with the TV rights, you're looking for the SEC on CBS. It's not going to be there. It's on ABC. You're looking for the Big Ten, on an ESPN, ABC. Not going to be there, right? So make sure you're keeping up with that. Love that you're here with the Big Ten. This is a lot of big time names in this group. The first group, very fun. Hope you watch that. Those are very, very fun teams to talk about in the preview, but these are some these are some national championship contending teams that we're going to do here soon. And very, very exciting to get into it. Can't wait.
yeah, let's just get started. Let's talk about the Ohio State Buckeyes. Coach Ryan Day. I guess we could talk about it. Like, is he actually on the hot seat this year?
No, but there is urgency and there is expectation. And it's not that he's going to get fired. It's just he knows that they need to beat Michigan, right? And they need to
Yeah,
improve in big games. I think you need to win a playoff game or two. Listen, they talked about it being national championship or bust. That is so hard in this 12-team playoff era with Georgia. Oregon's pretty darn good. You got Texas, Alabama. Like you have a lot of talented teams. I think to say national championship or bust is unfair, but I do think it speaks to the expectation, the talent level on this team, and what the program wants to be. Because obviously, 3 straight years of not making it to the Big Ten championship, that has to change. If they beat Michigan, they win the Big Ten, and then do some damage in the playoffs. To me, that's a successful season for Ryan Day. It's
especially with like the caliber of roster that this is. Like,
oh
it is unbelievable. Ryan
what
Day's
and
56-8, by the way, 39-3 against Big Ten competition. Like, he's not a bad
those three
coach.
losses though, that'll get you. Those three
Yeah,
losses,
those
and that'll get you.
those are big losses in the eyes of that program, and obviously they grade themselves on a different scale than the rest of college football does, or the rest of the Big Ten. And you know what? That's okay, because they do have elite recruiting in the Big Ten. They do have, believe it or not, pretty good geography being there in Ohio.
Oh yeah,
Um, eh,
and
they got the
buy-in and
ratings,
fan
they got the
expectation,
buy-in, they got the
program
fans,
tradition.
the history. I mean, Ohio State has everything. All right, but let's talk about what they have this year. Okay, in the quarterback room. Look, I know Kansas State fans want to believe, and Kansas State fans want to believe that Avery Johnson was the reason why Will Howard left. And you know what? He might be part of the reason, you know, but that does not mean that Will Howard isn't a dang good quarterback. All right. Will Howard is a good football player. Okay. He lost his offensive coordinator in Colin Klein. He went over to Texas A&M. Will Howard, I mean, speculation alert, but like, it was not a great quarterback market this year. Like, a guy like Will Howard was going to be driving big buck in the
Yeah,
market, you know? He was being recruited by Lincoln Riley to come to USC. He was being talked about, following Colin Klein to Texas A&M. He was being talked about at Miami. He was being talked about at Ohio State. Like, those are all conference championship contenders in their respective conferences. Just, he's a good football player. All right. He's mobile with his legs. He's got the size. He's got the experience. I think he's really good. And I think he is an immediate upgrade over Kyle McCord. And I don't think everyone who watches this video is going to agree with that.
listen, I think that split with McCord going to Syracuse and Howard and Sayin and whoever else coming to Ohio State, I do think it's mutually beneficial for both parties. I think Cal McCord and Syracuse, I think Syracuse gets a good quarterback in McCord for their program. I think to win a national title, you need an upgrade at the position, which they saw obviously. And they went out and got Julian Sayin and Will Howard. I don't know how much Sayin's going to give you in year one, The early signs are awesome and tremendous, but obviously still a true freshman. To ask someone to do that, Trevor Lawrence did that, okay, with an unbelievable roster, right? And that team was so good. And this team's really good for Ohio State too. But Trevor Lawrence, yeah, special kind of talent. I don't see saying quite doing that, although he is, pretty impressive that he is, kind of ready there. You mentioned Will Howard. I'm actually watching highlights of him right now just because I'm kind of excited about him. I think
I'm excited too.
he fits well in this offense, right? He's a big dude, 6'4". I think he's close to 6'5", 250 maybe. He's listed less than that, but he's a big dude. Solid, but not elite. He's not going to go in the first round, so it's not like he's going to be some world beater or turn into Joe Burrow, whatever, when he transferred to LSU.
Who was
But
the last quarterback to win a national championship for Ohio State?
Cardell Jones, JT
Oh,
Barrett.
oh yeah. Well, were either of those guys day one, day two guys? No, they were not. They had an elite roster around them, right?
I would argue that Jones could have gone in day two if he went out that 1 year, but then everyone
Maybe,
realized, oh wait,
yeah.
no, it's just a huge arm, and that talent was crazy on that
Instead,
team.
he's like beating the piss out of terminally ill kids in a
Yeah,
hospital in NCAA 13 or 14 or whatever it was. That's
incredible.
crazy, crazy tweets, by the way, by Cardell Jones. Legendary on Twitter.
Listen, I don't want to buy into the hype again because I was a guy that was pushing Devin Brown to be the quarterback last year. We talked about it, last summer, and I was like, I hope it's Devin Brown. I hope it's Devin Brown because I think he gives this offense a different ceiling than Kyle McCord did. Turned out to be right. The problem was Devin Brown didn't push him enough, and he also got hurt, right? But it sounds like he's turning heads as well. If I was a betting man, I would say Will Howard is your week one starter, right? You don't bring him in here to sit the bench and you have an expectation of him to start. It sounds like he's not doing poorly in camp. So it's just about, how quickly can he adjust to the offense, which is a new-ish offense, right? With Chip Kelly coming in. Although there is, some kind of terminology familiarity with obviously Ryan Day and their connection back. Was it Delaware? Delaware? I think that's right.
I don't
And
know.
then Justin Fry as well has the O-line coach has familiarity with Chip Kelly as well. So at least you have some kind of continuity there, even though you're bringing in a new offense coordinator. But I think with the way that Chip Kelly wants to run the football, and I do think with I don't want to say a weakness, but in terms of not a strength of an offensive line, I think it helps to have a bigger dude, an experienced dude who is getting used to, obviously college football pressure, and also to help you in the run game as well with those elite running backs. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone else finish the season, but I do believe Will Howard can win a national
I would be
title.
very
He will
surprised.
start in one.
I would be very surprised. I think Will Howard is that good of a football player.
You think-
However, let's talk about where the rest of these guys kind of fall into
Wait,
this offense.
you talking about the at the quarterback position or
Yeah,
all
at the quarterback position.
yeah, so well, first of all, I'm looking at week 7, week 8, right? That's at Oregon and then a bye week. Listen, that game I think has a lot of pressure on Ryan Day because that's your first real test. Okay, Iowa comes in and we like Iowa, right? But there's really a massive talent gap, especially at home for you. You should win that football game. If you go to Oregon and Eugene and you struggle out there, especially offensively, it wouldn't surprise me to see them make a transition in that bye week for sure. Listen, I'm not expecting it to happen. I would right today I would pick Ohio State to win that game. Obviously, in week 7, a lot of things can happen, right? Development, injuries, whatever it may be. But yeah, to me, Will Howard right away, and then we'll see what happens.
So the rest of this quarterback room, we made a video about it a while back. Some of the best position groups in college football, and some of our criteria was like depth, well, top end talent, but also depth, right? And I don't know if some people were shocked to have us say that Ohio State's quarterback room was one of the best quarterback rooms in the country, but like they have an unreal number of quarterbacks in there. I mean, you're talking about like where does Julian Sain fit, right? The new 5-star quarterback. Like, is he just gonna like start pushing the bill at some point? Like, is he part of this conversation? Lincoln Connoltz, who, you know, guy that maybe didn't necessarily play great
Struggled.
competition in South Dakota when he was growing up there, but
Mhm.
kind of got murdered in the bowl game there, but still a guy that knows the offense and I think down the road maybe could develop into something good. And then Aaron Nolan, another high 4-star, 5-star guy coming in this year. You got two basically 5-stars, and then Devin Brown, of course, like you said. Like this quarterback room is pretty loaded, and I'm not sure what the drop off is from Will Howard to the rest of these guys because to be honest, we haven't seen enough of these guys. I mean, like combined, the rest of those 4 guys have thrown 50 passes in their career. So I'm not sure if I know necessarily enough about them to know what kind of drop off it's going to be from Will Howard. I do think that this team can win a national championship with Will Howard at quarterback.
Yeah, agreed. I do think talent-wise drop off, I don't think there is any. Maybe even, there's some guys below him have more talent than he does, quote unquote. But experience, injury history with Devin Brown, I think those are things that do concern you if you're getting into quarterback 2 and 3. But it's also like it's a luxury to have depth at the quarterback position. And a program like Ohio State should have that, first of all, but it's not easy to. And it's pretty impressive that Ryan Day and that staff was able to keep all those guys. Nobody transferred out. I was waiting for Holtz to hit the
Yeah.
portal because I'm a Minnesota guy and we needed a backup quarterback. And I was waiting for
Or a
Holtz
starting quarterback.
Max Brosmer, that dude. But Lincoln Holtz, what it was, recruited by Minnesota and a lot of other programs too coming out, was waiting for somebody. And obviously nobody did it. Speaks to the testament of that culture, the competition there. I think it's only good things for those individual players, but also that team as a whole.
Well, then let's talk about, what helps a quarterback, right? Weapons. Okay. In the running back spot, you have the best, probably the best running back room in the country. Not necessarily the the deepest. I would argue that there are some running back rooms out there that are deeper, like 4 or 5 guys deep. But I mean, when you look at Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, that is the best 1-2 punch in the entire country. There's no questions about it. And I know in the new EA or NCAA football 25, everyone wants to talk about Quinshon Judkins because he's like the highest rated running back in the game or whatever.
And
Or
that spin move is
on Ohio
crazy.
State. Travion Henderson is a better running back than Quinshon Judkins. And that does not a shot at Quinshon Judkins. I think both of these guys are ridiculous. And I think there's room for both of them to have 1,000 yards if Chip Kelly so chooses to run the football a lot.
There was a significant uptick in offensive production when Henderson was back in the lineup healthy for Ohio State last year.
Healthy. That's the key word.
Battled injuries. He was finally healthy. And that is a 1-2 punch. And the key here is health. I mean, Judkins also battled a little bit of injuries last year as well. But if you have two guys that you really like, you can split carries, you can keep guys healthy. You look at Penn State and what they've done in a 50-50 split with, K-Town Allen and Nick Singleton. Now, similar thing here with Henderson Judkins, two guys with pro futures, right, but also want to be healthy and ready to go come December and January. And that's where that split in running back comes in. Behind him, though, you had some transfers going out. Dalen Hayden out to Colorado, Chip Trainum over to Kentucky. Both guys will probably start there, which is just crazy about the depth of this room.
About the room last year, even.
Yeah. So James Peoples, it's probably the guy, I will look to. He's a young kid, obviously, but he's got talent. Just 18 years old, but he's 5'10", 200 pounds. I love that. I love a short guy over 200 pounds coming out of high school. He's going to have to grow up quick because, first of all, Ohio State should grow up or should blow out some teams, especially early in that schedule, right? I'm looking at the first 4 games they do have, right? You're going to have opportunities to play some guys, empty that bench. And it's a great time for James People, Sam Williams-Dixon, guys like that to get off the bench, get experience because they might be called upon come to October, November, and then obviously in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I don't really know what they have beyond Sam Williams-Dixon in terms of like ineffective running back. So, I mean, if you end up getting to your 4th guy, I think there'd be concerns there. But you're not often getting to your 4th guy. Although I know
Minnesota,
Minnesota.
Illinois, I mean, we've seen it in the Big Ten too. I mean, you get
Yeah,
beat up, but that's
it
where a guy
happens.
like Will Howard comes in where he can take 10 carries a game too. And he's 250 pounds.
Or you
He can take
throwing Devin Brown at running back.
I mean, wait, listen, yeah, you can't really move any of your wide receivers to running back. You could move G. Scott. No, you can't. But that I don't know.
Well, so then let's talk about the wide receivers then, because you just brought it up a little bit. Emeka Egbuka is back. Okay, of course, the departure of Marvin Harrison Jr. is a big deal. All right, he's the best wide receiver prospect to come out of Ohio State in however many years, even though we've seen so many good ones.
Yeah.
Emeka Egbuka is still very good, right? If he had gone out for the draft this year, probably would have been a day 1, day 2 guy. Probably day 2 guy if you ask me, but other people have different opinions about that. He's very good. All right. He's very, very good. We all know that. He's been productive when he's on the field, which he wasn't on the field every game last year, but he's been productive when he's on the field in the past. We trust that. Then after that, you kind of dip into your inexperience, but just insanely immense upside and talent. Jeremiah Smith. I mean, you can't talk about Ohio State's receiving room without talking about Jeremiah Smith, the 5-star true freshman who is already dominating in practices against, by the way, one of the better defenses in the entire country.
especially
if not
secondary.
if not the best. He's unbelievable. Carnell Tate's from Illinois. I mean, like really good receiver. Was just a true freshman last year. Got in the game quite a bit. 28 targets last year. He's going to take a step forward. Brendan Ennis. We'll see if he ends up finding a lot of playing time there on the field. Is Jaden Ballard going to be playing on? Is Mylan Graham another true freshman? Is he going to have to find the field? I think you're going to have to find some guys amongst his inexperience, but you are going to lean heavily on Emeka Egbuka to kind of carry that veteran leadership in the locker room there.
Yeah, I think Brian Hartline, he doesn't love to rotate a ton of guys. They kind of stick with their top, four guys, and then they just ride it out with that. So hopefully guys stay healthy. Ibuka didn't last year, but people forget, right? Back in 2022, he was right there with Marvin Harrison on that team. Remember JSN went down with an
Yeah.
injury or kind of sat out, whatever that story was, right? But Ibuka had 1,100 yards and 10 touchdowns as well with Harrison in the fold. Also, I think people kind of forget about him, and he's a legit wide receiver one in the Big Ten. And that only helps Jeremiah Smith and the young guys, Carnell Tate, and it's like you said, just because they're still developing, right? I mean, yes, we have high expectations for all three of those guys. Absolutely. And deservingly so. They've been freak talents since high school. They've obviously been showing out in practice as well, but it's not going to be consistent week in and week out, play in and play out, third downs, right? You need a guy you can go to, especially replacing a guy like Marvin Harrison, who it was, right? And maybe the part of this was your offensive scheme, but also, your quarterback play, but it was also third down was Marvin Harrison. It was like it's going to Marvin Harrison or it's not going anywhere. Maybe Kate Stover here and there, but especially when Abuka went down, you kind of leaned really into him, and you're hoping that other guys, like you said, those young guys can come up and be the talents that they are. To be honest, I mean, Marvin Harrison, you're gonna miss him. Okay, I know people are trying to say, well, Jeremiah Smith could be the best one since even better than Harrison. Yeah, eventually, potentially, for sure. But Marvin Harrison was the best wide receiver in college football for 2 years, and I think they're really gonna miss him. And it's just hard to replace a guy like that. And I think you can with the aggregate, but I still think there's gonna be a drop off in terms of consistency and just separating against elite cornerbacks. I mean, Georgia, right? He did it. Michigan, he did it against the best. Penn State, he was really, really good. But also, I think that tight end room, right? I mean, you're going to miss Kate Stover. I love Kate Stover. He was so, so important in that running game, in your locker room, and third down. Like, he made big catches when you needed him to. And obviously, he's going to be playing well in the NFL. I think he's over at Houston. I saw him
Yep.
reuniting with CJ
Fourth
Stroud,
round.
which is exciting. But behind him, you get Will Kaczmarek, right? Or Kaczmarek
McMahon.
coming in from the MAC in Ohio, in-state kid, or I guess in-state transfer, and then G. Scott. I mean, he's probably going to be the guy I would say that leads this group in receptions. We'll see what the snap count split is. But he was a high school wide receiver. He's a guy that's getting better and better each year in the program. Um, Definitely going to be a drop off from Kate Stover, but the talent is there, moldable with him. And same thing goes for Jelani Thurman, right? He's a guy Ohio State fans very excited about. Big, good time recruit, right? For a tight end, and the athleticism's there. We'll see how it develops. Tight end's a position that's just it's hard to develop early. It's hard to play early at the college level. What it takes to get your body ready to be blocking defensive ends and also having to create separation from linebackers and safeties. It's pretty impressive what these guys have to do. So it takes a while. I wouldn't have too high expectations for this room, but I also think it's not needed to be, an elite offense with an elite tight end group. I don't think it's really necessary this year.
It was a luxury last year, but I also think it's a luxury that they might feel like you were talking about on some of those third downs. Like I think we talked about Marvin Harrison as being the biggest loss on this offense from last year, but I also think that Cade Stover may be the most underrated loss of this entire team. So we'll see how that tight end room looks for sure. Definitely a lot of questions there. Uh, so another place with questions, the offensive line, right? It was not. We talked about it before the season last year, like that the offensive line was potentially a worry. And again, like we talk about, we're grading Ohio State on a different scale than we grade the rest of college football. This is a very talented offensive line, but is it like enough to handle some of the defensive lines that they're going to have to go against this year? Right. I mean, Oregon's got a good defensive line. Iowa has a nuts defensive line. Nebraska, Penn State, Michigan. I mean, these are teams with
Whoever you're playing
very
in the playoffs, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your playoffs, they're
correct.
going to be good defensive linemen.
Correct. You need a good offensive line if you really want to make a run at this national championship, especially with this national championship caliber defense that you have. And you bring in a guy like Seth McLaughlin, who, I mean, was kind of not forced out of Alabama, but like,
He
boy,
was.
I'll tell you, fans are definitely happy to get him out of there. I mean,
And here's what can I say real quick, not to interrupt you. McLaughlin, before we move on from him, he is a talented center. He is a pretty good offensive lineman in terms of just blocking. His snapping, a lot has been made of that, obviously. And that is very important. That's job number one that you have as a center. Clean snap. Snap count and clean snap. And then obviously fix the protections and whatnot, communicate. But he's a talented kid. He played a lot at Alabama, and they really liked his game. He just struggled in certain moments kind of all season to snap the football. And I don't know whether that's Jalen Monroe's fault or if that's him. I'm not in those position meetings. I don't know what's actually going on, but if he can figure out the snapping, he's a really good center. And I probably going to play center, but you also have guys, Carson Hinsman, that can play center as well. And I think he could be a really good guard if he cannot figure out how to snap the football.
yeah, you return your two highest snap getters from last year in Josh Simmons and Josh Fryer. Josh
Tackles.
Fryer, I've heard, is moving to guard.
Really?
Yeah, is that a thing that's happening?
Who's playing right tackle?
Well, I don't know. That's my question because if Josh Fryer isn't playing right tackle, then I don't know who is. I can understand why he would maybe move there, right? But because he did struggle at times at that tackle spot, but I don't know, dude. Is it gonna be Montgomery?
Hope. I listen. I have, from what my understanding is, it sounds like I think Fryer's playing right tackle and Montgomery's switching into guard and battling there with
Okay.
him and Tegra to Shabola. Regardless, though, I think you have three spots. You have your center, your right guard, your right tackle that you got to figure out. And you've got five people that you can kind of mix and match in those positions. And I trust that staff. I trust Justin Fry and Ryan Day to figure out what best combination that you have to do it. Listen, it's not going to be an elite offensive line. No. Can it be better from last year? I think so, marginally. Right. I think Josh Simmons got better last year as the year went on. I
I do
think Donovan
too.
Jackson, when he puts it on, I really like his potential there. Obviously, he's a five-star kid. He's got potential for sure. When he puts it together, good things happen. And I think that left side, you feel pretty good about that continuity and also that talent and development there. Like I said, that center, right guard, right tackle. You've got McLaughlin, you got Carson Hinsman, who played center last year. You got Josh Fryer, who played tackle. You got Luke Montgomery behind him, Tegra Tishabola, right, also battling, for that maybe right guard spot. You can kind of mix and match, and that's what fall camp's for. I think competition is good. I'm glad that there is, seven guys that they feel good about, eight guys that they feel good about playing in terms of five guys, and then it's he has to, or four guys, and this guy has to play because he's there and he's our only tackle with a Big Ten body, whatever it may be. I think you have enough Big Ten bodies in that room to figure out a solid five and also have a little bit of depth in case some attrition happens.
So what I've always wondered too is like, why can't Seth McLaughlin move to guard?
Like I said, that listen,
Like why can't he move to guard? I know
I think
Hinsman was
Hinsman's
pretty.
small.
I know he
Yeah,
was not great last year, but he's also young. He's young.
he
He's like a
he
redshirt freshman. I don't know. I think that there are pieces that they can move around here to find something. I'm not extremely worried about this. Like you said, Josh Simmons got better as the season went on. I think Josh Simmons is going to have to be a key piece in this offensive line for next year. Obviously, playing left tackle, but I'm honestly not that worried about him. Surprisingly,
do,
I'm
do you
more
think
worried about that right side. I'm more worried about Seth McLaughlin snapping the ball. Thank God Will Howard's like 6'5". You know that
but the
that's
thing is, but it was okay.
it was
I can't
also it
count
was
it
low.
out.
It was
It was
low.
low. So it was, which is again, Jalen. I mean, listen, a lot of things happened in that Rose Bowl game. And I'm absolutely not going to put it all on Seth McLaughlin at all. But I am saying is if a couple plays had a good snap, I wonder what the outcome could have been, right? But that's just mental. That is all mental, right? And that's, I think,
It
good
can be
community.
fixed.
It for sure can be fixed. I mean,
Or
listen,
maybe I just got the yips.
As Bears fans, we know what bad snapping looks like. We've had that for years
Oh
now.
yeah.
It was tough. And you had talented players who were playing, really good at other positions, move inside the center and not play well. You move them back out to guard, and they're pretty darn good. So It's tough. Center's a hard position on that offensive line, and I trust between McLaughlin and Hinsman, you're gonna have a quality center, and you have depth there too, which is
Well,
nice. And
one, you're gonna have an experienced center, I think. I don't know. I don't know how.
when,
Yeah, McLaughlin can be good. We'll see
I
how it
think
is, man. I don't know. I'm not honestly. We're talking a lot about concerns about the offensive line. I'm not as concerned about the offensive line as I was last year.
it's first world problems because this team is
Yeah,
so
it is.
loaded that this is the team, this is the weakness on the team, right? This is the position, this maybe quarterback that can hold this team back from not winning a title. And that's why it's being so focused on this offseason. I mean, it's Ohio State, right? You have a different expectation than, God love Purdue, but Purdue, right? Different expectation there in terms of what they bring on the offensive line versus what Ohio State does, because you have to be able to block interior guys. Oregon's got two studs in the interior. Michigan's got two studs on the interior. Georgia's got a nice one on the interior. Alabama's got a couple. I mean, you're gonna see Walter Nolan. If you get matched up with Ole Miss, like, you're gonna face him. I mean, you need good guy at center and right guard there. So we'll figure it out though. Listen, they also have. We'll talk about the schedule later. They got 5 weeks to figure it out. 5, 6 weeks to figure it out. Yeah, it is yeah. I'm done with that O line. Enough said there.
Well, let's move over to the defensive line then. Jim Knowles, one of the better defensive coordinators, one of the most well-renowned defensive coordinators in college football, coming originally from Oklahoma State. It's been at Ohio State the last couple of years, OSU to OSU. Yeah, he's got a. This is the most talented defense in the country, I think, from top to bottom. Is that crazy?
Yeah, especially the depth and the versatility. I mean, and we'll get to that linebacker room too, but that's probably the weakness, and that is a group that really excites me. Even though they lose two guys that were
Yeah.
all Big Ten, on that defensive line, you bring back a lot of talent. I mean, we really liked the defense tackle they lost, Michael Hall, last year. We thought he was really good, and he went in the second round, right? And it was gonna be a good NFL player, especially rushing the passer. But you still have got depth there on the edge. Jack Sawyer, JTT coming back. Holy cow! I mean, those guys are incredible. We love Jack Sawyer. We did a video on him earlier this year in this offseason. Names to know. He's obviously a former 5-star kid. Really grew into that body. Really grew into that potential last year in that role. To me, it would not surprise me to see him overtake a guy like JTT in terms of oh yeah, Sawyer's just the number one edge on that team. And I love JTT. Really, really freak athlete. Need to see consistency, but I think Sawyer has that power and that physicality that is just game wrecking, man. I mean, Miles Garrett, man. Dare I say Miles Garrett? No, that's crazy high expectation. But that,
No, they're different.
I love Sawyer though. What do you
I think
got?
he's really good. I don't think he's about. No, very different kind of bend from Miles Garrett. Different kind of bend. That guy
Yeah, well,
moves in ways that should not be possible.
because he's so big too. It doesn't even it's ridiculous. But even behind those two, you got Caden Curry and Kenyon Jackson. These are two guys that I think Ohio State was ready to play this year if Sawyer and JTT left, and
And Hannah Jackson
they
is
stayed.
nuts.
Yeah, dude, and
He's a
they got him back.
freak. He didn't even need to play that much last year. But good God, I cannot wait when he gets on the field and plays a full 12 games as a starter, because I think Kenyatta Jackson is so good. I think
I mean,
he's
six
absolutely
six. You can't
ridiculous.
teach that, man.
No, he when you look at him, he actually looks like the Slender Man as a grizzly bear. He is ridiculously long, huge, jacked, whatever you want to call him. He's nuts. He's not even going to play that much. I mean, he'll play. He'll be in the rotation, but he's not going to play as much and be dependent on as some of the other guys like JT Tuimoloau and Jack Sawyer, Talik Williams, Ty Hamilton.
Speaking of maybe not dependent upon, but also a luxury, Edric Houston, right? I think Ohio State fans are pretty interested about him. That was a 5-star kid from Buford, Georgia. A lot of smoke late in his recruitment. Was pretty. You ended up holding on to him. Big time win for Ryan Day and Jim Knowles. Obviously, Larry Johnson. I'm sorry, one of the best in the business at defensive line. He's 6'3". He's 270, right? I mean, he enrolled in spring practice. I mean, that's exciting. That's exciting. I mean, Buford obviously very, very talented, good quality competition he played in high school, good coaching he got. Not that you're going to rely upon him, but to have that as your, fifth, maybe sixth defensive end in your room, I mean, again, embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This defensive line's good, and I also think the interior is also very good as well. When you talked about Michael Hall losing him, but I don't think it matters that much, to be honest. I still think the rest of this defensive line still has enough talent on the inside. And especially at that edge, like we just talked about. Now these linebackers are gonna benefit a lot from these
Yeah.
guys. And we're talking about Cody Simon, Sonny Styles, CJ Hicks. I mean, these are guys that are good football players. They're very good football players.
The fact that typically, right, they're more often than not, they're in nickel personnel. So you're gonna have two linebackers. And the fact that one of those guys is gonna be on the bench is crazy.
It's wild.
It is wild just to take an athlete like that off the field. But again, we talked about Ohio State is just a different type of team this year defensively. Cody Simon's a guy now look to be that leader in that room, replacing Tommy Eichenberg and Steel Chambers. Those guys were pretty solid last year. They've been pretty solid for a while in the Big Ten. I do think this group gets much more athletic,
I
much more
agree.
higher
1
upside
billion%.
in terms of, Oregon, Penn State, Michigan. These are type of guys that can make impact plays at the linebacker spot in those games on third down, fourth down, in terms of running to the sticks, making a tackle, closing that distance. I mean, Eichenberg and Steel Chambers, leaders, good players. They were in the right spots a lot of times.
But
But
they were just
Simon,
good players, right? I mean,
and
they were just good players in a great
classic
defense.
classic Big Ten linebackers, but Simon, Styles, Hicks, those are NFL players, right? That's what the NFL is looking for, is these athletic, long, physical linebackers. Simon really got better as the year went on last year. You saw him flash a good amount. Sonny Styles comes down from safety. He was a guy I was high on, but he fits a linebacker just so well in what you want in today's modern linebacker. And then CJ Hicks, we've talked about him finally turning heads in camp. It's finally putting together. The light
Let's
bulb went
go.
on. That's a is he wow, what he's high school from he's from Dayton. It's Alter. He's from Alter,
He's
right?
from Alter, yeah.
Yeah.
Little
Shout out my
hometown kid.
mom.
Not a couple hours away from Columbus.
Yeah, not bad at all. So it's holy cow. I love that. I love this group. And then even Gabe Powers, Arvell Reese, solid depth behind those two. I mean, behind those three, I guess, with those two. So again, the floor of this defense so high, and the ceiling is also crazy high.
It's even higher. I mean, that's what ceilings are, right?
What? Thank you. Thank
So,
you. It's higher than it was last year, which is crazy. Last year, I think a lot. Okay, Penn State had a statistical, unbelievable defense, but you cannot convince me that that was the best defense in the country last year after watching what Michigan did running the football on them. I mean, the best defense in the country does not get physically manhandled like that, right? For a whole half. This defense right here could be the best defense in the country. And I think the best defense we've seen maybe in the last 5, 6 years,
I
of this
mean,
college playoffs. It
yeah,
wouldn't surprise me.
one of them. It has the potential to be one of the better ones. I mean, I'm looking at 2021 Georgia. That was a
Yeah.
pretty good defense, but it
But
has a chance.
Bryce Young torched them in one game. I
That's
mean,
true.
we'll see what happens. It's college football too. People score points, right? That just happens. You give up points, especially with that helmet communication. It'll be interesting to see how that affects this defense. And then we'll get to the secondary in a second, because I think that's perfect segue because of how multiple they can be all over the defense. All over the defense. You got guys athletic, long, physical that can play multiple positions, disguise different things. If you have that headset, and we know Jim Knowles is very, very good at what he does. If you have that headset with, first of all, guys who are veteran, all these guys have played significant snaps. Maybe not CJ Hicks, but he's still really, really talented. He's not going to be the guy, wearing that headset unless injuries happen. But you can do so much with that call coming in late, with the communication going down to Cody Simon or whoever's wearing that helmet for this defense. It's really exciting.
Well, you get your top two corners back. You keep Lathan Ransom there in the back end. You add Caleb Downs, Jordan Hancock. I mean, yeah, this is a pretty good secondary, if you ask me.
Listen, Josh Proctor was pretty darn good for you last year in the limited role he played, right? and he was a guy, oh, we got to replace him. And all of a sudden, oh, wait, Nick Saban's retired? Wait a minute. Oh, he's going to
Oh
Caleb
yeah,
Downs is
he's
going
gonna
to
go back
Georgia.
home to
He's going to
Georgia.
Georgia, back home. He's
Got a
following
relationship with
T-Rob.
Kirby Smart. Yep.
T-Rob. And then,
I
oh,
they
wait,
fumbled
Ohio
that,
State.
by the
And
way. I don't.
oh, yeah.
They
But
fumbled that.
him and Malachi Starks would be crazy. But him and Lathan Ransom can be really, really good. I think they complement each other super, super well. I mean, obviously, Downs can do anything. He could play alongside anybody. The Minka Fitzpatrick comps that you heard coming out of spring, coming out of fall last year from Alabama, they were absolutely validated. And that is crazy that someone with that high expectations at that level of football in that complicated defense lived up to it. Holy freak. I cannot wait to see what he does. And it sounds like he's also lining up in camp at Ohio State. He's not going to play running back. Okay. He's not going to play running back. He's going to get that out of the way. I mean, if you, in a pinch, right? If Henderson, Judkins, and Peoples goes down, sure. Maybe they'll entertain that thought, but he's too
That'd be
good to take on the field
crazy.
defensively. But I
That'd be
uh
crazy.
I love and Jordan Hancock too. We didn't talk about him. Solid, very, very solid nickel as well. And what you can do, again, versatility. You've got a couple corners, four corners in that room. I think you really, really like, as well as Sonny Styles, who has experience playing in space at the secondary level. Denzel Burke is a superstar. I won't hear it any other way. He is an absolute superstar. Davidson Igbinosun, probably going to be a first round pick. Very, very solid, especially towards the end of last season. Love his physicality in the run game. Calvin Simpson Hunt, redshirt freshman. He's a guy that's had a great camp so far. And then, oh yeah, Jermaine Matthews is just cherry on top on that depth room. I mean, it's it is crazy. It is crazy.
Yeah, Caleb Downs obviously adds to the eliteness of this defense, but so the secondary, the safety position specifically, was the only position that they brought in transfers on this defense. Okay. And, I think that they really brought in like Keenan Nelson, right? I think they brought in, for depth reasons. I think Caleb Downs is honestly more of a luxury, and he just happens to be a superstar that you got, right? I would have been comfortable. Malik Hartford played almost 200 snaps last year. I know he's young, but like, I don't know. I think you could have gotten some good, solid snaps from some of these other guys not named Caleb Downs in that secondary, especially considering that your front seven is absolutely ridiculous. And, Jim Knowles is no stranger to coaching up guys and getting the best out of his players. So I would have thought that they would have been okay without Caleb Downs, but getting Caleb Downs is absolutely ridiculous and just adds, once again, like I said, to the eliteness of this defense.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, the ball is in Tim Walton's court and Jim Knowles for that matter too, in terms of rotating guys in that secondary, in that third level to get your best matchups, to keep guys fresh, to stay healthy, right, to get in positions that you feel really good about, especially against these elite teams. I'm really excited to see how they can do it. It's going to be a shuffling, I have a feeling, a very shuffling defense because of all the depth you have. And I think that was part of it too, where yes, Sawyer, JTT, right? Burke, Ransom. These are guys, they all wanted to come back and win a title for sure. But I think a lot of it too is they're coming back to solidify their NFL draft stock. But I also think not that load management's gonna happen, but there is the benefit of that where you have possibility to keep guys fresh, right? Rotate guys, not only keep guys fresh throughout the game, but also throughout the longevity of a season, especially if you're getting into multiple playoff games in that postseason, which is the goal. Obviously, we talked about that at the beginning of the episode. I love it. What they have done to construct this roster, Ryan Day, the boosters, they deserve a ton of credit. And sometimes, by the way, sometimes you need to be kicked and to be woken up because listen, I'll go to baseball, college baseball, right? We talked about Texas A&M and Texas, Jim Schlossnagle. You know more about this than I do. And if you're not a Big Ten or not a baseball fan, college baseball, whatever, but he went over to his rival, right, after being the national title game. And it woke up a lot of fans. It woke up a lot of boosters and athletic department. And I think you saw a lot of positive things come from it. Same thing that happened to Ohio State. They're losing to Michigan. Lose to Michigan, and all of a sudden, here's the Ohio State, NIL collective, donate to this. We need this. We need this. And you seeing it happen. You're seeing it translate into good things. And it's not just about beating Michigan. It's about winning a title. And I think, yes, it sucked watching, Big Blue Nation win a national title. Not Big Blue Nation. Wow, that's Kentucky. Michigan, the Wolverines win a national title. That sucked, obviously, but good things can come from it. And I think they are so far. And the early signs are, holy cow.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about their schedule, okay? Because I do think it's one of the harder schedules in the Big Ten for sure. Now you're out of conference, right? Because you're out of conference, you start with Akron at home, Western Michigan at home, Marshall at home after a bye. It's kind of weird that you have a bye. I don't know why you needed a
That is,
bye for Marshall.
first of all, brutal for Ohio State because you would love that bye in November,
Anywhere, literally anywhere else.
maybe after Penn State or before Penn State. But
Because before you go to the playoffs, you have to play 6 straight games, and then your conference championship game. So 7 straight weeks, assuming you make the conference championship game, that you have to play football. That's pretty wild.
yeah, but again, that's why you have depth. That's why you have a lot of depth on this team. And listen, you can run through the schedule, the rest of it with the Big Ten. That out of conference, Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall, those are bad power group of five teams. Those aren't even like it's not even your Fresno, it's not even your like, you know, the playoff contender of the group of five. None of those teams. No, these are bad football teams. Yeah, those
Bottom
lines are
bottom bottom
huge.
30 teams for sure
Yeah.
in college football. I mean, we'll see Marshall with Mitch Griffiths, but and then after Marshall, week 4, right? You go to Michigan State, which I would assume you absolutely wallop them, and you get Iowa at home, which I think that's key that you get them at home. I don't think you're gonna have a problem with them. Oregon on the road, like you talked about earlier, that's your first test, week 7. Your first like test where like, hey, this is another national championship caliber team, playoff caliber team. What are we gonna do, right? Then you have a bye before you play Nebraska, and then what's tough is that you play Nebraska and Penn State back to back, and those are some physical teams you have to play. Nebraska at home week 9, Penn State on the road week 10, and then you kind of play, the 3 teams: Purdue at home, Northwestern on the road / neutral site / makeshift stadium / whatever. Um, Indiana at home week 13, and then Michigan at home week 14. This is a tough schedule, and their over win totals at 10.5, and it is
And
juiced to the over.
mine is 150, which is kind of crazy. For instance, Oregon, we'll talk about them next. They're 10.5, but they're only minus 110. That's even odds, basically even odds to go over or under. It's Vegas thinks it's going to be 11 to 12, and I do too. Give me the over, even at
Give
one
me
minus
the over
150.
two. Absolutely.
Just
I,
go
I,
two, just go 2-1 against Oregon, Michigan, Penn State.
correct.
I feel really good about that. I mean, this team, it's so good. Where are the weaknesses? Defensive line, offensive line, potentially, but even then, you've got depth everywhere. We talked about it. Even attrition, worst case scenario, you're down to your third quarterback. Oh wait, it's a 5-star. It'll be all right. They feel really good about him. Even if your offensive line isn't the worst, you still have weapons. You still have a great defense to win you football games when your offense doesn't show up, right? If you're a season ticket holder, I think you might be a little bit upset, right? You're looking at
Yeah.
no quality out of conference games, right? You've got Oregon and Penn State on the road, right? You're welcome in Iowa and Nebraska. That should be fun, obviously, but it's the Big Ten West, right? And I know they're looked down upon them, even though they shouldn't, because we love the Big Ten West. But I do think
Or what it
you,
was.
what it was, RIP, you do love Michigan at home. And I think if you beat Michigan at home, I don't know if anyone will complain about, the lackluster schedule of the home slate for you guys, but make no mistake, this is still not an easy schedule because you got Oregon, Penn State, and Michigan. Well done to the Big Ten for getting those three teams playing each other. It's awesome. It's going to be incredible. They're going to be on these networks. It's going to be what a treat in the Big Ten conference slate.
Let's move on from Ohio State. Let's talk about the Oregon Ducks, a new team in the Big Ten, but a team that, you, me, and many other people believe that Oregon is ready to go. They are absolutely ready to go in this Big Ten. They're recruiting at a high level. They have the talent on their team. They have the fan base. They have the money. This is a team that is dialed. This is a team that is dangerous, dialed, and dangerous. The 3 Ds, the triple threat.
You just said dangerous twice.
The dangerous, dialed, and dangerous. The 3 Ds. Or really the 5 Ds, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. But I'm going to give them 3 Ds. All right. This is a really good football team. Okay. I'm not sure.
I'm saying D's. Stop saying D's.
Dangerous.
Okay. All right. Let's get into this. This is fun.
Yeah. So speaking of dialed and dangerous, this quarterback room,
Wait, real quick before
Dylan.
we get into that, can we talk about the coaching staff
Oh
actually?
yeah, absolutely.
So Dan Lanning, obviously everyone knows about him, right? But I want to look at the coordinators that you have there. Tosh Lupoy, former Saban, Kirby Smart guy, obviously known as an elite recruiter, getting much better schematically now. I mean, you've seen him as he's gotten older. He's learned. He's developed. At his first stint as defense coordinator for Alabama was rough, right? The talent maybe wasn't quite up to par that year, but you still kind of struggled being a Nick Saban guy. It was pretty depressing, but you listen to him talk, he sounds like a Lanning guy. Process. I love that. I love the development he's had as a person, as a coach, and also, instilling that in his defense. Defense has gotten better every single year he's been here at Oregon, and I expect that to continue this year as well, especially having Dan Lanning also there. But Dan Lanning's taken more of a CEO approach and being a little bit less involved in the defense, but kind of being also involved in the offense, recruiting, other things that the head coach has responsibilities of. We talked about, the stress and strain of being a head coach. You see Ryan Day over at Ohio State give up his play calling duties because he knows he has a lot of things on his plate and he needs some guy who's really, really all in to be a good play caller. I do think Tosh Lupoi is a guy that Dan Lang trusts to take over that defense, and he kind of get his hands off just a little bit. Will Stein offensively, holy cow! I was watching him on Big Ten Network, which is crazy, by the way. I was watching Big Ten Network, and there's Orkin. Um, his coaching mentors are crazy. So he was a quarterback back at Louisville, but he played for Charlie Strong, name drop. Jeff Brom was a coach there. Matt Wells, who's over in the Big 12 now. He also coached under Bobby Petrino, holy cow. Tom Herman, holy cow, offensively. Jeff Traylor, holy cow. Hank Carter, who's Lake Travis High School's head coach, if you know anything about them, and producing quarterbacks, holy cow. And now under Dan Lanning. This guy, I think, has head coach in his future, but right now, he's a really good coordinator for the Oregon Ducks.
And he's got a lot to work with at the quarterback position specifically. And, we saw him what he did with Bo Nix there, and it was an interesting hire. When they hired Will Stein, I think there were a lot of question marks there. But I remember when we talked about Dan Lanning in our back, like one of our first videos ever was second year coaches draft, right? And we were talking about Dan Lanning and we just hired Will Stein and we were pretty high on him. And even though he was pretty young, yeah, absolutely. Ended up being kind of a home run there. And in the quarterback room, just kind of an embarrassment of riches right there. Dylan Gabriel, so many snaps, so many starts, high quality starts. Now he's played with Jeff Lebby his entire career. Okay. Jeff Lebby's gone. He's over at Mississippi State. We'll see what Dylan Gabriel is able to do without Jeff Lebby, but I mean, you're moving over to Will Stein. I don't really have a ton of issues with that. I do think losing Jackson Powers Johnson on the interior, because I've always talked about when you don't have tall quarterbacks, if you get interior pressure up the middle, can be a problem for those shorter quarterbacks. So we'll see what happens there. But I think Dylan Gabriel is really good. I think he's going to produce a lot of yards, touchdowns, uh, rushing stat. Like he's gonna produce. Okay. Behind them, Dante Moore. Does that ring a bell? 5-star from Detroit, was originally going to UCLA, but then Chip Kelly gets out of there. I think he was getting out of there. I think he left anyways before Chip Kelly. Because I don't think he felt like he was being put in a good position over there. And I would agree with that sentiment. Now he's over there at Oregon. He gets a year to just sit behind Dylan Gabriel, learn from an experienced guy, get coached up, and then play behind a really good team. Hopefully he can take the reins down the road. But Austin Novosad was a highly rated guy that, did they flip him from Baylor? Was that what happened?
Yep. So what happened was Dante Moore flipped from Oregon to UCLA, and then Oregon's like, well, let me go pluck a 4-star from Baylor.
Sorry, Baylor.
Sorry, Dave Aranda, you're not paying players yet. We'll take him and we'll go. So they got Novosad and Moore in that room to be the long-term answers. Pretty solid, pretty talented. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, in the running back room, you lose Bucky Irving to the draft. And, you more than anyone knows the impact that Bucky Irving can have on a team. And the fact that he left Minnesota is, a testament to one, the running back depth of that room, but also just two, the blunder of that coaching staff and not using Bucky Irving more because he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But Jordan James
Yeah.
is arguably more versatile than Bucky Irving. He's just able to do more, and he's bigger, and Jordan James is a fantastic running back. I drafted him in our Big Ten running backs draft, fantasy draft or whatever.
You're gonna be happy about that.
I'm gonna be very happy about it, especially because I drafted CJ Baxter and uh, you know, poor thing,
Yeah,
brutal what happened to
that
CJ
sucks.
Baxter, but
That's why you have depth, though. And the depth in this room is pretty good, too. Noah Whittington, I think people like him. He came over last year from Western Kentucky. Jay Harris has done some good things at the collegiate level, albeit from a lower level. Jaden Lamar also in that room. Jordan James, the guy, like you said, Bucky Irving got a lot of hype last year in the NFL draft, deservingly so. And he also was used in a fun way that made put him in space and had him do things, that Bucky Irving excels at. I also think Jordan James, he's not just a physical, power running back or, a goal line running back. He is a three down, versatile running back, much more than just a bruiser. I think in this offense as a feature, you're going to see him really, really thrive. And he can do multiple things, which gives this offense even more versatility. And Bucky Irving very good in space, right? But between the tackles, Jordan James can do both, right? He can do between the tackles, he can do outside. I really like that. I really like that for them. You're gonna be happy with Jordan James, I think, in your fantasy, as will many other college ball fantasy players, and the Oregon Ducks, obviously.
at the wide receiver position, you lose Troy Franklin to the NFL. I believe the Broncos might have taken him. Either way,
Him and Bo
yeah,
Nix.
I'm not worried. I am not worried at all. This wide receiver room is loaded. We did an entire video on it. I know you are a gigantic fan of even like the massive depth in this room. Not just your top guys like Tez Johnson, Evan Stewart, Trayshawn Holden, Gary Bryant. Like you're also high on some of these other guys. Would you want to be touch on this wide receiver room for us?
For sure. I mean, dare I say I don't want to say better than last year because you had
I
two
think it
1,000 yard
is.
receivers, but I think it is.
I
I
think
think
it
it's
is.
deeper. I think it's really deeper. Junior Adams, a guy, wide receiver coach there, he doesn't love to use a ton of wide receivers, but he even talked about this year going into five wide sets, going into four wide sets, and rotating these guys because the versatility in his room really draws me to it. Obviously, Tez Johnson was so good last year. His was a route yards per route run or average separation. What those advanced metrics on
Yards
him.
per route run, 30.45. Ridiculous. And by the way, his average depth of target was like less than 10 yards. That just tells you how effective he is. To have that kind of high yards per route run and an average depth of target under 10 yards, that means like once you have the football in your hands, you are more than electric. And that is exactly what Tez Johnson is.
Super exciting. Evan Stewart obviously is a freaky. Listen, I know he was inconsistent at times last year at Texas A&M, off-field issues, whatever it was, injuries. I think a healthy Evan Stewart is better than Troy Franklin. I don't think that's crazy at all.
I
I
agree.
think his talent is unbelievable. Yes, he's a little bit smaller, but he also goes up and makes contested catches with the best of them. We saw him do first round cornerback Terran Arnold dirty a couple years ago. He's only getting bigger and stronger since then. You hope to see progression. And also in an offense where, listen, Jimbo Fisher, a Bob Vitrine, like he's at Oregon right now. And Will Stein, I think they're going to put him in spots where he can really, really thrive. Makes a ton of sense. He ended up here. Trayshawn Holden, super solid, big physical, run blocker as well, which I love about him. Gary Bryant, former high four-star coming over from USC. I'm sorry. Sounds like he's moving a little bit more towards that slot, which I think fits his versatile or his, style a little bit more than he would have on the outside, which is really, really nice to see. Jurion Dickey, right? Former five-star guy, very, very talented, battled injuries. Sounds like he's really progressing, coming in his own there. And you don't need him to be an alpha guy. You just need to give whatever he gives you is just gravy in that room. And then Cal Casper, too. Cal Casper is another young kid that specifically that offensive staff spoke up on and talked up him throughout the spring. He's a big dude as well, a different kind of body that you have with Tez Johnson and Evan Stewart. It's a really exciting room. And then you also, late in the cycle, you closed so well with McClellan and Pelham. Dylan Gresham is there as well. I mean, exciting time, exciting offense for Dylan Gabriel. Makes a ton of sense why you wanted to go there. Not only you saw the success Bo Nix had, but you're walking in an offense with just uber talent. It might be the best wide receiver room in the country.
And it doesn't stop in the tight end room. Like Terrence Ferguson was a guy that was incredibly productive. Not many tight ends had more than 50 targets. I believe it's less than 30 tight ends had more than 50 targets last year. And Terrence Ferguson was one of them with 400 yards, 6 touchdowns. Do you feel good about the rest of this tight end room though? Patrick Herbert, Kenan Sadiq.
Kenny Sadiq, they're talking up a ton right now. What he can do in creating mismatches He is the third fastest guy on the team. Now, I don't know if that's actually true or not, but that is crazy. That is crazy
When
that
you have Tez Johnson, Evan Stewart, Gary Bryant, back
no,
that he's
Whittington, Jay Harris. I mean, holy cow, you got some speedsters in that back end of your secondary as well. It's exciting. And obviously, Patrick Herbert. Oregon fans love Patrick Herbert. Just a good physical blocker. You love that. And obviously, if you're on the football with Jordan James, with Whittingham, I think it's really nice to have another guy in that room. Little different change up from Ferguson and Sadiq. Ferguson's still a good blocking tight end as well, but Sadiq is crazy. I mean, what he can do. I mean, listen, if you can be so multiple with this offense. You can rotate, you can be fresh. And Dylan Gabriel, what he does best too is just sitting back and kind of like Michael Penix did. And they highlighted it a lot as the year went on with Washington, where he scanned around the field and he just found a matchup that he loved. And you can do that with this offense and Dylan Gabriel because he's so veteran, he's so smart, he's so pinpoint accuracy that he can just find a matchup and then he knows his guy. If he puts the ball in a spot that they can catch it, they're more than not likely going to come down with it. So what a room, what a weapons room. I mean, it's exciting. Oregon fans, I think it's pretty awesome.
yeah, and you'll hear about it on the broadcast because every time Patrick Herbert catches the ball, you're just gonna hear, and that's the brother of Justin Herbert, former Oregon quarterback. You're gonna hear that every single time, Oregon fans. I'm sorry, it happened. Jeff Kent's kid when I'm watching Texas A&M baseball. Every time
Crazy.
they don't even call him Caden Kent. It's just Jeff Kent's kid. You know, so
Listen, but yes, that offensive line though, I mean, depth might be a concern. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit concerned about the depth, especially
sure,
the experience on the depth. But that's 35,
good.
really, really good.
It's good. It's
I
good.
mean, those two tackles, I mean, obviously you've got the guys down at LSU. Texas has got a really good set of pair of tackles too. But these guys are really, really good. Connerly, Cornelius, you're bringing back a ton of production and snaps from last year. And then obviously you throw in Matthew Bedford, who's got a ton of Big Ten experience and was one of the better players on the Indiana offensive line, who was coached by Bob Bolt's dad, too. He was a very, very good offensive line coach at Indiana. So you plug and play him there at guard. Oh, well
Com-
done.
Combined, those tackles last year had a 1.6% pressure rate. That's nuts. Only one sack allowed between them.
Part of that,
18
too.
pressures. I mean, they were nuts. And guess what? We had questions about them leading into last year.
Yeah.
We had questions. Like we were like that was the concern about Oregon was like this offensive line, like on paper, it's pretty talented, but like, is it gonna work? Is it gonna do what it can potentially do? And it did. You lose Jackson Powers Johnson, but I still think you have your core nucleus of guys. Most importantly, your tackles. This is a good offensive line, dude. This is a good offensive line.
Connerly, I think, is future NFL guy for sure. And also, last year, part of that pressure rate too was attributed to the offense, how quickly your guys, Tez Franklin specifically, created separation, and so Bo Nix could just get it out quickly. But I don't see that being an issue this year either with the talent in that room, the decisiveness of Dylan Gabriel. And this offensive line room is really, really, really important in keeping him upright. Dylan Gabriel's a guy who has struggled with injuries, right? I mean, going back to UCF, broke his clavicle, missed games every year at Oklahoma as well. He needs to stay upright because listen, I know it's a lot. Dante Moore, 5-star kid. Austin Nova said super talented, but those guys are not winning you a title this year. Dylan Gabriel can actually win you a national title this year. I don't think that's crazy in saying at all. He needs to stay healthy. And the offensive line, Connerly, Cornelius, Iapani, Lalolu, I'm not gonna butcher that, but he was solid freshman last year. Like those guys are gonna be pivotal in keeping him upright.
Yeah, 1000%. And to note on Bo Nix, he was really good at getting rid of the football. Not only did he have a 2.44 time to throw, which is pretty nuts, and also a benefit of the offense that he's in, but also he had, I believe, like the lowest, if not a top three lowest pressure to sack percentage, which is a translatable stat in the NFL, and really makes that sack stat look a lot better, of course, like I mentioned before, but it's still
Pressure rate was
still
low.
still having a pressure rate and being in that offense, that's really like these are good tackles, right? They had an effective run game last year, they had an effective pass game. Like they were able to be really good last year, and there's no reason why they can't do it again. There's no reason. Now you're going to be playing against some better edges, looking over at Ohio State. Um, Actually, that's really Illinois' got some good edges. Michigan's got some good edges. Maryland's got a pretty decent front seven there. I guess you're still playing some, but yeah, you're gonna need those guys to stay healthy for sure, like you were talking about. Then let's move over then to the defensive side of the ball. I think a side of the football that I think a lot of people are interested to see whether or not it's going to translate to the Big Ten. Look, I'm looking at the defensive line, and yeah, I like it a lot in terms of depth, and I think the talent is there as well.
Yeah, I mean, starting with Jordan Birch, he was a guy that came over from South Carolina last year, former five-star guy himself. I thought he improved the last year in terms of what I saw from him on tape at South Carolina. I think another step would be really, really nice for this Oregon staff, but you also have a ton of other experienced talent in that room. Last year, you got guys like Blake Purchase, Tatum Tulioti, and Mateo Uyangale a lot of snaps last year. And I think that's really going to benefit you this year. Those are guys that were high 4-star, 5-star kids with length, athleticism, bend, talent, right? All things you want in an edge rusher in the Big Ten. And it's not just on Birch. You got guys that can rotate. You can stay fresh in that room. And also, by the way, Elijah Rushing too. I mean, I don't know how much he's going to give you in year one, but holy talent is that as well. Another 5-star kid. Um, to me, the guy that they're circling right now is Mateo Uyangalele. I mean, he is a guy that staff continues to rave about, continues to talk about his growth. Did he play tight end last year too? I heard them say that, and I didn't realize that at all, but that is pretty crazy if he did as a true freshman playing edge and tight end. Speaks to his athleticism, speak to his willingness, his coachability, all things you love to see in a talented player like him. I do think you need to improve your pass rush, though. I mean, you saw Michael Penix just dotted you up. He just dotted you up. And yes, he was doing it unbelievable, right? And he had NFL linemen in front of him as
Yes.
well. But
Yeah.
I if you're going to go to places where you want to be at, if you want to give Ohio State problems like you want to, Michigan's bringing in a brand new offensive line as well. Georgia, these are good to great offensive lines that you're going to have to get pressure on because you're bringing in a lot in the secondary, which, listen, I like that transfers there, but it would be nice. You have to get to the pass rusher if you're going to win playoff games, meaningful games in December and ultimately January.
I thought the defensive line did a really good job against Oregon State, especially
Yeah,
against the run.
that's a solid
Shutting down
offensive
David
line.
Martinez, and you're going to have to stop the run in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Part of that's you bring in a guy like Derek Harmon, who was a pretty highly touted, uh, one tech there in the portal coming from Michigan State. How do you think he's gonna? How do you think he's gonna fit over here at Oregon?
He
Do
was
you
a
like him a lot?
Yeah, he was a really good Big Ten defense
Yeah,
tackle.
I
Him
agree.
and Simeon Barrow were one of the few bright spots on Michigan State last year. And you pair him with Jamari Caldwell coming from Houston. That is a guy that talent evaluators really, really like. Now, yes, he was really good last year in the Big Ten or Big 12. We'll see how he does consistently down in and down out within that defensive line group in the Big Ten because you're going to need him and Harmon to step up. I think stop the run because you do lose. Excuse me, you do lose some guys in that room, and some of the depth there might not be quite experienced and or
On the
not
interior,
quite on the interior, yes, or quite as talented as those two.
yeah, I still think it's a good group. I think you got
Oh yeah.
about 6, 7 guys that you like a lot that you can rotate in there and can get good snaps from a lot. So I'm all right with this defensive line group. At the linebacker group, I would like the linebacker group. I mean, I think it's pretty good. I'm all right with it.
Yeah, Jeffrey Bassa, holy cow, he's really fun to watch. He can cover, he can make plays. Former safety guy, you see those traits translate to linebacker play last year at Oregon. And then you also Justin Jacobs, a guy who was a little bit banged up last year, I think, but he's got good Big Ten experience from Iowa. Bryce Betticher, also another guy, depth in that room. Devon Jackson's a fun guy. I mean, he is a sub 11 100-yard time as a linebacker, as a junior in high school. He's been flashing more and more in fall camp, which is really, really nice. Finally putting those tools together, with mentally getting a part of that defense. We'll see how it translates to this fall. But if he's a guy that can give you solid snaps whether it's certain matchups that you have against, the talent that is at Purdue, or, you're going multiple tight ends with Michigan and Wisconsin, see how that works out, or obviously in, the playoffs with some other big time caliber teams. I think that can be fun for you. Behind those guys, it does worry me a little bit depth wise. You're hoping Jackson can put it together and be quality depth,
I mean,
but
I'm okay with the depth here, and part of the reason is a lot of this is projection and uh kind of look. This is the only group that they did not bring a transfer in right this year
good
to this
point.
defense.
Great point.
And do not tell me that they couldn't have got one. Do not tell me that Oregon could not have gotten the transfer linebacker out of the portal. They're returning an all Pac-12 guy in Jeremy Bass. And I think the rest of these guys, I think there's enough there. And I think they're going to find it. I think they're going to find it. I think it's going to be fine in the depth. I think even though some of these guys haven't played a ton of snaps, right? I'm looking at Blake Purchase. I'm looking at Jerry Mixon. I think that some of these guys can do stuff. And I think they're talented enough where, if called upon, I think they can be fine. And I do think that this secondary, well, I mean, we'll see how the secondary is. I happen to like it a lot, but with the defensive line that they have in the secondary, I think, and Jeffrey Bassa, of course, being the leader of that group, I'm not really worried. Unless if Bassa goes down, I would be definitely worried because he was an all Pac-12 level player. Um,
Yeah.
he just is very special, right? So I would be worried if he went down, but I feel pretty good about this room. I feel pretty good.
Well, and also their ease of play too, playing behind the D line, which we think, if it is what we think it will be, it's gonna be pretty nice. And we talked about that a lot in the Big Ten here. Good D line play absolutely helps your linebackers, especially if you have
Oh yeah.
athletic ones like Bassett, Jacobs, and Jackson.
So let's talk about the secondary because I mean, look, they had Kyrie Jackson last year and Evan Williams, and RP Kyrie Jackson. What happened to him was pretty terrible. Um, and Evan Williams was also really good as well. But guys, look, those guys were two all Pac-12 players, right? So they're like, all right, we're losing two all Pac-12 players. So let's add an all Big 12 player in Kobe Savage. Let's add another all Pac-12 player in Jabbar Muhammad. And then let's add an all ACC guy in Brandon Johnson. I mean, loaded. I mean, I think like your top end talent here
And
in the
I'm
secondary.
sorry, all American Athletic Conference, Cam Alexander as well.
Yeah, oh, missed that one. So you have really special talent here on the top end in your secondary. I happen to love this starting 5 or 6 for this team. These are all guys with lots of snaps, productive snaps, and I think they're going to benefit a lot from playing with each other. I know that it's a new secondary, and new secondaries are scary, and fixing your secondary in the transfer portal is not normally going to work, right? It doesn't normally work. But I think this is different when you are bringing in all conference talent from many different conferences. It's going to work. All right. I just
Seniors.
I have a very good feeling. Yeah, all seniors. I mean, like your top 6 guys probably that are going to play are seniors, and then Jalil Florence is probably like the first guy. Roderick Pleasant. I mean, that are not seniors. Those are your first guys that are not seniors. Otherwise, everyone else is a senior in this room. So I feel really, really, really good about this secondary, which is why I'm not so worried about the depth of the linebacker room because I think this secondary, I think that defensive line is good, man. So
That's a great
I
point
think
there.
every position group on this Oregon team has really good talent. And that's why we're talking about them as a playoff team, as a potential national championship competing team.
Listen, the only question I have about the secondary is at the safety position, the depth there. How does that young depth step up? How do they develop if they are called upon in big situations? Aaron Flowers, this guy, we've talked about this offseason as being a really, really highly rated kid coming out of school, coming to high school. He's flashing in camp, right? But again, it's camp, it's fall camp. The bullets aren't really flying too much yet. We'll see what happens if he's ready to be called upon in October. And therefore, after that, Peyton Woodyard, a kid who's got his feet wet at Alabama, transferred over to Oregon as well. Kingston Lopa as well. I mean, these are young kids that we'll see what happens there. Obviously, with you're hoping everyone stays healthy, but you might not. And I know Brandon Johnson. I wonder if you can move a guy like Manning or Florence and play some kind of safety or dime role with them. But it does concern me just a little bit. And I'm getting nitpicky here because that's the level that we are judging Oregon at. They are a top tier program. I'm gonna get nitpicky here, and it's just the safety room does concern me a little bit. Although if Aaron Flowers is what we think he was coming out of high school already, I mean, I think that would be a massive benefit, massive boost for my confidence, and obviously that coaching staff there and what they can do defensively in that secondary.
Brandon Johnson is so good, man. I mean, I know that he took, a step back last year or whatever. Brandon Johnson is so good. All right. I'm very confident he's going to give you great snaps in that nickel spot. Jabbar Muhammad, I mean, what school didn't want him? Kobe Savage, I thought was really good as well. I guess of the guys that they brought in, I'm probably like least impressed with Kobe Savage, but his resume still speaks for himself. So I like love this starting room in the secondary. I guess that's every position group. Do you want to talk about this schedule? Because they still got some premier games on here. You're out of conference. You have Ohio or Idaho. Sorry, not Ohio. Idaho at home. Boise State at home, which, you know, not that they're going to lose to Boise State, but it is important to note, like, during the course of the season, if you have a 16-game season, right, like the physicality, it can add up, right? Boise State's not a slouch team over there in the Mountain West, probably the favorites to win the Mountain West. Oregon State on the road, a team that, yeah, obviously was decimated, but
Pissed
it's
off
it's the
Oregon
Civil
State.
War. It is the
Yep.
Civil War. So
Do not expect a friendly welcome in Corvallis this year. Not that you ever would, but gonna be pissed off.
yeah, and then you got a bye week after Oregon State, after physical, gritty game in the Civil War. You get UCLA on the road, which fortunately for most teams in the Big Ten is a long travel,
Yep.
not for Oregon.
You love that. You love UCLA on the road. If you're Oregon this year, and we'll talk about UCLA later on in the video, but or later on in the full video, right? UCLA is a team you want in this conference on the road, especially if you don't have to travel across multiple time zones to get there.
Yeah, so then after UCLA, you go to East Lansing to play Michigan State, or sorry, you get them at home, sorry, and then you get Ohio State at home, which I think is a big deal because traveling to Ohio State your first year in the Big Ten, that being the first premier team that you have to play, and you have to play them on the road, I would see that being very challenging. On the other hand, now Ohio State has to travel all the way to Oregon to play you several time zones over. So I like that. And I like the dynamic of having Michigan State at home the week before. So you don't have to like travel and then like traveling multiple weeks at a time or flipping flopping. Like that still can be taxing. Having a home game for Ohio State, I think, is pretty good scheduling dynamic. And then you get Purdue on the road, Illinois at home. I don't see you having a problem with those games. Michigan on the road is going to be really interesting because we talked about how good these tackles are, but I don't think this offensive line has seen anything like they will see against Michigan. Now, 2 years ago, actually, I don't think any of these guys were starters 2 years ago. Could be wrong about that. But when they played Georgia, you saw that defensive line just maul this team, just maul them. So it'll be interesting to see that. I do think Oregon's defense matches up well with Michigan's offense. So we'll wait and see for that game. Then you get Maryland at home, Wisconsin on the road. Then you get a bye before your Week 14 game against Washington, which I believe personally that they will not have a problem with that game. They're over under win total. By all accounts, it's 10.5. You can get it like minus 110. You can get it even some places, DraftKings and BetMGM. So if you're gonna bet the over, please bet on one of those. Don't be taking it at minus 110. None of that garbage. All right, get it at the best line. So CD, where are you at with this over under win total? Given the schedule, given the team, given the coaching, given
I
everything.
I would rather take a Oregon to win the title than their over. And to hear me out here, I think they can still win the title going 10-2. The reason why I wouldn't bet the over is I think if they go the over, I feel really good about this team doing big things in the playoff.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that the thing is concerns about the under depth at quarterback, depth at offensive line, depth at safety. Those things all concern me. I know I'm getting nitpicky here, but I do really like the dynamic of playing Michigan State on a Friday before Ohio State. You get that extra day to prepare, to sit back and watch Ohio State play Iowa of all teams, right? And maybe see what they can do there while you're sitting home, recovering, resting, icing, waiting for Ohio State to come all the way to Eugene, Oregon. I love the dynamics there. A lot of people are talking about Purdue that week after on a Friday night at Purdue. And who am I to, discount the spoiler makers? Obviously, what they've come to know my in the Big Ten, and maybe they will spoil Oregon season, in their welcome season in the Big Ten, but I don't quite see it. I think the talent gap there is too different unless you've got some injuries for Oregon. Don't quite worry about that. Listen, you said Washington. Yeah, I like Washington. I like Oregon in that game for sure. At Wisconsin, it'll be interesting after a long stretch. You're going week 4, you have a bye, and then week
Yeah,
13, you have
seven
a bye.
straight. Seven or
Physical
eight.
football
That's your
games.
eighth straight week with a football game.
8 straight Big Ten games, and I
And you're
know
going to Camp Randall. Like that is not that is a sneaky game. I think you're right about that.
it could be interesting. And Wisconsin got a tough schedule in their own right, but they've got a bye before that game. So you could see some different things, I think, from that Badger team. But I feel good. Even going to Michigan, you could still lose that game. Ohio State, you go 1-1 and you hit the over there. I I'll just say the over, but in terms of I would to bet something, I'm pretty close to taking, Oregon to win the whole damn thing. Go big or go home, right? Instead of just taking the over at 10.5, because I think if you
Yeah,
hit the
I
over,
agree.
I think the value is okay. You
One, you're in
expect
the
it
Big
to
Ten
be really good.
championship, almost certainly.
And if you're not, even better. I mean, you get to sit back and not get beat up that game against a team like Purdue. Wow, against a team like Penn State, Ohio State, or Michigan. So yeah, this team is good. Not a lot of holes, especially on that top 22. Some depth at some spots scare me for sure. But wow, well coached, hungry, physical, athletic football team. What can
Yeah,
go wrong?
I think I'm with you. I would rather bet them plus 250 to win the Big Ten than taking the over 10.5. Um, they're favored in every single game, by the way, this year.
Yeah,
You didn't know that.
Ohio State. What's
Even
that
Ohio
line?
State,
Ohio State line.
minus 2.5,
Yeah. Well,
which
so
is
which means neutral
really
side pick
interesting
them.
because
Neutral side pick them against Ohio State with that talent.
yeah,
Listen, who's got a better quarterback in that game? Is Oregon?
see, like
It probably is.
it. I think the right answer probably. Here's what I think. I think Will Howard's really good. I'm higher on Will Howard than I think a lot of
Oh,
people are. So I
me?
just I think Will Howard is more talented than Dylan Gabriel. Although I think Dylan
Well,
Gabriel's floor
much higher.
is much higher. So, but like if Ohio State needs someone to elevate their game to win a game on the road, like I think Will Howard has a better chance of doing that than Dylan Gabriel. Or if you
I
want
will
someone to just
say
if you want someone to win the games that you have to win. Now I know that Oklahoma lost to Kansas last year, but that wasn't necessarily Dylan Gabriel. Well, it kind of was Dylan Gabriel's fault. All right. But
the rain delay, the thunder delay, it was weird.
yeah, it was a weird game. Jason Bean legacy game. So I think I have to take the over here, but I don't. No way in hell am I betting this. Yeah, I'd way rather, like you said, take them to win the Big Ten at plus 250, or take them to win the national championship at. Hold on, hold on, hold on, plus 800.
Yeah, to me that's where some value is, especially if they get a good draw in that playoff. I will say, going back to that quarterback situation, Will Howard, Dylan Gabriel, I think both are very uniquely fit to their offenses and their skill talent on their team. I think if you switch those two quarterbacks, I think both offenses would get much worse. And I think I think it's hard to compare those two because they're, first of all, Will Howard's 6'5", Dylan Gabriel's maybe 5'11", and
Right.
lefty, one's righty, one's a huge runner, one's, obviously very, very good throwing the football.
So people are probably going to be upset that I said that Will Howard is at least as good as Dylan Gabriel, which I don't think it
He
shouldn't
won't put
be
up the
I don't
numbers.
think it should be a hot take. Like I don't
He
think it should be a hot take.
he won't put up the same number. Like Dylan Gabriel will
No,
throw for more yards and
Will
have
no,
more
absolutely.
touchdowns, but Will Howard, in terms of impact on their team, and you go to baseball stat like a WAR, right? I want it. It's not crazy to say that. I personally like. Dylan.
I think I
He's,
like Dylan Gabriel with Will Stein more than maybe like Will Howard with Chip Kelly. Is that fair to say? I'd say that, but Will Howard as a quarterback, I think is better than Dylan Gabriel. I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know. Is that stupid?
that's your opinion.
That's fine. All right, fine, whatever. That's fine. I'm chilling. Let's talk about the Penn State Nittany Lions. This was a team that both of us were insanely high on last year. It actually was our most viewed video of these preseason videos last year, mostly because we were so high on it, right? And when we mean we were so high on it is that the over-under win total was at 9.5, which you can get in some places again this year. Because we believed in the offensive line, we believed in that running back room, we believed in Drew Alar. That defense was ridiculous, and we were high on it, and we were early on it. And a lot of that is true again this year, right? I mean, last year's offensive line, I think, disappointed, and they still won 10 games, right? Their only losses being to Michigan and Ohio State in the regular season. Like, double-digit wins is definitely on the table for this team for sure. And their schedule, it's arguably easier than last year's schedule, which is quite a sight to see. Am I wrong?
No, it is. And part of the reason why we were so high on that team, I mean, it's the Big Ten, right? So there is parity from the top to like the rest of the rest of the teams, right? And that gap's closing, right? You got teams like Nebraska, Wisconsin. I think Washington is going to start to bridge that gap. USC as well, but for right now, like there is still a gap between your tier 1.5 teams and everybody else, and that's part of the reason why, even though the ceiling wasn't quite there last year with Penn State, it didn't quite get unlocked with that offense. That floor was so high because you mentioned the defense, because you mentioned the O line, and what they've been able to do there for a while now at Penn State. I mean, they just hammered teams that were lesser than them. And that James Franklin just doesn't lose games that he's not supposed to lose for the most part, right? And that's also why he's kind of kept his job there. I know if you're a Penn State fan, you're tired of hearing about, let's win 9 games, let's win 10 games and call it a day. We're still going to lose to Ohio State and Michigan and whoever else we have to play. Right now, you got to work into the consequences of the Big Ten. You want to find out, can you beat those elite teams, not only in the Big Ten, but also hopefully in the playoffs? Because that's the goal right now. If you move to the 12-team playoff, and if you're a team like Penn State, this is the team that it benefits. Team like Penn State. Maybe you're not the first or even the second best team in your conference, but you still have an opportunity to make the playoffs. You still have an opportunity to get healthy and to get hot at the right time playing college football. And you can do some exciting things. That's why you bring in a guy like Andy Kolnicki, background in offensive line, in tight ends, hopefully to establish that running game, explosive running game, like we've seen it in past years, as well as unlock Drew Alar's right arm. And then Tom Allen, defense coordinator there. Obviously, don't get confused what he did at Indiana and whatnot those last couple of years. Much more talent on this team in this program than he's ever had with Indiana. It should be fun for James Franklin and the Nittany Lions over there in State College.
Well, we can't talk about Penn State offense, right, without talking about Drew Alar, or Aller as their quarterback. He's a surprisingly very polarizing player in college football. I think there's a lot of people that are either very high on Drew Aller or not, right? And the truth is, we haven't really seen him be elite, be that top 10 quarterback that some media pundits are projecting him as this year. We haven't seen that yet. But what does he do well? He takes care of the football, man. Like, and if you're a team like Penn State where you're gonna out physical a lot of teams, there is such a high value in taking care of the football. Like, it is like if you're not such a great team, right, or you're maybe not as physical and you rely on explosive plays, like sure, like you may have to take some shots downfield in order to win some games. Penn State with their defense, right, and with their rushing attack, hopefully this year, taking care of the football is a huge priority that should not go unnoticed. It is so important, and he does a fantastic job of doing that.
No, definitely. The thing is that everyone in Penn State fans too has it burned into their mind what happened with Ohio State and Michigan, right? Those are 2 frustrating games that you were hoping that you were going to compete and win, and you had opportunities to close that gap to make it a good game going into the end of the 4th quarter, and it just didn't quite happen. And to me, when I look at it, is on 3rd down. It was 3rd down against Ohio State and Michigan. It just was not good. I mean, first of all, you were not in good positions, right? It was either a lot of times it was 3rd and medium, 3rd and long. It fucking, you had to win 5 wide. What was that about? You couldn't block those guys with NFL offensive linemen. You couldn't block those teams because Their defensive linemen were really, really good. Why would you go 5 wide and just not even give Alar a chance, right? So I think part of that with Kolnicki coming in here is just going to put Alar in better spots, whether it's going to be third and manageable or also, I don't know, chipping with a tight end, keeping a running back in the block or moving the play around motion, whatever it may be, just to slow down some kind of pass rush, rolling out Alar because he's a little bit mobile. I like him when he's moving too, but he was 14 of 17 with 17 yards and 1 first down throwing the football before having a garbage time TD at the end of each game, right? But the whole team was 5 of 30 on third down. That's where I want to see progression with him. Is third down in big time games against elite teams. That's where I want to see it at because Bo Pribula, right, good athlete, whatever. Gronk Myers, is good prospect. It's Drew Alar. It's him to be the guy to take that next step. And I think Kolnicki, you bring in Fleming, maybe that there's some resurgence in the wide receiver room because better leadership and whatnot, what he can do there. But to me, it's
Maybe.
Alar. How can he progress on third down? We'll see if it's a better unit, but I do think I don't know if I don't think they're missing Keandre Lambert-Smith as much as, maybe Auburn is liking that they have it.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that after we talk about this running back room, okay? Because this running back room is sick. It is nasty, all right? And we knew this heading into last year, right? Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, right? The better of whom I think is Katron Allen, to be honest. And I think that people are going to disagree with that, but I really think Katron Allen is such a good, pure runner. I know Nick Singleton kind of has that juice, that ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, maybe a little bit better than Katron Allen, but I think Katron Allen is so good, man. I think he's so good.
To me, it's like you think of like elite running backs for a couple years, like in college football that we haven't seen in a while. It's probably like Sony Michel, Nick Chubb. That's what I'm thinking. We're like, Singleton might get drafted higher, like Sony Michel did, but it would not surprise me if Katron Allen had a better, longer NFL career than Singleton, just like Nick Chubb did. Not to take anything away from Singleton, I think that the home run ability, the explosive big play, that is very, very important in an offense, especially if you don't quite have elite top end receiver room to just, burn any secondary that you're going to be playing. I do think having that explosive running game, which we saw at Kansas, that Kolnicki did such a good job with, having a guy with the talent of Singleton, very, very important. But obviously, if you want to get your gritty 3, 4, 5.5 yards to get yourself in the second and third manageable, Katron Allen is so, so good on early downs. And that's also just uber, uber important. And the depth in that room is awesome, too. I mean, you lose Trey Potts, right? I'm a Minnesota guy.
Who cares? Literally,
Okay.
who cares?
Trey Potts, pre-injury, Trey Potts was a good player. He came back and he still averaged good yards, but it wasn't like a game changing at all. Like it was more, lesser teams. He was getting some grunt work in. But Quinyon Martin, Cam Wallace, pretty high
Quinn
on those guys,
Martin
young kids.
is so good. And
Yeah.
James Franklin knows it too, by the way. True
We'll
freshman
see.
that you're bringing in. We'll see if he gets carries. I'm not sure if there's enough room for him in this offense to get carries with those guys ahead of him. But just know if Katron Allen or Nick Singleton goes down, I feel really good about Quinn Martin, even as a true freshman.
Well, yeah, and also those younger guys. You're gonna get more reps, I think, early in the schedule where you're seeing Bowling Green, Kent State. We'll see what they do with UCLA and Illinois, how quickly they can handle those teams. There's going to be carries to be had, and sometimes if you're that good, just gonna be hard to keep you off the field. I like Cam Wallace. I love Corey Smith. I don't know if he'll play too much this year, but as a prospect coming out of Wisconsin, I love what he can do. And the future of that room is also really, really bright. And they've done a great job. I mean, they've had great running backs for a while now, going all the way back to Barkley, right? And no surprise here that this room is deep and talented at the top end as well.
Let's look at the wide receiver room because, I mean, I don't love it, to be honest. I really don't.
I was hoping for a big time splash in the portal. I mean, Julian Fleming,
He kind of was.
5-star kid,
He
Penn
kind of
State.
was.
Oh, yes, but I don't think he elevates the top end of the room. Think about what a Jameson Williams did for Alabama a couple years ago. Isaiah Bond going over to Texas, right? Even Evan Stewart going to Oregon. Not that they needed him at all, but I was hoping that there was going to be, somebody and leak out and that just and Penn State and Kolnicki just totally gets the best. And that could be the case with Fleming. I mean, he's been that third, fourth guy at Ohio State for a while now. Not necessarily his own fault, but there's just been crazy weapons there as well. But what he does bring to you is a willing, really good run blocker. And again, we talked about Koloniki running the football. That's very, very important to have. And also his leadership too. Like he knows what it's like to be there, to be in playoff games, to win football, to have successful offenses. Also, what it looks like to not have successful offenses at times too. Last year with Kyle McCord. So we'll see what happens there. You got Trey Wallace, Harrison Wallace. You know, solid player. I mean, nothing special there. But again, he's just a year older, getting more comfortable in the system. Liam Clifford's Liam Clifford, classic slot guy. We love that for you there. We'll see. I'm hoping for a guy like Caden Saunders, Omari Evans, right? Those are talented kids. Can they step it up? You lose Kendra Lambert Smith and Cephas to the portal, and also Theo Johnson as well. We to the tight end room to the NFL. I think those guys are just super replaceable, but I don't see guys to come in and replace them and also elevate their play from last year. We'll see what happens. But again, I think part of it is just by the aggregate. Like I think what Kotelnicki can do in improving Drew Lowe, I think Kotelnicki can do it guys up. I think what they can do is everyone just gets better by default, in my opinion. I'm just kind of, I just feel better about Fleming or about Trey Wallace, right? Because I think this offense just gets much better schematically. And I just feel like every guy's going to be able to take a step and they're going to be able to bring the best out of these guys that the previous staff just did not do. And also with Kansas, too, is they've done a good job spreading the football around. Like they've got Lawrence Arnold there, right? And he's a really good wide receiver, but they spread the football a ton. So you're going to need multiple guys to be able to beat you by. And it sounds like, there's two and a half guys that you feel good about. We'll see if some of the guys can step up and really let this team hit its ceiling.
Well, and we'll see too, like with Kotelnicki, like he was able to like allow wide receivers to get open down the field, and it allowed his quarterbacks in the system to push the ball down the field. And we haven't really seen Drew Aller like really push the ball down the field. So I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna see in terms like Amari Evans is a guy that I could see flying down the field, but like, are you gonna be able to push the ball down the field to him? I don't know. I think Kotelnicki can definitely schematically draw up things, like, but is Drew Aller gonna make it happen? I don't know. I mean the tight end room, you got some good pass catchers in there. I mean, Tyler Warren was fantastic for you last year. All right, and like he is going to be very good. Theo Johnson was drafted the year before. I mean,
Brent Strange.
Brent Strange, Freermuth, Muth.
Who's the who's the guy in the Dolphins? Gesicki. I mean,
Yeah,
there's been a good run of tight ends at Penn State.
yeah. Gesicki was a while ago, but like this last couple years, they've had some really good tight ends, and Tyler Warren is no slouch. No slouch. I mean, like, there were only a handful. There was like 27, 28 players in college football with like more than 50 targets, and Tyler Warren at 49, splitting reps with Theo Johnson. So, Tyler Warren, I think, is in for another pretty gigantic year. And in my
Listen,
college fantasy drafts, I will be investing in Tyler Warren for sure.
I think he gets a huge bump. I don't think it's crazy that he is going to be better than Theo Johnson was last year. Tyler Warren going to senior. I'm with you. I'm super high on what he can do in this offense. Even Andrew Rappel, yeah, I think that's how you say it. He is a guy that this staff is super high on. You could see it. I mean, the talent is there. Holy cow. I wonder how involved he is in year two. We'll see how much he developed, how much weight he put on. Can he withstand, the Big Ten game and whatnot? But it wouldn't surprise me to see him make a splash play here and there. And Luke Reynolds, freshman, highly rated guy, high 4-star kind of kid. I mean, holy cow. This, again, like that running back room, the future and the current is just really well invested in, really talented. It should be fun. And Alar, again, a guy who maybe doesn't stretch the ball down the field like we talked about, but going over the middle, to his tight ends is a really nice thing to have. Reliable guy, get you settled into football games, right? Like, do you take advantage of Theo Warren? I mean, yeah,
Tyler
how
Warren.
you play Ohio State, right? We'll talk about it. I'm sorry, yeah, Tyler Warren. We'll talk about it when we get to their schedule. But if you want to settle in the game, you're playing teams with elite secondaries, right? You want to find mismatches, and you maybe don't have it in the wide receiver room, and maybe you're struggling around the football consistently. But Tyler Warren's a guy that can create mismatches with his speed, his athleticism, his size, his catch radius. Like, you can do things with him, get Alar settled in the football game, convert on third downs. I mean, that should be the guy. To me, I'm with you. College fantasy football players, NFL draft experts, everyone. I think they're gonna be really excited to watch Tyler Warren this year in this Penn State offense.
Well, let's talk about the offensive line because I think this might be, I don't know if it's a misunderstood room in media or if this is just like, I think there's a lot of unknown, like of what we're gonna really see from this offensive line, but I think it could be really good. On the interior, you return three guys that, two of them were starters, right, in Sal Wormley and Ione. Nick Dawkins at center. He also got snaps last year. Drew Shelton is a fantastic talent. I know at times he struggled last year. Like, is he going to be the starter at left tackle? I don't know. You bring in transfer Nolan Rucci from Wisconsin. How are you feeling about this offensive line room? Because I also think that there's also some spots where I think you have some decent depth too. Like, there's not a huge drop off maybe from these backups or from these starters. Oh, CD, did we lose you? Oh, he's back. All right. Ask again. What do you think about this offensive line?
Listen, I like it. I mean, you obviously you lose some pretty talented guys to the NFL, right? Uh, obviously, Olu, right, going out to the NFL. I think he's going to the Jets. Pretty high pick there. Hunter Norsaid, and a lot of scouts pretty high on him when what he can do as a center. We'll see. I mean, I listen. I do like Drew Shelton. I do think it's nice to have a really talented kid like Drew Shelton, and B, a guy who's had experience too. Remember, Olu battled injuries just a couple years ago. Drew Shelton was thrown into the fire as a true freshman, and he had to battle his way through the Big Ten as an offensive tackle. I like his talent. I absolutely do. Right, and Nick Dawkins coming in, probably going to replace Hunter Norstad. Um, obviously, it sounds like he's putting it together. Although 50-year guy, you love that. I mean, to me, what I love, I'm seeing a bunch of guys, 3, 4, 5 years in a college weight room at Penn State, and then Nolan Rucci. You mentioned the Wisconsin transfer. Sounds like he's kind of putting it together with you, which is really nice. I mean, he also sat behind. He's been behind two pretty talented tackles over in Wisconsin, right? A couple of all conference guys there, very talented players in their own right. No fault of his own that he hasn't played there or whatnot. Uh, no shame in transferring over, getting a fresh start with Penn State and Cole Nicky. Like I said earlier at the beginning, he's an offensive line guy. That's where he came up, and that's kind of where his background is. And I feel really good at what he can do. To me, offensive line, can you move people, right? And can you also keep Drew Alar upright, especially on third down? The depth is a little bit concerning, at least in terms of, how I'm seeing it. Uh, we'll see what they can do. A lot of young guys in your two deeps are in that second and third lines. So I guess we'll see what happens with injuries, but I still feel pretty good about, the floor of this offensive line. The
Agreed.
ceiling will be about how do guys like Shelton and Rucci, do they reach their talent levels? Do they hit their ceilings and whatnot and really make this offense go? But I guess that remains to be seen, and we'll see what happens when the bullets start flying in September.
Yeah, 1000%. Let's take a gander over at this defense, which we labeled them at the beginning of the season last year as one of the best defenses in the country. And I still feel really good about this defense this year. I know you lose some pieces in that secondary, and I know that you lose Chop Robinson and Adisa Isaac, but this defense is still really good. Am I right?
It it is crazy that you can lose Chop Robinson, first round pick, Adisa Isaac, right? Very talented players on right, and you still have an elite edge group. And a guy that you've also had attrition there, where you've got, suspensions, you've got guys that are injured. I mean, it is crazy that you can just replace a guy like Chop Robinson with Abdul Carter, You replace a guy like Adisa Isaac with Danny Dennis Sutton. I mean, holy cow. And now Abdul Qadir, he's not going to be Micah Parsons. No, but he is really good. Moving to the edge, that is really exciting. And again, I've talked a lot. I went on TechSec, a lot of things where this junior class, this true junior class that they had, really highly rated recruiting class. I know Penn State's have been excited about for a couple years now, and they're starting. It's their team now, right? This is year 3. They're upperclassmen. A lot of true juniors up and down the lineup that have been playing for multiple years, and that experience, getting better, getting older, that is really important. That is going to turn out really well for this team, especially on that defensive line. You got Abdul Carter, Danny Dennis Sutton, and Zane Durant. Zane Durant's a guy I've been pretty high on for a couple years now. I think he can really take a jump and be an elite interior guy in the Big Ten. What a treat! What a treat for Tom Allen to walk into and really let this defense loose.
Yeah, and last year, like, this defense was also, it wasn't just top end talent either, it was depth. Like, no one on this team last year played more than 600 snaps. Not a single player, which is awesome. Now, some of that was their defense just getting off the field. But their offense, I mean, I guess they ran 71 plays a game, so their offense was still somewhat moving the ball. And they did kind of dominate that time of possession. They were top 25 in the country in time of possession, owning the ball 53% of like all time in any given game. So, yeah, they did control the ball a lot, and that has something to do with these snap counts. But still, it's really impressive that they were able to keep everyone under 600 snaps. And I mean, I'm looking Abdul Carter playing edge, dude, could be really stinking dangerous, and we don't know what exactly that's going to look like completely. I mean, we kind of have a good idea, right? Like, we know what his pass rushing capability is. We
We've
know
seen
what his
number 11, dog. We've seen number 11, Penn State linebacker. Like, we've seen it happen, right?
so yeah, flashbacks, Vietnam flashbacks for some of these Big Ten teams.
He
So
did play. So he lined up 88 times on the defensive line, according to PFF, right? And 430 times in the box. So it's going to be an adjustment, I do think, in terms of, not to cut you off there, but yeah, having that wear and tear, having that, durability, down in, down out, playing on defense line, stopping the run on early downs. But that's why you talked about the depth. That's why it's so important to have guys to be able to be in there for the second down, stop the run. Jamil Lyons, right? Oh, I'm sorry, he's suspended. I mean, Vanover, right? Good, proven veteran, right? You got Smith Vilbert, solid, proven veteran as well. Zariah Fisher, hopefully later in the season, he can return and get back. You've got young kids. I don't know how much Max Granville can give you, get his body ready. Malachi Williams, same thing. But again, you've got a couple options there on early downs, to give Abdul Carter some rest, although he played a ton of snaps last year, right? 538 in terms of the rest of the defense, right? He's so good where it's hard to take him off the field, but how does he hold up against the run on early downs? And then, does he have the legs late in the fourth quarter on third down after a long drive to get to the quarterback? Again, not too worried. I trust Tom Allen and that staff to come up with the right snap count, the right plan, what they can do sub-wise. But it's exciting. I can't wait. I think week one's going to tell you, because that's a good offensive line there with West Virginia. That's a really good offensive line. And, you lose, obviously, the center, Zach Frazier, who's a monster, but everyone else there is really good, especially those tackles. It'll be fun to see what Abdul Carter, Danny Dennis Sutton can do against those guys, and Garrett Green.
Let's move over to linebacker group. You're bringing down Abdul Carter to edge, right? Which means you don't have him in your linebacker core. I'm not worried at all. Like, you have really good top end talent here in this linebacker group. Kobe King in his snap, he was fantastic. DeLuca in his limited snaps last year was fantastic, I thought. So I think you have some really good names and talents, guys that you're going to be able to rotate to some degree. I think this is still going to be a really good group, even without Abdul Carter.
Yeah. Oh, holy cow. Kobe King, right? He's just super, solid. A guy you feel really good against, especially early down and what he can do against the run. Tony Rojas, that's your playmaker. That is your elite athlete. That is your star. What he can do, disrupting plays, getting after the quarterback, breaking passes up, negative plays, whatever your defense. You're so disruptive last year, right? He's your guy that you really cut him loose and let him go. But you mentioned the depth behind them. Yeah, pretty exciting. I mean, you feel pretty good about, what the linebacking core can look like. Even you mentioned even moving a guy down the edge. And that's part of the reason why I think you did. I mean, you look at Dredge Group and it's like, oh, we could probably use a really good pass rusher. And Carter, you're looking at his future, probably a really good edge in the NFL. But you also have the talent and depth that you feel good about that. I love it. I'm with you absolutely. I mean, hats off to
Rojas,
the staff, what they've recruited.
yeah, running this 4-3, right? I think Rojas, King, and DeLuca like could be like maybe the second best linebacking core in the Big Ten, behind maybe Michigan.
I
Or
mean,
sorry, maybe behind
if,
Iowa.
oh, yeah, I mean, I think if Ohio State's guys hit their ceiling, I think because that you got three playmakers, you got really good guys. I think Oregon feels really good about their linebackers, but it's definitely probably in that tier two. We're behind Iowa and Michigan because those guys are all Americans, and no shame in being a
But
little
these
bit
guys,
behind those
these
guys.
guys haven't gotten the snaps to be all Americans. I mean, Kobe
I
King
know,
more snaps, but
yeah,
like these guys are so talented, and Penn State fans know this. And I don't think your average college football fan knows that Dominic DeLuca and that Tony Rojas are really,
Tony
really
Rojas is
good
awesome.
linebackers. Really good linebackers. I feel fantastic about this linebacker room.
Well, yeah,
I just hope that
and
they stay
also
healthy. I know you like some of the depth behind, but I do think that there's a drop off if you lose one of those top three guys. I mean,
obviously.
as it is, but I do think those three guys are so good.
To me, I look at this depth and what it does, not necessarily giving you, your what's the wins above the price, or where it's like guys that can step in and not miss a beat for an extended period of time. But I love that it gives you opportunities to sub guys. You talked about the low snap count that they had, staying healthy, and if you're Penn State, right, the goal is playoff games. The goal is meaningful December and hopefully January football, right, and that's going to be a lot of attrition, a lot of wear and tear on your bodies on this team to have the depth, not only to keep guys fresh throughout the season, but also if you need guys in a pinch here and there in certain positions, that's very, very important. But yeah, you lose Abdul Carter and Curtis Jacobs, lose Abdul Carter right out of your linebacker room. You still have a really good room. Exciting. That's so exciting.
Yeah, I'll say Tom Allen in Indiana. I think he had 5 or 6 players with over 600 snaps. But part of that had to do with like their offense was so
Allen.
bad that they didn't have the ball. So I'm not worried about Tom Allen giving
Well,
these
and
guys some wear and tear.
he's also trying to make a bowl. He's trying to save his job. I mean,
Yeah,
he's playing guy, not running guys in the ground. Obviously, he wouldn't, unethically, but he's also like, we're not trying to play our 13th. We're not trying to win our 13th game. We're trying to get to our 13th game, and all that good stuff. Kind of keep his job.
which he did not. So let's move over to the secondary. Um, I mean, you lose King in the secondary. You get back Kevin Winston. You get back Jalen Reed. Jalen Kimber and AJ Harris coming over from Florida and Georgia, respectively, are really good pieces to add to the secondary. There was a need maybe in that cornerback position, in that cornerback room, to get some really good talent in there. And I think they brought in some nice talent there. I really do.
And those are, I mean, it's not bad, not bad when you get high 4-star, 5-star guys from the SEC or in Georgia. And Kimber comes with a lot of experience too. Like, I mean, he's played a good amount of football. I think it's his 5th year now. Very solid guy. Kind of raising that floor after losing a bunch of cornerbacks in that room. AJ Harris is your upside kid, right? I mean, put all the tools together. Holy cow, what he can do! He showed some flashes last year at Georgia. And I know a lot of teams wanted Auburn, wanted him real bad and all that good stuff. I mean, the upside is absolutely there, and what he can do. You get him acclimated throughout the early in the season, and by the time you get to week 10, right, you got that circle on your calendar. After the bye week, a couple weeks after the bye week, you can really unleash him, let him go. That's where a guy like Cam Miller comes in again, part of that junior class, at that 3rd-year class. They like him too in that room. Elliott Washington, the young kid, got his feet wet last year. I think Again, a guy, nice cornerback 4 in that room. Not a bad thing to have. After that, I think you're getting into some younger kids for sure, but I guess hopefully you don't have to get in that far in your cornerback room. But regardless, I think the Kimber Harris Miller trio, I feel really good about finding 2 of those kids consistently to play, and even having 3 guys to rotate, keep bodies fresh, like you talked about what they were able to do last year.
Yeah, and Kevin Winston obviously is a monster. I think Jalen Reed's a really good player. Just overall, and it's not like the secondary isn't going to get helped out by this front seven, like in passing down situations like Abdul Carter, Danny Dennis, Sutton. They're going to be flying around. These linebackers are very athletic and can cover guys very well. Like this secondary is going to have help, even with these new pieces. This defense is going to be really good again. It's going to be likely, if I had to guess, a top 10 defense. And I think it's going to be amplified by the schedule that they play, which is, at the top end easier than the schedule that they played against last year, right? So, um, I mean, can we get in the schedule right now? I mean, look, week
Yeah,
one,
let's do it.
you go to West Virginia, and look, every year for the last several years, you have a top 10 team lose on the road. Okay.
In week
Would,
1.
in week one. Would it be Penn State? Maybe. I happen to be really high on West Virginia, but I do think Penn State is likely to win that game. If West Virginia wins that football game, my Garrett Green Heisman ticket all of a sudden is looking really awesome. All right, but aside from that, then after that you play Bowling Green at home, then you get a bye, Kent State at home, Illinois at home, UCLA at home. Nice little home stretch there. Then you're kind of, away from home a little bit. You go to USC, then you have a bye, then you go to Wisconsin. Okay. Ohio State at home, Washington at home, and then you finish this last 3 weeks of the season with at Purdue, at Minnesota, and then Maryland at home. Your over under win total is 10. You can get at 9.5 at some places at like minus 172, I think is the best odds that I'm seeing over here. For me, when I look at the schedule, I don't know if I can lay 9.5 with that kind of juice. And on this show, we're gonna pick using the line of 10. Okay. The show when we make picks, obviously we're not betting these. That's another show that's gonna come around pretty soon here for actual bets. I don't think I can lay the juice on 9.5 like CD might. But in terms of just picking, because we have to pick, I'll take over 10. Absolutely. I mean, you
Yeah.
play Ohio State is your toughest game. I am worried about that at USC, at Wisconsin, right? If you get a bye before Wisconsin, okay. If you beat West Virginia, then I also feel really good about this a lot better because then you ending the season with at Purdue, at Minnesota, and then Maryland at home. It's going to be a really nice momentum heading into the postseason where hopefully Penn State's fans are going to be seeing their team in the college football playoffs.
Yeah, to me, I look at potential, trap games with this roster, right? You look at, I mean, you can go down a list and go win, 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 right? I'll toss up against Ohio State right at home. To me, I look at potential toss ups, and that's where it's like, where can we nitpick? Where can we find, some kind of edge to go under or over? I feel good about the over 9.5. You mentioned that might be sprinkling that. That's a lot of juice to take on, but 10. I mean, to me, I 11 games that you're going to be favored in, right? By at least more than a field goal, probably closer to a touchdown or more. And then Ohio State, a toss up at home. And you're hungry to beat that football team. And definitely a winnable football game for you there. To be toss up games, I'm looking
Yeah.
at USC before the bye, right? That's a long road trip there.
And after a huge home stretch, too. Like it's your first road game in like 5 weeks. 1, 2, like 6 weeks,
Yeah, but
right?
it's
So
also
like
nice to. By the way, I would have liked a bye later in the season, right? So it would be nice to shift down that week 3 bye, maybe closer to week 6, and then you shift down that bye maybe closer to week 10 or week 9, whatever it be, right? But it is what it is. But yeah, at USC, right? But at Wisconsin, right? It's right after a bye, so you feel pretty good being able to come home from that road trip, regroup, regather, go over to Madison, win that football game, and then after the Ohio State game is Washington, but that's the whiteout game. When's the last time Penn State's going to lose a whiteout game? Like it's just not going to happen. Welcome to the Big Ten with Washington, right? I mean, you're going to see that whiteout game. even after a tough physical football game like Ohio State, win or lose, I feel pretty good about getting up and winning that football game and having that carry you through the rest of November. First of all, why and can we not get that whiteout game like an elite matchup again? I know big noon kickoff. I was hoping that like all the other networks, including NBC, right, was hoping to fix that for us Big Ten fans because as a Minnesota fan, right, it was just cruel a couple years ago that we had to go in and be the whiteout game. And with all due respect to PJ Fleck and Minnesota program, like that's just not what you want to see. You want that to be your Oregons, Ohio States, Michigans, right? Your elite football teams, Big Ten, having some crazy matchups and whatnot. Regardless, so that's my little take on things. Yeah, I feel pretty good. And like also with like at Wisconsin, right? Even Washington, Illinois, even West Virginia, like looking at teams, and I don't feel great about those teams being able to push the football down the field. I see one kind of weakness on this roster, maybe the O-line depth, and then also that secondary, that cornerback room, if it doesn't quite come together like we think it is, I don't feel great about those teams pushing the ball down the field and not only blocking up front that crazy defensive line, that front seven, but also getting mismatches on the outside. I don't feel great about what those teams can do. Yeah, give me the over. Let's go Penn State. Let's go Penn State.
Let's head over to West Lafayette, Indiana. Let's talk about Purdue. Let's do it. Ryan Walters did not. I mean, they struggled last year, right? And this was a huge coaching philosophy change, roster turnover last year that they were dealing with. Because I mean, Jeff Brom did a fantastic job with Purdue. Okay, that is no secret. He was unbelievable for them. So you had some severe roster turnover as well as a relatively tough schedule. And yeah, it didn't turn out so great for you. This year, your schedule is
no favors.
No favors, really.
Especially in the out of conference, man. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Notre Dame and at Oregon State is brutal. Getting Ohio State, Penn State, and Oregon is brutal. Going to Wisconsin, brutal. Nebraska, not easy at all. I mean, your best situation is Northwestern at home. You need to win that game. If you're Purdue, you have to win that game. Michigan State, that might be a game you also have to win. And then Indiana, and who knows? That Indiana team could be fighting for a bowl game, and that will last week 14 there. So this,
yeah, you need the old oaken bucket. You never want to be playing in that game.
yeah. So, and we'll talk about the schedule at the end of the video, but I guess we'll start with the quarterback room. Hudson Card, I thought was better than I thought he was going to be last year. I thought he had some serious bright spots. Now he's a redshirt senior. He has a lot of snaps under his belt at both Texas and Purdue. I'm confident that Hudson Card is going to be okay. I'm not saying he's a top half quarterback in the Big Ten. The thing that I'm a little bit more concerned about is like I'm starting to be a little bit less high on Graham Harrell because if you've looked everywhere that he's been, I don't know that Graham Harrell's been exceptional at anywhere that he's been as an offensive coordinator. And last year, was proof of that. His time over hold on, pull this up. At West Virginia, I wasn't all that impressed. USC, I wasn't all that impressed. Thought his North Texas years were honestly some of his best years. I'm starting to kind of doubt Graham Harrell's ability to be an offensive coordinator. And now I don't know if that's fair because of Purdue's talent gap they're kind of dealing with here in the Big Ten, but I'm not sure if Graham Harrell's and maybe Purdue fans can educate me. I don't know if Graham Harrell is the answer. I think if something doesn't work here in this offense this year, I think that they might have to make a change in this offseason if Ryan Walters wants to continue being the head coach at Purdue.
Yes. Now that was Ryan Walters. I think right when he got there, it was like, let's get Graham Harrell and let's get Hudson Card, right? And kind of boom, boom, boom. Hudson Card, I do like. I mean, when that first happened, I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Good for Purdue. I will see how it pans out. But he was not the he was not the bad part in that team at all last year. I thought even with I guess they had some talent in that receiver room. Obviously, Deion Burks going to Oklahoma,
Yeah.
a couple other guys leaving as well. But even with some struggling moving doors, I thought he played well at times. I really did, and I think he when he runs the ball. That's when he's at his best, and he's really opening up, you know, rushing lanes and doing all the other good things. I like him. I mean, he threw for 2,300 yards last year, 15 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. His QBR wasn't great, but listen, I watched the games. I thought he played well. I thought he
Me
played
too.
well, and yeah, you mentioned Graham Harrell, but the struggling wasn't. I mean, the offense, yeah, it didn't play great in that middle of the stretch there, but it was defensively. I mean, you're giving up 30 points a game in the Big Ten, and that's gonna happen. You're not gonna win many football games, but obviously, your running back room. I guess we can move on to that. Well, first of all, I'll say this: behind Hudson Card, that we feel good about this team, right? Do we feel good about Ryan Brown, Marco Davila, Benedict Meredith, right? Do we feel good about those guys?
Not necessarily. I think there's a pretty significant drop off in a experience, obviously, but B we'll see with Marcus Davila, right? Like he could be a very good player for them down the road.
Yeah,
Ryan Brown could be a good player for them down. Like I don't love Ryan Brown, right? I think if Hudson Card goes down, I think there's going to be more than wheels falling off this wagon, to be honest, offensively. Defensively had their own struggles last year, and we'll talk about that. And obviously, the offense isn't entirely to blame. And my Graham Harrell slander, I should also be critical of the defense as well, right? But I don't feel great about this quarterback room aside from Hudson Card.
yeah. No, I'm with you, and that's part of the wheels falling off on this season. Could be not only the schedule, but if Hudson Card goes down, I mean, he battled a little bit of injuries right at Texas.
I
Or
mean,
that's maybe thinking about Quinn Ewers, but
this like I don't know what the alt lines are. I'd have to check them, but their win total is 4.5 and is juiced minus 172 to the under. So like you're if you're betting the over, like you better hope that Hudson Card is healthy the entire year because they're not winning 5 games if Hudson Card is not healthy. I'm sorry, it's not
no,
happening.
no. And by the way, but real quick, last thing on the quarterbacks. You said he's not top half, maybe not top half of the Big Ten. I think he is. Part of that is the Big Ten, the quarterbacks. I mean, quarterbacks, what, 4 through 15 are probably like super replaceable. I mean, pick any order, and I'm probably not going to be able to complain too much. I do think Hudson Card belongs in that top half. I think what I saw last year, feel pretty good about what he can do this year. But that running back room, depth to me is the concerning issue, right? I mean, obviously Tyrone Tracy had a great move, transition over to running back. He provided an explosive spark in your offense. I mean, we saw what he was doing in preseason and training camp with the Giants.
Or
Unfortunately,
got
got
hurt.
hurt. Hopefully,
Yeah.
comes back soon. Devin McAbee. Listen. I thought he was really good in 2022. He's still at 800 yards, six touchdowns. Was pretty solid. I
Wasn't
hope
as
he continues
efficient.
to get better and better. Yeah. And then you bring in Reggie Love from Illinois. Obviously, pretty talented, solid player for them. He's also a guy that's battled injuries. So that's not great because behind them, that's where you get into some trouble. I mean, Jaheim Merriweather, as a true freshman, is probably gonna have to give you meaningful snaps. I mean, as we've seen running back rooms take attrition in the Big Ten. I mean, that just happens, right? Especially if you're, trying to run the football like Ryan Walters likes to do. But yeah, to me it concerns me. I mean, Merriweather, you like about him, even as a true freshman, he's got a body that can play, right? 6'2", 210. Holy cow. How many true freshman running backs are coming in with that kind of physicality? But behind them, I think you're looking at a bunch of walk-ons and love a good walk-on. It's a dying breed right now in college football, but you don't want to be getting into October, November, into a tough part of your schedule, and you're playing a bunch of walk-on. You got to rely on walk-ons and guys that maybe you didn't
Young walk-on, not even
feel
like just like
comfortable.
not even like your senior walk-ons, like your
No,
junior. Like these are young walk-ons. All right, these are these are not guys that
no,
have been in the weight room for several years, and it's like
no.
okay, like they're ready to play college football. Like I mean, these are young guys. This is not like you would have to move some guys around in this roster to figure out how to plug some holes there at the running back spot.
Yeah,
And I
we
don't know
love
who
a
it would
good
be.
walk on.
I don't know who it would be.
I don't know either. I mean, we love a good walk on. It's an old guy. Maybe switch positions because you needed him too. You needed depth at that position. I'm thinking Derek Captain at Minnesota, legend from that Northwestern game a couple years ago. But yeah, that running back room, it's not ideal. But that wide receiver room, I do think there's more promise there than I think meets the eye in terms of you see the exodus, right? You see Deion Burks, right? You see TJ Sheffield, you see Yassine gone, right? All those guys gone. Garrett Miller in the tight end gone. I do feel still pretty good that you could lose four of maybe your top pass catchers from a year ago, four of your top pass catchers from a year ago, and I still feel pretty good about the pieces there. Now, maybe is the high upside there that with Burks, and you've seen, we've had Purdue, Charlie Jones, you've had a run of really good receivers with Jeff Brom, but Jamal Adrien, right? Remember him from a couple years ago from FAU? He was hurt last year, was supposed to be a contributor, supposed to be a dude for him. He's still, first of all, I think he still has 3 years of eligibility left. That's kind of crazy. Awesome for the
Crazy as a 2021 kid,
future of this
you know.
program for sure. But you guys, yeah, you bring in a couple Georgia guys, right? CJ Smith, who runs a 10-3 100-meter dash. I mean, we watched the Olympics, right? We saw those guys fly there. He's still growing, right? He's still learning position. That's fine. But they're really, really excited about him. Another Georgia kid, dot. The Nylon Morissette. Um, again, a guy, physical dude. He's still learning, and growing the position. But then you bring in a little bit more reliable guy like Cam Brown, right? He's been at UCLA, he's been at A&M, started a ton of football. Just to rely at 6'1", 185, a guy that can get open. Andrew Sawoniski, another more reliable kid. We'll see. Jaden Dixon Veal, I know they like him. I think he's a former JUCO kid. He looked solid in the spring. Where Jaron Tibbs, I think Purdue fans, I think they kind of like what he can do, especially in the future. But we'll see how much he has to contribute in year one. Hopefully not too much, but again, another body in that room. That's a Big Ten athlete, which is really nice to see. But yeah, Dreen Smith, Brown, Sweski, Morset, Dixon Veal. I mean, those are guys that I feel pretty good about relying upon. I mean, the star power is there with Smith, right? And maybe a Dreen if he gets back to like real good shape. But solid pieces for Hudson Card to do. How do you feel about this room?
I mean, you sound pretty optimistic. I don't think. Well, also, hopefully CJ Smith is healthy, by the way. I don't know. I don't think he's going to play week 1. So we'll see like what that wide receiver room is going to look like down the stretch of the season. And like, maybe missing those fall camp reps are going to hurt them down the road or early in the season. And the reality is like not, it's really nice that they have that bye in week 2 after, playing Indiana State week 1. So maybe you can get CJ Smith back. But like, I know Purdue fans are used to having some sort of receiver emerge and be an All-American, but this is not a Jeff Brom offense anymore. You're going to need contributions from everyone. I think Jamal Adrian has to step up and be huge for this team. And CJ Smith has to get healthy, and Cam Brown needs to contribute, uh, and then maybe find some other guys there. And then also in the tight end room, Max Clare needs to be really good as well. Like if you're going to, this is a definite downgrade over last year, right? And I'm not saying that I don't think what you were trying to say was that this wide receiver room is good, but there are some pieces, and the hope is that someone or some two will emerge. But I'm not very confident in this receiver room. I'm really not. Especially if CJ Smith, if his injury kind of keeps lingering, and because he's not playing week 1, I don't think. But just we'll see. We're gonna have to monitor that situation for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the theme. You look and kind of going on. You're going to see a lot of these rooms going to break down, and it's relying on transfers, a lot of transfers, and that's not really an ideal place to be. But that's kind of the reality of year 2 in this rebuild for Ryan Walters. To me, yeah, I mean, you've got some. To me, I just like you got some kind of floor with a Drain, Cam Brown, hopefully, Sawinski, and then you've got your high upside guys, and we'll see by the end of the year if CJ Smith's healthy and he's getting better. I mean, he's 6'3", 190, 10'3" kid. I mean, you just don't see those kind of bodies at Purdue. You just don't. Not even the Big Ten a lot of times too. We'll see what he can do. Yeah, I mean, no, I will say I just was trying to kind of stop the concern as that you lose your top 4 guys all transfer out of there, and the ceilings or the roof's falling apart. I mean, this team's terrible. This wide receiver room is terrible. I don't think it's terrible at all. I think there's still a nice floor and then a high upside that could be met. You mentioned Max Clare. Was hurt a little bit last year, but also stepped in nicely when I think Garrett Miller missed some time last year and looked okay, getting better and better. He was a young kid last year. Hopefully, can grow into that role. We'll see who comes in. I was hoping, maybe to bring in like an older guy that can be a really good run blocker. We'll see if Burheim and Bieber can, Bieber, because the offensive line. I mean, it was bad last year, right? It just was bad last year, and was on paper it looks better, but it still remains to be seen. So hoping to bring in a tight end that helps you be able to establish a run, to maybe keep Hudson Card healthy, and to also not have Maccabee and Love just getting buried all game long in the backfield.
Well, this offensive line and Purdue's had some good offensive lines, and they did some talent on the offensive line last year as well. It wasn't like their rushing attack wasn't bad, and now a lot of that depended on Tyrone Tracy, kind of switching there in that position. I don't know. I mean, I don't. I was expecting, looking at this offensive line, that I was going to not like it. But I think I'm okay with it, especially in the state in which Purdue is in some of these other rooms. Like I feel I'm less worried about this offensive line than I am about the running back room. I'm less worried about this offensive line than I am about the depth in the quarterback room. I'm on the boat that this isn't a terrible offensive line. Is that how you feel, or are you a little bit less optimistic on this offensive line?
On paper, it definitely should get better, I think. And there's also more depth. There's more bodies that they feel good about running out there. I think you bring in Corey Stewart from the MAC, Ball State. I think he was first team All MAC for them. We'll see how it translates to the Big Ten, especially early, because yes, you get Indiana State in the bye, but then you go right into a ton of tough games, especially along that defensive line early in the Big Ten until you get Nebraska, um, which we'll see exactly how good that D line is in the Big Ten that game there. But you move. I think Moose was moving inside to guard because he was not good at tackle. We'll see how that translates. Hopefully, I think a lot of tackles. I think that sometimes they're just better at guard. It's just hard to be that athletic, that quick, that physical out there at guard as well. Gus Hartwig is returning. He was one of, I think, the bright spots. Yep. Jalen Grant is coming back as well. He played 800 snaps for you. Didn't grade out super, super well, but again, experience, continuity with him and Hartwig is nice to have. Mabo, can he stay healthy? Right, he was good in 2022. Right, hurt last year. We'll see what happens there. Like I said, the depth hopefully on paper is better. But again, I think it comes down. Hopefully that starting 5 can keep Hudson Card upright, because we talked about it earlier. I mean, it's not that the whole season hinges on him, but he needs to play well and he needs to be healthy too.
Yeah. So, yeah, thanks for that breakdown. Like, do any of these names that you just listed, like that starting 5 or 6, I guess, you don't feel bad about any of them, really? Like, especially if Musa moves inside and he plays guard.
We'll see how he is, and Grant too. I mean, the 2 guards. But again, if you're gonna have weaknesses on your offensive line, let it be at left and right guard because you do not want it to be at center. And you do not want it to be at your tackles, right?
Well, yeah, and DJ Wingfield was not the better of the New Mexico tackles that were in the portal, which is kind of crazy, dude. Brian Vincent, man. It's also why I'm taking Lou Monroe under because they had a really good offensive line for New Mexico last year, and he's not gonna have that at Lou Monroe. So
Power 5 running back. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
yeah, that was
We'll
a
see.
that was a decent team. Let's move over to the defensive side of the ball, where in Ryan Walters' team, right, you need to see improvement. It has to be there, right? And they went in the secondary and the defensive line, and they just absolutely rated transfers. And I don't know if all of these guys are going to be significant pieces to. No, Nyland Green will obviously be in the secondary, and we'll talk about the secondary. But he's also hurt right now, so we'll see if he's going to come back at some point, like after that bye week 2. But the defensive line, like, are these guys that are transferring in going to be serious contributors right away? Do you think?
On the defensive line, yes, I feel like there's going to be a lot of rotating. I think you lose Nick Gordon. I'm sorry. Yeah, no,
Yes.
Nick Gordon.
Yeah. He's gone.
To Texas A&M.
It was nuts.
Lucky you.
Is insane.
He is incredible. Incredible. But I do think, the ceiling with him was crazy. And you still gave up a lot of points, a lot of yards in the Big Ten. But I still think I feel pretty good about you bringing a ton of Power 5 bodies with nice experience there. Hijam Jenkins returns. He was a guy. I think he's moving down to edge, or I think he's playing edge now. It's kind of where I have him at. He led the team in TFLs with 15.5 with a team that also had Nick Gordon. He also had 7.5 sacks. I think part of that was also due to some of the attention that Gordon brought, but now he's the guy, right? Big Ten, all Big Ten honorable mention. I'm sorry. You got Shida Salah across from him. He's been hurt, I think, for a couple of years now, hoping to get back fully healthy. That's an athletic dude. Owen Davis is playing, I believe, going to be playing edge for them. Will help. I think, they like him there. I think Purdue fans are excited about what he can do. Long, athletic kid. And then we'll see how much he contributes, right? I mean, he's a senior guy, but I'm going to botch this. I'm so sorry. Jaire Ojada, 6'6" dude coming from D3, I believe. That is a guy big time up in, playing, competition, but he flashed in the spring game, right? I think he could be really exciting. So we'll see on that edge group. Obviously, he scored, and I keep talking about it because he was so damn good. The upside is definitely gone with Gordon moving on, but I do think, the floor is still there. A bunch of Power 5 guys, a bunch of guys with experience. It could still be a solid group. You pair that with, I think, a deep interior room. Is that crazy to say?
No, I like the interior. I mean, look, the run defense was not terrible last year. To be honest, I don't exactly know what went wrong. There were a lot of botches in coverage in the secondary that I thought led to some explosive plays. Like, overall, I think that this defense was just a couple tweaks, a couple players away from being really good. Not really good, but, being not terrible and giving up 30 points per game and being a bottom 30 team in points per game allowed. Yeah, like Cole Brevard, Joe Anderson, Amanode. I'm sorry, Purdue fans. You're going to have to help us out with that pronunciation in the comment section. But yeah, no, I like this interior group. I really do. And we'll see if they can get. I mean, if you're talking about if Kydron Jenkins is going to move to edge, then sounds like maybe they need help at edge. I mean, obviously they do after losing Nick Gordon. I would feel a lot better about this defense if it still had Nick Gordon, obviously, because Nick Gordon is going to be a first-round draft pick next year, more than likely. Yeah, I really don't have a ton of problems with this defensive line group, and I think, when I was saying earlier, they brought in a bunch of transfers on the defensive line. I don't think they're going to play significant snaps. I think you're right. They're going to rotate some, but I also don't think that's necessarily an indictment on the defensive line. I think it was just that they needed depth. It wasn't
Yeah.
that they were trying to get guys and they missed on these guys. I think that they were trying to get some depth on the defensive line. And they did, and I feel pretty okay about it. Now, is this going to be an elite pass rushing defensive line like they were last year, like top 15 in sacks? Probably not. Probably not, but I can count on this run defense. I think probably improving, if not, still being a top 40, top 45 run defense in the league.
But yeah, and one more name I want to mention, Jeffrey Mabah, right, from Auburn. I think JUCO as well. They like his talent. They like his body. They like his athleticism. Another versatile athletic piece that they have in that interior. I guess we'll see what they can do lining up all on that defensive line. It's a fun group. I mean, yes, obviously you lose Gordon, and I think people kind of just brush it off as like, okay, yeah, you lose Nick Gordon. We're gonna watch him just probably dominate Notre Dame in week 1 there. A lot of fuss is going to be made in Purdue, right? I mean, obviously, never fun to lose a talent like that, but I still think there's bodies in the stream. We talked about. I mean, yeah, you can rotate them, keep them healthy, especially stop the run as well. I mean, hopefully limit big plays as well. Yeah, it could be fun.
Look at this linebacker room. So, I mean, if you're talking about if Kydron Jenkins is going to move down edge, which, I mean, I still don't know if it's true. It sounds like you
He played like 600 snaps on the D line last year. That's what PFF had him as well.
Okay,
I
so
think he's moving that edge.
Yanni Karlaftis at linebacker, I think is good. Obviously, brother of George Karlaftis. I think he's really good. I think he's a fine talent. Beyond that, especially if Owen Davis isn't going to be playing linebacker, like beyond that, I don't know what you're gonna have. You know, um,
How about Joey Sumlin? How about Kevin Sumlin's kid? No, but I think Winston Bergloon, 6'2", 235. I think he put on some weight. He's a young kid, right? But he's athletic. He was a safety in high school. I think he steps in there and mans that middle.
like
Yeah,
at will, but like
Karlaftis,
then who like
Hudson
then
Miller. I
there's
mean,
no
you got depth.
rotating. There's no
You don't
rotating
have depth.
then.
I'm sorry.
Then there's no rotating, right? Because like if Owen Davis is if he's gonna play edge too, right? Which like I would imagine, right, if uh Merglund gets hurt, right, then I would imagine that they would maybe move Owen Davis back
Yeah.
to like a will spot. But yeah, I don't feel really good about this linebacker room at all, specifically the depth.
No, I mean,
And
maybe you can move, some bodies. You move
you
silly
need to stay
Turner.
healthy
I don't know.
here.
He's not big enough to move into the box a ton. Yeah, especially in the Big Ten linebackers. We talked. I mean, you don't have to have elite linebackers. I mean, you look at the elite teams in the Big Ten. A lot of them do have elite linebackers, but that's just a luxury, right? But you still have to have a floor. You have to be able to shed blocks and stop the run, and you also cannot be a liability in coverage. And Karlaftis, we talked about. We feel good about 55 tackles last year. Solid kid. He got better as the year went on, right, which is good to see. But again, even Winston Berglund, he's still a young kid. He's still moving to linebacker. I mean, second year kid. Landon Drennan, right? Hudson Miller. Look, these are young kids with not a ton of experience, and it's definitely not something that gets you super excited about this room. Joey Sumlin, love that for Kevin Sumlin's kid.
Like
Weird the
you're
connections with A&M and Purdue. You get Garrett Miller going to A&M. I mean, Hudson Card coming from Texas to Purdue. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a pipeline.
Graham Harrell, Texas Tech.
Graham Harrell, Texas Tech. There's a pipeline.
That's crazy.
There's a
West Lafayette. We love our West Lafayette. But yeah, I don't know. I'm with you here. A little bit concerning, especially the depth. And it's health. It's health. Couple positions you just cannot afford injuries. This is one of them.
well. Let's talk about the secondary because I might be okay with it.
Yeah.
Dylan Denneman, ridiculous.
Oh god. Oh, dude, I was pounding the table for him. I'm a Minnesota guy, right? And so I watched when they offered him and they were looking at him, they wanted him pretty badly. And I watched his tape and I was like, holy shit. How is this kid? I mean, he had not a ton of offers. I mean, he was kind of a low 3-star kid when I was watching him. It's like, what the hell? What am I missing? That is he going on the rug? And all of a sudden, Mr. Purdue, I think he was a legacy kid at Purdue, if I'm not mistaken. Or he had some brothers play for the program as well. But he was so good, so instinctive. I mean, Caleb Downs gets a ton of hype as a true freshman last year, and he deserved it. But Thieneman was right there. He was right there. 6 feet, 207, instinctive, unbelievable tackler, can cover. I mean, what a treat for Ryan Walters to just kind of back into
A
in
true
year one, a guy
freshman.
that's had success with secondaries. And he this defense, they gave a lot of points, but it could have been worse without Thieneman there. It's incredible. And to me, you pair him with a couple Power 5 transfers, and if Green stays healthy, which God, I hope he does, this could be a fun group on your defense. It really could, with the playmakers, with the length, with the speed there. Is that crazy?
Well, yeah, I mean, the defense again last year, right? It came down to explosive plays, broken down coverages, not getting off on the field in third down, and you weren't great in the red zone last year either, right? And like, it's not like you had a terrible run game. It's not like your secondary was like, now if you have a lot of blown coverages, right, at some point you're like, okay, like, but also too like Aaron Henry, was kind of running like similar stuff that Ryan Walters likes to run defensively at Illinois. And he was trying to run things and he didn't have the talent necessarily to run it. And it cost them. And there were a lot of breakdowns in coverage and stuff like that. I think it was a similar situation. And I do think that there's some talent. Markevius Brown, him coming back and just having that kind of experience at cornerback, being a senior with those snaps. I don't know that he's the best corner, right? I don't know that he's the best corner, but I think he'll be. It's fine that you have experience there, right? Nyland Green, coming from Georgia, is really talented. This was a really good get for Ryan Walters. And again, we talked about, is he going to be healthy? I don't know if he's going to be healthy week one. I'm leaning towards no. I'm leaning him towards more coming back week 3 after that bye, or week 4. I know you talked about having that bye week 2, maybe like to push it back a little bit, but for those injuries, right, of Nyland Green and CJ Smith, it could be nice, right, getting those guys back fully healthy by the time week 3 rolls around when he played Notre Dame. Or better yet, let them rest, just lose, and then get them get them in a winnable game for Oregon State. Antonio Stevens is a guy who played significant snaps as well. And then you bring some transfers over. You get one over there from Holy Cross, Sterling Smith. Played as a true freshman last year. He was really good as a true freshman last year. A very impactful player for that Holy Cross defense. I don't know how that's going to translate. I don't know how many snaps he's actually going to get, but it was clear that Ryan Walters saw it as a need to bring in some pieces in the secondary. And what's nice is that Sterling Smith has multiple years of eligibility, right? Multiple years of eligibility. He's going to be able to kind of groom Sterling Smith and to be, something that is better. And Ryan Walters is known for, those weren't necessarily like his players that he recruited at Illinois. Lovie Smith recruited a lot of those players, but he was a big part in helping them develop, right? So, I know we always give them a lot of poop for, but that it was actually Lovie Smith's players there, but still,
Dude, a lot of teams owe a lot of their success to Lovie Smith, man.
yeah, seriously.
Illinois,
Well, all of them are in the state of Illinois.
Bears, the state of Illinois is hilarious. Well, also Houston got, they took CJ Stroud, so I guess it worked out for them. But I'm
Yeah,
with you. I
it
do
did.
think you mentioned that maybe not having the talent, last year, and maybe even this year. We'll see if Green gets healthy. We'll see how these other pieces gel together. Brown is the upside there, but maybe not. But he makes plays, I guess. I do think they're recruiting really, really well. I mean, Luke Williams, Coy Beasley, wow, what a talent there. And then Terrion Grant, right? Reclassified, big talent. Now we'll see what he can do for you in 2024. You hope he doesn't have to play. Like, listen, I think for Purdue fans, I think you realize how exciting that is, right? That he's recruiting well, Ryan Walters is, and you get a guy like Terrion Grant on your campus. But the reality is, like, you hope he doesn't have to play in year one because you hope Nyland Green stays healthy and plays well. You hope Derek Rogers returns, continues to build on a true freshman campaign. Kendrick Breedlow again comes in. He's talented, but hasn't produced. But I guess it's solid depth for you. You hope Grant, you hope Williams and Beasley, those guys can all sit and develop and get there because once their time calls upon, they're going to be really relied upon. And that's when you can see Ryan Walters really hit the ground running and what he wants to do defensively with an elite kind of secondary that they have there. Yeah, I guess if that makes sense here. So not to rain on the parade, but kind of want to hinder the hype for guys like Grant and Beasley and Williams. I mean, what Dynaman did last year was incredible. I mean, you cannot expect that out of any high 4-star recruit that you get as a true freshman because what he did was all American type stuff. You hope to get that from your third and fourth year guys, and to get as true freshman is just that much more impressive. But again, stay healthy, get better hopefully from year one, year two. We'll see how Antonio Stevens lines up next to Dynamite. It's probably be him. Not Sterling Smith, one of the freshmen. I guess we'll see what happens there, but I don't know. This is gonna be a fun secondary though. It's a talented secondary. I think the practice must be fun. You're walking around Purdue, right? And you're like, whoa, look at that. 6'1", he's long. We got 6'2", he's long. He's another guy's over 6 feet with long arms. I mean, it's a pretty impressive, physically impressive room, and that's obviously something to be excited about for Purdue fans.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job of doing that. Looking at their schedule, we talked about it before. It's brutal. All right, we're just going to go through the whole thing real quick. Indiana State at home week 1. All right, fine. And you get your bye week really early week 2. Okay. Notre Dame at home week 3. Oregon State on the road week 4. Nebraska at home week 5. Wisconsin on the road week 6. Illinois on the road week 7. Oregon at home week 8. A bye week. And then you get Northwestern at home. Ohio State on the road. Penn State at home. And then you end the season with 2 road games, by the way. 2 winnable games that were both on the road at Michigan State and at Indiana. The over-under win total for this is 4.5. I'm trying to find alt lines on the places I'm looking at. I can't find them. Maybe someone can help me in the comments. The under is juiced to minus 172. I don't know if that's the best odds that you can get for the under. Yeah, I think it is. I think those are you can get. I think you can get like minus 168 somewhere. Yeah, it's a clear underplay. Not a play, but like if we're picking over under 4.5, I think this is an under. I gotta try to find alt lines somewhere because if I can alt line this to like 3.5, I really think that they might struggle to get to 4 wins. Like I think a minus 172 might be too much juice for me, but a stinky alt line where they only win like 2 games all year, maybe 3 games, could go kind of crazy for me. So I haven't found the alt lines yet, but maybe someone can point me in the direction of where an alt line might be that I can take for this Purdue team because it is soaring under 4.5.
Yeah, to me, I'm on the under, unfortunately, as well. But to me, I'm looking at if you're trying to Purdue and you're trying to build, where's 5 wins? Where's a bowl game on the schedule? I think a bowl game would be a hell of a job by Ryan Walters in year
Unbelievable
2.
job.
Because not only it was a tough rebuild, right? But it was also, damn it, Purdue. Even with Jeff Brom cooking there, why do you have Notre Dame and at Oregon State? When you schedule this when Oregon State was a fucking Pac-12 team, what are you doing? I mean, ADs. Listen, I love tough, Power 4 out of conference games, Power 5 out of conference games to be scheduled. I love home and homes. I love road games. I love, on campus, on site games. But you also have to understand, do your coach some favors, do your fan base some favors, right? You do not want to be, 1 and 2 going in the Big Ten play where you got to play Nebraska, at Wisconsin, at Illinois, Oregon on a Friday night. I mean, not ideal. Not ideal. But I guess if you're looking at a game where you can start building momentum early in the season, it's that Oregon State game. And I'm trying to find a line right now, and I couldn't find one. And I'm looking at these power rankings, and one of them has Oregon State way, way too high. And I think that's a winnable game for Purdue for sure. Again, on the road, I think Oregon State is a team that I don't know how to rate. I don't know what it's going to look like just because of all the change, the coaching staff, the players leaving, the conferences, everything off the field has also got to be affecting these guys on the field. We'll see. I think that fan base is going to be fired up to play another Power Four team, especially from a conference that took their four best teams from the Pac-12, or four biggest brands, I guess you want to call it. We'll see. But if you win that football game, you could start building momentum. You sneak one against Wisconsin or Illinois. A lot of people have circled that Oregon game on a Friday night, and not to be the bearer of bad news, but Oregon is so good. Oregon is crazy talented.
Oh, we're losing you a little bit.
Spoiler maker thing on Friday nights. But they're just so good. They're too deep. That might be a tough one. But here's the thing: if you're 2 and whatever by the bye week, I think 2-5 by the bye week, I still think you can hit your over. Not that you're going to. I mean, I think beyond. I think the too tough out of conference, too tough in conference. But you got Northwestern, Michigan State, and Indiana, all winnable football games at the back half of your schedule in November. You just kind of got to get to that second bye week, regroup, get healthy, and then see what happens from there. It could be tough though this year, unfortunately for Purdue fans. But let us know in the comments, right? I mean, this is a team. The Ryan Walters, I think we kind of liked it. It was a fun hire, and what he did at Illinois, I think he's building this program the right way. Right, he's recruiting well, but he's also trying to piece together a roster here and there with these transfers. A lot of them aren't going to hit, but some of them could, and that could change this. From a 3-win football team to maybe even a 5-win football team. A 6 at best case scenario would be crazy, but I think the future is definitely one that you feel pretty good about Purdue. It sucks that you're not in the Big Ten West because, listen, I'm a Minnesota fan. I know it too. It's teams like us. We're gonna miss it. We're gonna miss those days, but it'll be all good. It'll be fun.
I'm staring at Purdue over under 2.5 conference wins. The
What's
unders
the line?
plus 130. Not saying
Wait.
that's a play for me yet.
Wait, time out. So Vegas then says that you're gonna go 2-1 and out of conference.
Well, really, what they're saying is that for some reason they're not offering it at 3. They're saying that they should win 3 conference games, basically. They're saying that they should go 4-8 and win 3 conference games. It's not a play yet. Tune in next week for our betting show, but that could very well be a play for me. I gotta think about that a little more and run some numbers, but under 2.5 conference wins at plus 130 seems like it could be some serious value.
Listen, if Vegas thinks you're not gonna beat Oregon State on the road, how are you gonna do much better against Illinois and Indiana on the road later in the season?
Yeah, or Michigan State, but also on the road
on a Friday too, and that's after playing Ohio State and Penn State. I mean,
yeah, I'm very intrigued in that. And they're all late in the season when the depth in this team could fall apart. I'm starting to really like that play. I'm not going to take it yet, but we'll see. Let's talk about Rutgers because feels like a team that we've been talking about a lot this offseason that the national media has not been covering quite a bit because this schedule is the easiest schedule that Rutgers has ever had. This team is probably the most talented team that Greg Schiano has had at Rutgers. Yeah. not the most talented team in the Big Ten. Most talented team that Greg Schiano's had at Rutgers. And it feels like the stars are kind of
in the Big Ten, yeah. So Schiano pre Big Ten. He was pre Big Ten. He was a baller there. So
okay, yeah. But like in the last 5 years, whatever, it's the most talented team that they've had. Ethan Kaliakmanis is coming over at quarterback to reunite with Kirk Shiraka. Now, we're not going to sugarcoat this, all right? Ethan Kaliakmanis is not a good quarterback, and Kirk Shiraka is not a good offensive coordinator. He had one good year with 2 NFL wide receivers an NFL running back, and a quarterback that, for some reason, is baller than he is good, right? But was really good that year in 2019. All right.
You also had, pretty damn good tight ends. You had an NFL tight end, and then
An
also a
unbelievable
couple
offensive line.
offensive line. Yeah. And your explosive play, run after catch was crazy. Part of that being because of your wide receivers. Yeah. So Kirk Shraka has parlayed that into a couple Big Ten jobs after that with Penn State,
Literally
back
wild.
to
Penn
Minnesota,
State,
and now over
Minnesota.
to Rutgers
I don't know. I don't understand how he still has a job. Like this
with
guy.
some pay raises there too. Good for him. And he's from the East Coast, so he's returning. He returned last year, but he's returning back to the East Coast, which is good. Good for him.
So
But he handpicked Calic Manis years ago, right when he was at Minnesota. He handpicked him from Antioch, Illinois, right? And so they offered him, I think, as a sophomore in high school. I mean, they were all over him. They went all in on him. They didn't take a quarterback, and that has left Minnesota really struggling a couple years after that with their quarterback position as well. But listen, Calic Manis, the talent is there. You see when he puts it together for certain throws, it is fun to watch. The Greek rifle, right? I mean, long, he's got a zip on the football. It was just consistency. It was easy throws. It was air mailing passes. It was short arming balls. It was bad footwork, running from clean pockets. It was tough. It was really tough to watch. But I know Rutgers, I mean, the grass is always greener, right? So like Gavin Williams said last year was not very good. And you see Calic Manis come in. It's like, oh, we got a Big Ten quarterback coming in. Can he be better than Gavin Williams? Yes. I think he absolutely can be. But how much better depends on how many games his team wins, I think. And again, it'll be up to Kirk Shraka, who, we don't quite have the faith in to scheme up things, but it sounds like he really likes Calic Manis. He is picking him. He's chosen him 3 times now. So he took him out of high school, right? And then he came back after getting fired from Penn State. He came back to Minnesota because of Calic Manis. He talked about wanting to work with Calic Manis. Then he goes to Rutgers, ironically, when Calic Manis was going to start, take over for Tanner Morgan and be starter that year, which is whatever. But then he also picks him again to be his quarterback, and Calic Manis wins the job in the spring. So it is interesting. Like, I know some people just keep getting jobs and keep getting, spots and whatnot, opportunities. It does have a little bit of confidence. Like, well, maybe he can make it work this year and even next year at Rutgers because, I mean, Kirk Shraka must like him, and Kirk Shraka gets paid a bunch of money, I guess. So we'll see. And I do think this receiving room is better than it was last year, and we'll get to that eventually. But this offense, it starts and ends with the running back room. Am I right?
Yes, but one more thing on Ethan Calic Manis. To me, it feels like Kirk Shraka is living in denial, and he refuses to accept that he was wrong about his evaluation of a quarterback and wasn't able to develop him in the way that he was. And again, of course, we'll see. This is all pending this season, but I mean, in a passing offense that finished 129th in passing yards per game, 126th last in the country, 133rd in the country, dead last in completion percentage. Okay, 123rd in yards per attempt, and an offense that only scored 20 points per game. You're putting a lot of chips on a guy that really hasn't proven that he can operate an offense at even the top 65 level, even the top 70 level. Like that offense that Ethan Calic Manis ran last year, it was not him. It was Darius Taylor every single time.
Healthy, yeah.
When he was healthy.
And Daniel Jackson too. But listen, this is as bad as it gets for Rutgers, I think. I mean, the rest of these things, I think we're pretty darn high on.
Oh, yeah.
This is a really, really fun team. A little bit frustrating that you go out and get a quarterback like Ethan Calic Manis. I was hoping that there were guys. I mean, Max Brosmer. How far is New Hampshire from Rutgers? Right, East Rutherford. Not that far, right? Yeah, you got. How about Chandler Rogers down in North? I mean, you had guys. I thought veteran guys. I mean, look at how long. The James Madison quarterback was on the market there. I mean,
Jordan McLeod.
Jordan McLeod. He ends up at
TJ Finley.
Excuse me, with GJ Kinney. TJ Finley as well. I mean, was hoping to find a veteran stable presence to take advantage of this roster because it's really, really good. And speaking of really good, how about that running back? How about the Big Ten
Kyle
leader?
Menage.
He's a really good runner. He is a physical runner. He is the focal point of this offense, as he should be. Bell cow type running back, all Big Ten. I mean, in a league with a ton of really good running backs. Who led the league in rushing yards? It was Monangai.
Yeah, it was. He was fantastic. He runs hard. He's physical. He hits holes. And I do think it wasn't even necessarily that offensive line was elite. It was pretty good. It wasn't that like they didn't have a passing attack. Like they ran the ball 62% of the time. That is 8th in the country. And there are 3 teams out there that run the triple option, right? So basically, you're top 5 in the country in rushing percentage, like percentage of the time that you are running the ball. And he was still so effective. Like the team averaged 4 yards per carry, 160 yards per game. They controlled the ball because of it. They were 37th in the country in time of possession. And as a result, also, you converted some 4th downs down the stretch as well, having some short yardage situations. Like this was a really good running attack last year. It wasn't like the most efficient, but it was good, right? And I think it's going to stay the same. Samuel Brown, I think, is an okay running back as well. I don't think he's on the same level as Kyle, but he is a guy that has snaps. He's a guy that's um, if Kyle goes down, I have a good feeling that Samuel Brown will still be able to produce at a decently high level. He's just not on the same level as Kyle, right? Like it is bell cow season from an guy.
Well, it's also, I mean, at least he can give you a spell here and there to be able to keep Monangai healthy for, the fourth quarter, for the end of the season. The good thing is like, it's not a gauntlet stretch. It's really not. I
No,
mean, you've got a lot of tough physical teams on it for sure, but a lot of teams at Rutgers can impose their will. And I'm not seeing many defensive lines like your Michigans, Ohio States that can really just take over a football game um, and kind of, really hamper that rushing attack. Sam Brown, hopefully he's coming back from injury. Hopefully he can return to a little better, return to a better form post injury, which is good. Um, Behind them, I mean, you're looking at some young guys, which not an ideal thing to be doing. Jayshon Benjamin flashed a little bit last year at times. Gabe Winovich, the true freshman. We'll see what else they have behind him, but it's Monangai, right? It is him. If he goes down, there's going to be a significant drop off, more so because of how good he is, but also you just don't have elite depth, which is fine. I mean, just gotta stay healthy and gotta lean on him. Kirk Shucker knows how to run the football, though. If there's one thing he can do well, which we know, we pick on him a lot, but he can run the football.
he never
Speaking of that,
abandons his run game.
no, even on 3rd and 8, even on 3rd and 9, we love. So, but anyways, speaking of 3rd and longs, we're gonna throw the football, right? That wide receiver room. I do think it's better from last year. I mean, you return Christian Dramel, right? 5'9", 189, fun player, leading receiver from a year ago, which is really nice to have. But the cream of the crop here you bring in is Dymere Miller, right? From Monmouth. Was really, really good there. 2,300 career yards. I mean, 5'11", 180, 184, right? I mean, that's a guy that I think you're going to lean on to be your alpha type receiver. Like 120 targets a year ago. I mean, holy cow. Um, that's a lot of targets. Even though it's FCS, I get that. But I still feel
120
pretty good
targets is
about
pretty ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. I still feel pretty good about what, and by the way, he caught 90 of them. So you're talking about separation. You're talking about, reliable hands. That's really nice to see. Sounds like the early returns are pretty good. And we'll see what happens when the bullets are flying, but that's a pretty darn good secondary. I feel good about that he's going up against in practice. And it sounds like he's, having his way at times with them. Ian Strong, he's getting better and better. He'll probably start along with those 3. And then you got some young guys, some talented kids in that room, which is exciting. Competitive depth that you're kind of building there with Nazim Brantley, KJ Duff. Ben Black, right? I know Rutgers fans, you like him, right? Speedy guy, seems to be turning a corner. Um, as a true freshman, which is crazy. I mean, we'll see how if he hits that wall like some freshmen do in fall camp, but he's turning heads. Fame Torre, also fighting for playing time. It's not a bad room. It's really not a bad room.
You know Kaliak Manis? I'm just kidding.
No, he's
It's
not.
Ethan's brother that
Yeah,
their package deal. Right.
yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. But uh, it should be fun for I mean, Calgary is gonna have some weapons. I mean, there's no elite. I'm not seeing a Daniel Jackson, a Will Pauling, right? Some elite receivers in the Big Ten. But the depth, I think, is going to be there. And hopefully the options are going to be there for Calic Manis. Can he put it on the ball, on time, accurately for them to be able to also run after the catch? We'll see. That remains to be seen. But the reality is he's going to have, I think, options to throw the football too.
Yeah, tight end room. I mean, I have no idea what this tight end room is going to look like. I really don't. I mean, you're hoping the combination of Fletcher, Higgins, Konopka, like, aren't going to create some sort of like. I don't think it's necessarily insanely important. Like, it wasn't that important. I thought Johnny Langan was going to be a bigger contributor last year, and he really wasn't. So that was also due to their passing offense, just them not actually physically throwing the ball like ever, and so there are several reasons for that, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Did you have like a different perspective on this tight end
It's
room?
nothing that super excites me. I mean, Johnny Langham, Sean Bowman are both gone, but I mean, you kind of have replacement level players there. Um, I let's see, Mike Higgins, right? He's a young kid, third-year guy. Him and Logan Blake are younger on the younger side, but they're kind of showing promise. We'll see what happens in 2024. Tight end is a tough position to get on the field early. It really is because the physicality, the being able to block defensive ends and also run away from safeties is really, really tough to do, especially early in your career. But yeah, again, you've got Fletcher, who was a former defensive end, right? You've got Victor Canopa. Those guys will be veteran, solid pieces. They can block, and to me, that's where I want from this tight end group is can you set the edge to get that running game going, and also to chip guys, and also maybe be a reliable target for Calic Manis over the middle. It doesn't have to be explosive plays, but also like on second and long, let's get 6 yards here and be, set up a third and manageable for Calic Manis. He went to Brevin Spanford a lot last year at Minnesota, and Spanford struggled with drops as a tight end, and that whole tight end group did as well. How much better can this group be reliability wise? I guess we'll see. I'm not expecting it to be a game breaking room, but just give me a little bit in the passing game, and then also be a plus group blocking. I think that'd be a successful season for this offense.
Agreed. Looking at this offensive line, you return like three of your guys. Okay. Um, that right tackle position last year, you never really figured out at all. Um, you bring in Shedrick Rhodes from Ohio, who I don't even know was Ohio's third best offensive lineman last year. I think you're really kind of banking on that. And the depth behind these starters, right? You are lacking in experience. You are lacking in, I think, potentially talent. Again, we haven't seen a lot of these guys. But yeah, like, I feel okay about this starting five, right? If Cedric Rhodes is better than what they tried to throw out there last year at that other tackle spot opposite of Holland Pierce, if he's anything better than that, then I'm like, okay, then this offensive line can be okay, right? Because there's some continuity there. You're going to be running the football a lot, which is beneficial to an offensive line, but it's also physical. You're going to be running the ball on, and you start getting into these second guys, like, that's where I could see this team offensively, where the wheels, as we say, fall off the wagon, right? This is the position group that really needs to stay healthy at that top end. It really does, I think.
Especially because you've got a couple, I say couple, I say 4 winnable games in November. I mean,
Yes.
that you want to get to that after that bye week, you get a chance to get healthy, hopefully on this offensive line, maybe gel a little bit on that bye week, some self scouting. That's where you'd love to see this group grow and grow together. Which I guess we'll see. Gus is back. Gus, we like that. Holland Pierce is not terrible. I mean, I don't know if Rutgers fans love him necessarily, but I thought he was above average tackle in the Big Ten, which is not terrible at all. That's something that I think you can totally live with. At the end of the day, we'll see. I mean, Calic Manis. Well, first of all, we didn't talk about the back quarterbacks much, and so maybe it's a good time to talk about them with the offensive line group. You've got to keep him healthy. I mean, Ajani Shepard, AJ Rush. I mean, those guys potentially down the future could be good players for you. I don't think you will rely upon them in 2024. I mean, you had Simon and Wimsett are gone from that room, so you don't have a ton of experience and depth behind Cali Manis, and he's a guy that also has had some injuries at Minnesota as well. So um, was really one. So I guess it's not too much, but you want to keep him healthy and upright. And also, you want to keep him in clean pockets because he is not great at the rolling under pressure. And he's also, uh, what he does, what I love when he does is when he can have time to survey the field and nothing's there and he can take off and run and he can get you a first down on maybe a third and long. But that also requires your offensive line to hold up and to give him time to be able to do that and to be able to open, some rushing lanes for you, not have it just collapse the pocket on him. So we'll see. But I think you said it all right.
The defensive side of the ball is where this team shines. It's where it does, really. We'll start with the defensive line, right? Well, actually, first of all, just want to give Joe Razmiak his props because he is absolutely one of the more underrated defensive coordinators in college football. What he's done with his team these past couple of years, very, very good. Okay. Burroughs Award nominee year after year, very good. On the defensive line, Aaron Lewis is a legitimate Big Ten defensive end. Legitimate, NFL potential. I don't know where he'll go, where scouts see him in that draft next year, but Aaron Lewis is a legitimately really good football player. 1,000,000,000%. And also, too, like on this defensive side, the only transfer they brought in on the defensive side of the ball was on their defensive line. And Malcolm Ray from Florida State, who I don't think they feel bad about at all. And I don't think that they brought him in necessarily because he was going to start or be a significant need to have contributor on this defensive line. I think you got some pieces here that are going to be really solid. Now, your run defense at times was shaky, but it was still really good. I still thought it was effective. So I'm happy. I mean, look, Malcolm Ray, there's a good chance that he starts. There's a good chance that he plays significant amount of snaps. I think the Rutgers staff is really excited about what they're bringing in there in Malcolm Ray. We'll see what that happens, or we'll see what he does there. Probably going to play like, if I had to guess, like a 3 tech probably. So, yeah, I like Keontae Hamilton. I like Wesley
Oh
Bailey.
yeah.
I mean, just some really good players on this defensive line. Like, this is a legitimate Big Ten defensive line. I don't know if it's top half. I would lean that it's in the middle of the pack, probably in terms of talent, but it is experienced. It is good. It's physical. They're they're going to be a good group.
Yeah, I mean, Coach H, right? He's a guy that you mentioned him, really good. Minnesota wanted him bad after Rossi left to Michigan State, and Rutgers re-upped, gave him an extension, a little promotion, which is good because he deserves it. Now you do lose Corey Heatherman, your linebacker coach, to Minnesota. It's weird all the connections with Minnesota and Rutgers, but Shiano and PJ Fleck kind of go way back, so there's a lot of influence here and there from each other's staffs and personnel and whatnot. So I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, you said it right. I mean, this D line is pretty darn good. And obviously, Rene Conga's off to Louisville. That's all right. I do think it was interesting last year. I think you have a ton of talent. Like even Torrey, when he comes down and rushes off the edge there, I still think like you would like a little bit more production in terms of getting to the quarterback, right? I mean, Lewis is really, really good. Bailey's really, really good. Torrey is really, really good. Hamilton, I think Malcolm Ray can give you a good pass rush on the inside. To me, that's where, if you want to talk about what a nice niche would be for him in this defense, not having to rely upon him on 3 downs, but having him come in fresh legs, fresh motor on the inside to give him a nice little pass rush. That would be an awesome, I think, ideal fit for this defense here. But getting to the quarterback, actually negative plays, creating havoc, turnovers, to me, that's where I see this defensive line, which was very, very solid last year, take that next step. Really grow into an elite defense. And that's where you can get into the ceiling of this football team defensively, because you play a lot of teams who are not crazy, crazy explosive. And it's the Big Ten. It's almost the Big Ten West schedule where sacks are drive killers. You know that. I mean, think about your offense records. I'm thinking you'd have a sack and it's 2nd and 14. It's 3rd and 9, whatever it may be. I mean, those things really, really tough to convert. And that's where you get your opportunistic plays. That's where you can get off the field. And yeah, I'm with you on a lot of these guys. I'd like to see a little bit more production in terms of finishing plays, finishing drives, and whatnot. But it was really nice. I think the depth, Abdul Rahman, right, the young kid, he had a nice bowl game, didn't he? But he's a guy hopefully providing depth as well. Wesley Bailey's got fun twitch. I mean, he was hurt last year, right? But he's hoping, or that you're hoping that he's a guy that can, get back to maybe that pre-injury form and provide, a little spark there as well, even though he had 4 sacks, which is nice to see. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and then the linebacker group playing behind these guys, like you're running a 4-2-5, and I mean, the 2 guys that you have playing in those 2 linebacker spots have loads and loads of experience, and they're good. Not to mention that they're also just good. So behind that, I'm a little less certain about, of course, there's not a lot of experience behind that. You do have talented guys like Moses Walker, who was a 4-star in that 2020 class. We'll see, if he ends up finding his way onto the field a little bit. Abram Wright, where does he fall in that pecking order as well? We'll see with this linebacker group, but as long as if Muhammad and Tareem are on the field consistently for this entire season, like, this linebacker group's going to look good. I don't know what this depth looks like entirely. I'm sure the staff feels a lot better about it. To me, there's just a lot of uncertainty because we haven't seen a lot of these guys play.
Yeah, Corey Heatherman did a really nice job with this group, improving year over year. Yeah, but Torrey and Powell, those are the highlights. I mean, obviously you lose Deion Jennings, hopefully to be a good player in the NFL, but Dejabon, right, and Walker, I think those are solid guys who have shown promise, I think, behind the scenes. Maybe not quite experience on Saturdays, but that's where, obviously they're depth pieces right now. They don't have to be down in and down out players. You mentioned if injuries happen with this team, that's probably not an ideal place to have injuries, especially in a 4-2-5, especially, in the Big Ten, where we can see where linebackers, I mean, sometimes you do have vulnerabilities there. Sometimes you do have guys that get taken advantage of, and it can really be a dark spot on your defense. But Torrey and Power are a pretty damn good duo in the Big Ten, and that's something you could definitely feel good about heading into the season.
And then the secondary, like, I think the secondary, you may be lacking from your, like, after your 5th or 6th guy, but your top 5 guys, significant experience. Shaquan Loyal, very good player, lots of experience. Flip this Dixon, very incredible player, unbelievable amounts of experience. Robert Longerbeam, right? I know Max Melton went to the NFL, for that the upside with him, but Longerbeam was fantastic last year, I thought. Igbinosun, playing that star spot, very good, very experienced. Eric Rogers played 400 some snaps last year. Like, this secondary group, I feel really good about this. And if not, I'm not mistaken, then that's 3 for 3. I'm feeling good about the D line, I'm feeling good about the linebacker core, and I'm feeling about the top end of this secondary, the starters, essentially.
They've done a great job recruiting and developing, and losing a guy like Max Melton to the NFL and being able to replace him or I guess, promote guys up from within with Longer Beam, Eric Rogers. That's really, really nice. Rogers is a guy coming over from Northern Illinois, I believe 2 cycles ago in the transfer portal, not this past one, but the one before in 2023. Sounds like he's turning heads in camp. That adjustment from the MAC to the Big Ten, it kind of really hit his stride in spring, and it carried over into summer and fall, which is really nice. Bo Masico, right? Could he be a guy that can give you really nice depth, some spot play here and there? Sounds like he's impressing as well. Zalon Williams, Salam, right? Those are a couple guys battling for that, third and fourth spot on your cornerback room. It's exciting. I mean, very, very good job. How about Kevin Levy, right? Is that the true freshman, I believe? Um, that's another fun guy down the line, especially, but maybe give you some depth in year one. Flip Dixon's a guy I really like. I mean, he's a Minnesota kid, right? Kind of the connection there. He's a damn good player in the box. I love him, but also making plays out in the open. He can kind of do it all. Is a great athlete. Shaquan Loyal has a ton of experience from last year as well. Very, very good player. Yeah, I'm with you. 3 for 3 on this defense. Good coaching, depth in most places. I mean, well done for Rutgers. I mean, you feel pretty good walking in to every game with this defense and having a chance to win that football game.
Yeah, so basically your first 7 defensive linemen are all redshirt juniors or more. Your 2 starting linebackers are seniors or more. And everyone in your secondary that's going to play meaningful time likely is also a senior. So everyone has had 4 years or more. Like this is the year of Rutgers defense. I don't know what it's going to look like. I know that they've recruited pretty decently on the defensive side of the ball. And Coach H, like you said, is just a fantastic coach in general. But yeah, this is the year that this defense is probably going to be hitting its peak. And in terms of their record ceiling, like when we talk about their ceiling and actually competing and possibly having a chance, this is going to sound crazy, but having a chance, right, to make the Big Ten championship, not win it, obviously, but make the Big Ten championship because
Oh,
of the
come on.
schedule.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Because of the schedule, like you're really depending on this offense to take some sort of step because this defense, both you and I are very confident in it being good. Now let's look at the schedule. Okay, what is the schedule that we're talking about that's so easy? You get Howard week 1 at home, Akron at home, then you get a bye. Virginia Tech at home is not an easy game, right? Those are your 3 out of conference, right? You should go 2-1 in those games. In the Big Ten, right, which is what matters when you're making a conference championship game, just matters by your Big Ten record. Washington at home, Nebraska on the road.
On a Friday.
Wisconsin at home, UCLA at home, USC on the road. Then you get a bye, Minnesota at home, Maryland on the road, Illinois at home, Michigan State on the road. If you noticed in that schedule, there's no Ohio State, there's no Penn State, there's no Michigan, and there is no Oregon, right? That is why their win total sits at 6.5 and even 6 at some places, which if you are going to take the over, you should be getting it at 6 at -140 and not 6.5 at even, but just educational. All right. Yeah, when I look at this and I'm looking at the win total, I wouldn't bet the over at 6.5 with a 6 when I'm staring at a 6 over here on DraftKings. But in terms of us picking at the show, right? I'll look at 6.5 and I'll pick the over. I'll say that they win 7 games, 8 games.
I mean, just look at Iowa. I mean, even with poor quarterback play, let's say worst case scenario on Cali Minutes, you could still win a ton of football games with this schedule. It is a Big Ten West schedule with Washington and USC involved in it. It really is. I mean, even Virginia Tech on the road, that's still a winnable football game. Now, Virginia Tech, we're super high on. Blacksburg's not an easy place to go into, but it's not a crazy travel trip for you.
No, they don't get that game at home?
I thought I was.
Oh, they're on the road. They are on the road. Sorry, I missed that earlier. That was my fault.
That's kind of brutal. But Washington, right? Washington has to come midweek, or I guess Friday, end of the week, to you travel to you at USC. To me, that's a tough one because that is the end of probably your toughest stretch, right? Because weeks 4 through 9, you're playing games. You're probably playing the best teams on your schedule at Virginia Tech, Washington, at Nebraska, Wisconsin, UCLA. You welcome them across the country, and then you got to go to USC. USC, by the way, has a tough schedule, very, very tough schedule. So that's also a super winnable game, even though it is on a Friday. You got to make that trip across time zones, across the country. Not going to be ideal, but again, that's still a very winnable football game, especially with how good your defense is. And maybe you can impose your will offensively through the ground game and potentially control that football game. November is, to me, I look at that and I see, 4-0. It's totally winnable. Totally 4 winnable games with Minnesota, at Maryland, Illinois, at Michigan State. Like, those are all games that you feel pretty good at. You're probably going to be favored, if not, a slight dog on the road at Maryland. But listen, let's go. Let's go,
Yeah.
Rutgers. To me, I love the over. I mean, we talked about them with their schedule. We talked about them as a sleeper in the Big Ten in terms of making a title game. With these with this no divisions, and with the way that the schedule lines up for some teams, there's going to be one team every year that's going to have a schedule that puts them in a possibility to outperform their expectations in terms of maybe their power rating is, and finish at very, very high in the Big Ten.
Yeah, I'll games that you're gonna give them, right? Howard, Akron. I'm giving them UCLA and Washington at home, all the way across the country.
Absolutely.
I'm giving them both those games. So you got to find 3 more wins somewhere amongst Minnesota, Maryland, Illinois, Michigan State, USC, Nebraska, and I don't think they're gonna beat Virginia Tech on the road. But yeah, man. I mean, this is the stars are aligning, and you're gonna see, I think, a really nice season from this Rutgers team, and I'm very excited about it. Again, not betting over 6.5, but 6 at -140 over there is looking pretty filthy. No, when you can bet. I wonder actually what the number of conference wins actually is, because depending on like what you think is going to happen in that Virginia Tech, like I happen to think Virginia Tech, they're going to lose that game, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. Well,
No, I don't
dude,
think
the
they
Big
have, I
Ten.
don't
I
think they
mean,
have a
I
line.
talked about it when we talked about Penn State. It's teams, 5 and maybe 6 if USC is good, but I do think their schedule is going to account for some attrition and maybe that travel as well. But some teams, 5.5 to 6 through 16, maybe 15. Like, those are all teams that are just super replaceable, right? Where like anyone could win on any day. And if you have a good defense, you've got a good running game, those things travel week to week. And that's what Rutgers has. Now, maybe they don't have the consistency play in and play out with the quarterback position yet. But to me, I mean, teams you just feel good about. And just like, yeah, I don't think they're going to lay an egg in this game. It's just Rutgers is absolutely up there in the Big Ten, and they're going to have a chance to win every football game that they are playing in. And to me, I teased it in our easiest schedules video, right, months ago, I believe. And I said there is a legit possibility where they're 12-0. It's very, very small, obviously, but they play 12 games that they can absolutely win. Right? They're 12 games that they're probably going to be either less than a touchdown favor or less than a touchdown underdog, with the exception of Howard and Akron. But that's just the volatility of the schedule. And with the consistency that this defense and running game brings you, that's where I'm leaning that over. That's where I feel good about Rutgers. And by the way, they're recruiting pretty darn well. And you can parlay a successful season with the way they're recruiting in New York, and the Northeast is getting more and more talented. You're seeing that every year. Rutgers, let's go. Let's go.
Let's head over to Los Angeles. The first of the 2 Los Angeles teams, UCLA. And yes, Sean Foster, we do know that UCLA is in Los Angeles. That press conference was really brutal. All right, it was really brutal. But I like that. I like that he was pretty lighthearted about it. Yeah. And he started wearing that T-shirt. I think he understands that, either him or his press team completely failed him. So, but that aside, right? And this was one of my least favorite head coaching hires this offseason. But again, it's year 1, so we'll see what happens here. When I'm looking at this team, I see a team last year that was kind of ruined by an offense, mostly an offensive line. And I think people want to blame Chip Kelly for that offense kind of sucking. That offensive line was really bad. Like, very bad. Dante Moore was young. I wouldn't say Ethan Garbers or uh, who was the Toledo transfer?
Colin Schlee,
Colin
man.
Schlee.
Colin motherfucking Schlee.
I wouldn't say that either of those guys were all that good either. And so they probably didn't hit the ceiling of their team, right? Chip Kelly goes over to be the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. Deshaun Foster comes in, and we have a video breaking this hire down as well. And y'all can check it out on our channel as well that we posted a while back, right about when he got hired. When I look at this offense, there are pieces of this offense that I think could work, right? But I don't know. Like, I think Eric Bieniemy was a pretty good hire as the offensive coordinator. Absolutely. I think in the quarterback room, I think Ethan Garbers can get better. I don't think Ethan Garbers is terrible, right? And now I just said that, maybe he didn't play all that well last year and he wasn't that good last year. I think Ethan Garbers can be better. He has a little bit more experience now because before last year, I don't think he had a ton of experience. So I think he took care of the football, did some good things. I don't feel great about the rest of the quarterback room. Like last year, you had three guys that you were like, okay, like, if Dante Moore doesn't work out, then Ethan Garbers, then if Ethan Garbers, then Dante Moore, and then, you saw this College Lee guy. Well, turns out even having three guys, you ended up having really no one that actually stepped up to be a really good quarterback. And to a degree, it held the offense back a little bit. Yeah, I just not in love with the rest of this quarterback room. I think like losing Dante Moore in the transfer portal is going to hurt in a couple of years because I think he's going to be a really good football player. I thought he showed some serious flashes in this offense. I just don't think he got the help that necessarily he needed last year. Kind of thrown into the fire a little bit too early. So, what are your thoughts on Ethan Garbers and the rest of this quarterback room?
Listen, I kind of like him. I thought he played better than Moore did when he played in. And you mentioned, Moore obviously has the upside, 5-star kid. And they just thought he was maybe too good to keep off the field early in that season. And I know you struggled. It was Coastal Carolina, and you kind of went to him, made some splash plays, and there was kind of the cat was out of the bag. And it's like, okay, well now we can't really put him back out. But Garbers, listen, he was 11 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, in limited playing time, and now it's his team. He won you that USC game, which obviously an important one to win for sure. He's still a talented kid. He was a 4-star kid his own right, and obviously now he's going into year 5 and a full off season of being that dude. I think it's gonna be good, and we'll see how he fits with Eric Bieniemy. Bieniemy's a guy. Obviously, a lot's been made of him, right? Going to Washington, and then Washington football team, by the way, not in the NFL. How well does he adjust to college football? I guess will be interesting. But I do think Garbers has the talent and the veteran knowledge to be able to fit a scheme like Bieniemy. And there's talent around him. We'll get to it when we get to those running back and wide receiver rooms. It's going to be about how's that O-line hold up in pass roll because it was bad last year. I do like the young kid Demarcus Davis. I think he's big. I think he's got a nice arm. He moves well. He's only a true freshman. And got him from Washington. I believe did he spend the spring in Washington or did he flip before that? I can't remember that exact timeline, but very talented kid. So the future is bright in that room, but I do think Garbers is a very, very solid Big Ten quarterback, which is crazy to say that UCLA is now a Big Ten quarterback, but it'll be about how much does that O-line help him and how often is he playing with a lead, because I think it could be a lot of catch up, and that could lead into bad mistakes. That could lead into teams just pinning their ears back and rushing the passer. It could be bad things for Garbers, but listen, I thought I don't think it's like, oh, you lose Dante Moore, this quarterback room's terrible. No, I think Garbers, he was the best quarterback in that room last year, right? And I think it's fine. It's gonna be his team, and we'll see how he plays in a full offseason of being the guy, but also acclimating to a Bieniemy's offense.
This running back room is really good. I like just about everyone in it. I like TJ Harden. I like Anthony Atkins. I like Keegan Jones. I like Jalen Berger. And I know that we were a little bit higher on him at Michigan State, and it didn't work out for him there. I don't think that doesn't mean that it can't work out here. I think both offensive lines were pretty horrendous. So we'll see with that. But I think that's 4 guys, though, that like you feel pretty good about getting carries. Obviously, TJ Harden is going to probably be, I don't know if it'll be the bell cow, but he will be getting the majority of the carries because he is really good. He is really good. Was he more efficient than Carson Steele last year? He might have been.
He might have been. I mean, Carson Steele's guy, it's turning heads, I believe, with Kansas City. I
Yep.
think that's where he's at right now. But I mean, Steele led him in carries. But yeah, Harden was a little bit more efficient. He had more touchdowns. He had that 62-yard run, which is exciting. But even behind him, I mean, you mentioned a lot of those guys. I'll throw one more out there, Cameron Jones, the young kid from St. John Bosco. I mean, 6'1", 215. That's a guy I think that comes in ready to play. And that's 4 or 5 guys that are pretty damn good. And Deshaun Foster's a running backs coach, right? He's going to rely on that running game. It'll be interesting to see how they use all these guys. I assume Harden will get the bulk of the carries, but if you can keep him fresh, rotating with guys like, Adkins and Jones and Berger and well, the two Joneses, I guess, it'll be nice, especially, late in that schedule when you got a couple games, but then you got to finish with Fresno State. That's got to be a win. You got to be healthy for that game. So we'll see, but it should be fun. I know Keegan Jones is a guy. I don't know if he entered the portal, but he was about to, whatever it was. And I know Foster, once he got the job, he wanted him back. And that's the guy he was able to work with. So it's pretty telling that, yeah, he wanted him back, and he made it a point to get him back. And to me, that's pretty exciting. But yeah, I mean, well done. I guess this is definitely one of the bright spots. This room in the wide receiver room, one of the bright spots of this team.
In the wide receiver room, I think has some pieces in that top three that I like. Outside of that, I have a little bit more question marks, and maybe you can enlighten me a little bit. But Logan Loya, I'm all right with playing that slot. He's experienced. He's pretty decent. J. Michael Sturdivant, I thought was going to be really good last year. I really did, and I don't think he can't be good. I think there was kind of a quarterback issue there. Like for some reason, like they couldn't get him the football, right? Like only like 52% of his targets are actually ended up in receptions. 70 targets, only 36 receptions. That's not very good. And they were targeting him down the at 16-yard average depth of target. Like he's a guy that can stretch the field definitely, and I like him a lot. And I'm not ready to give up on Sturdivant. Rico Flores, young four-star from Notre Dame. He got early playing time when he was over there at Notre Dame. 49 targets there, 27 receptions, 392 yards, and a touchdown. I think he's also pretty talented as well. And after that, I have some more question marks, but I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad top three, if that makes sense. And I do think that they have some other pieces that maybe I just haven't seen yet that we're waiting to kind of for those guys to kind of emerge. But if you have these three guys getting the 70-80% of the targets in that wide receiver room, I'll be okay with that.
Yeah, I think that's something you can feel good about. Um, I like TMA. I think he's a pretty solid, talented kid. That's Titus McCoy. Adimalala. So sorry about that, but it sounds like he's a talented kid that they've been excited about for a little bit. Behind the scenes, I know UCLA fans have kind of been waiting for him. Braden Pagan, he's a guy that's kind of shown out in camp. We'll see how it translates if he can provide good depth in room. Yeah, I'm with you. I really like the top three. I do think the top three are about as good as, outside of USC, but as good as most teams and Oregon and Ohio State, but as good as most teams in the Big Ten. It's definitely, I think, right there in the conversation to be a top five, starting receiving core in the Big Ten. Logan Loya is awesome. He's so fun to watch. Sturdivant's a guy you mentioned. Just get him the football. I mean, you saw when he connected. I mean, he has splash plays with Dante Moore at times. Ken's Ethan Garber's pushed the ball down the field. Can that offensive line even hold up long enough for him to be able to take advantage of the back third of that defense? But we'll see. Yeah, you mentioned Flores. I like him too. I mean, it's a pretty good get for them to be able to bring him after a successful true freshman season at Notre Dame. So we'll see how it is. I mean, the depth, it's more, to me, it's more wait and see, but there is talent there. And it sounds like they're kind of flashing in camp. but I guess we'll see once the bullets start flying. But the tight end room, I mean, nothing special, I don't think, unless I'm missing something. It's kind of, your replacement level tight end group, which is fine. I mean, most teams are like that. Can you block right on early downs, and can you be, just somewhat of a reliable weapon in the passing game over the middle of the field to just at least take some kind of attention from the defense away from your outside receivers.
And then this offensive line, and we mentioned how badly, right, it struggled last year. I'm not I'm not confident that it's gonna get better. All right. I mean, you bring in two transfers. So Ruben Unihe, I don't know how to say that, to be honest, but from Houston. I mean, he was arguably like their worst offensive lineman last year. Playing opposite of Patrick Paul at tackle. Is he gonna have to play left tackle? I don't know. Right. If he does, that makes me a little bit nervous. And then Alani McKeely from UNLV. I don't think he was that good either over at UNLV. Like, I think he was fine. Like, he was okay, but he's like okay in the Mountain West, right? Like, what is this going to look like when you're playing against Big Ten interior defensive lines? Um, Especially some of the interior defensive lines that I'm looking at on the schedule. It makes me a little bit nervous, right? So bringing in those two guys as transfers and they're not even like really that good. And like, look, if they would have been good at this point, like Ruben has played. This is what his sixth year in college football, seventh year almost in college football. He was a 2018 recruit. Makili was a 2020 recruit. So feels like their development stage is already passed, and I think we've kind of seen what they are and what they can be. Unless they're extremely late bloomers, I'm not sure that those two transfers are going to fix the problems that this offensive line had last year.
Yeah, Juan Castillo can come in, and he's kind of a well-respected offensive line coach. We'll see if he can push the right buttons there, but I'm with you here. This is definitely a group that concerns me, especially if you have to keep Ethan Garbers upright and also try to take advantage of a pretty darn good receiving core. This could be a group that could really hold you back. Holstedge from Purdue, he played well last year, I thought. You're going to miss Duke Clemens. He was a damn good center for you. Played over 900 snaps, which is crazy. Very reliable guy, but we'll see how the rest of the group kind of comes together. I'm hoping a guy like Michael Carmody comes in and maybe can take over for Unaje. I think is what you said. I don't know. From Houston, I mean Di Gregorio. I don't know if he'll get unseated, but I know Notre Dame probably wants Carmody back because their offensive tackle group does not look great. So I guess we'll see what happens there, but at least it gives you some kind of insurance, as a swing tackle potentially with a lot of years in the college weight room. So I guess we'll see how it looks. Again, I mean, I try to be optimistic in the offseason for sure, but this group needs to take strides in pass pro, and I don't know if it's going to.
I mean, Bruno Fina, just looking at, some of his grades out here, looks like he is one of the worst tackles out there. And look, I wasn't studying up watching him. I mostly watched the offensive line suck. It seems like maybe those guys that you brought in that tackle are better than he was. And it looks like he was absolutely horrendous. 38 pressures on 413 dropbacks is pretty stinking horrendous. But I mean, Di Giorgio also had a significant amount of pressures too on the other side, just more snaps. So I don't know. I don't know how good I feel about that tackle group. I feel better about the interior offensive line there. But we'll see, man. We'll see. I don't feel great about their backups either. If I'm not feeling good about their starters and then those guys start getting hurt, I mean, man, TJ Harden might have a really tough time trying to move the football. No, they don't have to play defensive line. Well, actually, I was going to say they don't have to play a defensive line like Utah's last year, but they do. They literally play Iowa, and they play Oregon, and they play Penn State, and they play Rutgers, and they play Nebraska. Like, and they play, I mean, I guess LSU's defensive line is interior wise not as good as last year, but there's still some talent there, obviously. But
Fresno State's got the Corey Freeman. Yeah, no, yeah, the former 5-star kid from USC. Sounds like he's balling out there too. So you're gonna need tackles in the Big Ten. You cannot be weak at tackle. You have to have serviceable tackles, otherwise it can get really bad.
yes, defensively, they were so good last year. They were easily top 20, probably top 15 defense in the country. If you just looked at now, the issue was their secondary was pretty vulnerable at times, but their front seven was so good it didn't matter. And they lose a lot of that talent there. They lose it, right? What is it going to look like now? I really don't know. And you still get some guys back, like in the defensive line in your interior, right? You get Keanu Williams back, Jay Toya. You bring in Jacob Busick over there from Navy, who had some snaps, whatever. I don't feel great about the entirety of the defensive line, aside from those guys that are starting over there in the interior.
Yeah, I'm with you. To me, the upside comes with the young kid Collins, a champion. I think that's how you say it. He's a freak talent. I mean, he could be really, really good, but again, he's still raw. Now, maybe he comes in and he's just ready a year early, but and maybe he pops and changes that room and the upside of that pass rushing room. But again, you just most teams just can't lose to guys like Latu, the Murphys, Carl Jones, and just be fine. Like there's going to be a drop off, and not to mention you're also replacing defensive staff and Danton Lynn that was really really good and got the best out of those guys. We'll see how Drew Tazuma looks. I mean, he was much better a couple years ago in 2022 than he was in 2023. We'll see how that works out coming over from South Carolina and UAB before that. But Jay Toy was a big win to get him back because I know a lot of teams wanted him in the portal. Him and Keanu Williams is a nice duo there, at least, at that top end. But to me, I worry about the upside of the pass rushing and then also the depth there too, because it's going to be tough. And you're going to have to win football games in October, November if you're going to want to go to a bowl game. And again, if you're struggling with depth on the offensive and defensive lines, that's just really, really tough to do. But I guess, yeah, let us know in the comments too. Like, are we missing guys? Is there young guys stepping up? Are we missing something here? Because I'd hate to. I'd love to learn about that too and get ready for the season. But as we sit here today, this is a room that's definitely concerning.
Did you mention Gary Smith? Did you talk about him at all? Well, Gary Smith is a really good player, by the way. UCLA fans know this, but he's injured, right? Like, just a couple weeks ago, August 5th, right? We're recording this August 17th. He was saying that, or Deshaun Foster's interview, trying to update on the injury, right, of Gary Smith and Terrell Merle. It's very up in the air right now. Like, we don't know what that's going to look like. And I think Gary Smith is a guy that needs to get healthy, just to have another option there in the middle. And I think Gary Smith is a really good player. I think all three of those interior guys we talked about, Williams, Toya, and Smith, are really good players. But yeah, you talked about, maybe lacking some experience there at the edge position. But I do think if your defense, it's not going to be a top 20 defense like it was last year. It will not be. You need those guys to step up for sure. You need those guys to be healthy and play the big role that we know that they can play, plug holes, give those linebackers some sort of room to work. You have some experienced guys in that linebacker core. We could talk about them in just a second, but you need them. You need them to step up in a big way. Not that they aren't already a big impactful part of that defense even last year, but they need to play awesome in order for this defense to work. When I head over to the linebacker group, how are we feeling about the linebacker group here? I see a lot of experience. I see a lot of experience here. A lot of snaps.
Darius Malsau, he was a stud. He was probably the leader of that group last year. But you get back Medrano, right? Second leading tackler, athletic kid. Remember, I think he was recruited as a wide receiver. He played well last year. You got Joseph Vaughn, you've got John Woods, you've got Oluwafemi Oladejo. He could be pretty good, especially depth wise. Also, the former 5-star Ali Kalo is still in college football, which is crazy. He's been hurt. I mean, anything he gives you is gravy, but again, the potential is still there. Listen, you got 4 or 5 guys that you're going to rely upon that you feel pretty good about. That's not bad at all. Joseph Vaughn, he's a good athlete, he's a baseball kid. Um, I don't hate this at all. I really don't. I mean, am I seeing something wrong? I feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'm all right with this linebacking core. And again, like you need edges to help with that. But if your interior defensive line can play like they can, right, and make it easier on these linebackers, then I don't see why your run defense now is one of the best in the country last year. Yards per carry, yards per game. Teams literally physically didn't run the ball, and then they chose not to run the ball on them because they knew that they couldn't. I think it'll be a little bit different, but I don't see why that aspect of their defense has to have a huge drop off, right? Like they can still defend the run with the talent that they have on this team in that front seven. We just gotta wait and see, right? Just gotta wait and see. Pass rush, of course, is a different concern. But then when we go to the secondary, they bring in 4 transfers there in the secondary, and the secondary at times was a problem last year. It was a vulnerability, and it was clear to the staff that there was a need to bring in a lot of help in the secondary, right? One, they brought in a bunch of transfers on the defensive line to replace some of that edge, and then those edge talents that they lost, but then you also go to the transfer portal to kind of try to fix some of the guys in the secondary or some of the problems that you had there. And look, you got some experienced guys there. KJ Wallace has had plenty of snaps at the Division 1 level. You like to see that. I think Brian Addison has a chance to be pretty decent there for them as a transfer coming over from Oregon. We'll see about Henderson and Moore from Notre Dame and guy coming from Cal and Colorado previously. Like we'll see how all of those guys fit in. I think Jalen Davies is pretty decent. I think Devin Kirkwood is pretty decent. I actually kind of like this room, and I would predict that this room improves to some degree because I don't think last year was all that special at all.
Yeah, I mean, considering you lose some guys there and the defense coordinator, I don't know. Yeah, the drop off's not gonna be crazy. Now you mentioned it earlier where it is easier to hide maybe not an elite secondary with an elite pass rush, and they're not going to have the luxury this year of watching Latu just get after the quarterback. So it's going to be up to guys like KJ Wallace. It's going to be up to Brian Addison to rely upon these transfers to lock down that secondary to give them a safety blanket. So we'll see. I mean, Devin Kirkwood's a guy at the cornerback room. He's a talented kid. He's a talented kid, right? He's been talented. It's about consistency with him, and he's been showing promise in practice. It sounds like he's starting to put it together. How consistent can he be down in and down out for this team? We'll see. RJ Jones, right, is a young kid from St. John Bosco. We'll see how he plays. And obviously, yeah, you got Davies and more, but we'll see. I mean, it's not something that I'm going to be super, writing home about where it's like, this is an elite secondary or whatnot. But I do think the floor can be good enough to give you some kind of, leniency in some games. I think some transfers are going to have to hit, which is, again, not something you want to be. But that's also the reality of taking over in year one for a program. It's just a lot of change is going to happen. And you're gonna have to kind of patch things with certain transfers or whatnot, and so we'll see. But
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It'll look different, no Kamari Ramsey, no John Humphrey. I think John Humphrey was that was a guy that we were talking about down the stretch. He's a guy who was just a really good football player, but we'll see. I I don't know. I still have questions. I think they can be better. I think the floor can be raised, but we'll see. If they're not getting help, I mean, they were getting a lot of help last year in the pass rush department, averaging over 3 sacks per game, where they were 7th in the country in sacks. I I find it hard to believe that this defense is going to still be good like it was last year. And like you talked about losing Dan Lynn, but I don't see why the drop off has to be severe. But like you said, questions on the defensive line, wondering how these transfers are going to meld in this defense. It could cause for a recipe for disaster, or you could see some guys emerge and potentially, because you're not playing. I mean, the games that you were already going to lose, you're playing pretty good passing attacks, but there's some games that on the schedule are winnable against teams that maybe don't have as great of passing attacks as some of the ones that you're supposed to lose, right? When we look at the schedule, right, they go to Hawaii, and honestly, that's a pretty scary game. I know it doesn't seem like that for some reason to me. I've circled that game, and I'm very worried about that game because I think Timmy Chang has done a great job with that offense.
Talking
I
about
think
passing attacks. And
we
is,
talk
is
about
the wide receiver playing? Is he going to play?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Both Ashlock and Stephen McBride. So it's I don't know what the line is for that game. I haven't even looked at it. I just know that people are probably gonna think that's stupid for me to worry about that game for them, but I don't know. In my brain, I'm very nervous about that game. Then you get a bye early, week 2. Indiana at home, LSU on the road, Oregon at home, Penn State on the road, Minnesota at home, Rutgers on the road, then a bye week at Nebraska, Iowa at home, at Washington, USC at home, Fresno State at home. Teams that don't have great passing attacks that you can potentially exploit. Minnesota, Rutgers, Iowa. Uh, we'll see what Nebraska's passing attack looks like. I think it'll improve, but uh, definitely on the radar. We'll see if Curtis Rourke is good at Indiana, right? And then Washington, I'm not all that confident in Will Rogers, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the full episode of all of our Big Ten previews together. But I don't know. When the win total's at 4.5 and it's juiced to the over, I have a hard time believing that it's just automatically that you should go over. When I'm picking this game, I'm gonna pick under 4.5. I believe this line opened at 5.5. Hopefully, people were able to jump on that under when it happened. It's now at 4.5. I would still take the under. I'm gonna go under 4.5. I don't think that this team is incredibly talented. I worry about the staff. I worry about the defensive line melding in the secondary. This offensive line scares me a ton, and I'm not sure if I'm as high on Ethan Garbers as you are.
Yeah, I do like Garbers, but I will also go under with you. And I might even I'll take the under, but I'm also gonna contrast you in terms of like, yes, there's not a ton of elite passing games yet, proven passing games, but I do think looking at like a lot of really good receiving cores, if that makes sense for you. So like obviously in the out of conference, I mean, you've got obviously LSU and what they can do throwing the football, but even Hawaii and Fresno State, like those games are games you should win. But you mentioned McBride and Ashlock, Jalen Moss, and throwing or catching the ball from Mikey Keene at Fresno State. Who knows what can happen there at the end of the season. Indiana, I mean, Curtis Rourke's a question mark, but they've got talent at that receiver room. They've got depth there. Nebraska, same thing. Their quarterback might be a question throwing the football, but again, talent at the receiver room. Washington, same thing. Question mark as a quarterback. Is he going to stay healthy? Whatnot? Is he going to be good in this new offense? But there's talented receiving cores. These are receiving cores that could make their quarterbacks look good against this potential team, this defense in UCLA, and even Minnesota. They got Daniel Jackson. He's a guy that can cause some havoc for opposing defenses as well. Yeah, unfortunately, Deshaun Foster. Listen, I do think he can succeed at UCLA. I just don't think it's going to be early. We'll see what he can do there. I think Chip Kelly left it in a pretty tough situation, especially moving into the Big Ten, leaving so late in the cycle and just having a tough time to adjust. You also lost your coordinator and some of the best pieces on your defense, not only NFL draft, but also the portal. Um, it could be a tough year one. And listen, I hope I'm wrong. I really do for UCLA's sake because, I think when they're good, I think it's fun to watch them out in California. I think it would be nice for the Big Ten to have a couple other teams with good tradition and good recruiting grounds to get better and to create some more parity, at the top half of the Big Ten. And UCLA is one of those football teams that I hope gets back to, a successful, 8, 9, 10 win football team like we've seen them before, at the best under Chip Kelly, but also before that as well.
Last thing about that Hawaii game week 1, the line is only 13.5. If you are only a 13.5 point favorite against Hawaii, I know it's on the road, but also Hawaii gets a tune-up game the week before that against Delaware State. I'm just saying, if you're only a 13.5 point favorite against Hawaii, what makes me think that you can be a favorite in 4 other games this season? Fresno State's a scary game. I know Jeff Tedford stepped down again.
No, he's there, I think, still.
I thought he stepped down again.
Fuck, I don't know.
Pretty sure he stepped down again. Because when I was looking at the Mountain West coaches, there's like 9 or 10. Skipper. It's like 9 or 10 new coaches in the Mountain West, which is pretty nuts. So I don't know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my bad. Tim Skipper's gonna be the guy.
Yeah, that's right. So under it is. Let's talk about the other team from Los Angeles. Let's go to USC. Well, Lincoln Riley in his 3rd season. Maybe a little bit of a disappointing season last year after you had a quarterback that was a generational prospect, number 1 drafted overall the year before. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. You finally got rid of Al Grinch. And you got the defensive coordinator who was the defensive coordinator in the other school at UCLA. Thank you once again to Sean Foster for telling us that UCLA was in Los Angeles. Would have never known that the University of California, Los Angeles was in Los Angeles. So thank you. But yeah, I mean, this offense is still going to be really good. Miller Moss is a fantastic quarterback, by the way. Like in the limited time that we've seen him, Miller Moss is a very good quarterback. And then you're like, okay, in the quarterback room, like, oh, what's behind Miller Moss? Jaden Mayava, right? And of course, both great talents that they have there in that quarterback room. I love it. And then not to mention, I mean, running back room looks good. The wide receiver room looks good. I mean, just his offense is still going to be very good, and we'll get to all of it, right? But I mean, Miller Moss and Jaden Malva, like, to have those 2 guys as your quarterbacks, like, you have 2 legitimate starting quarterbacks on your team, which is very nice.
Listen, I'll say last year there was a time point in the season where it looked like you were going to be going from Caleb Williams to Will Howard. And now you're at, holy shit. Yeah, we forgot. Miller Moss is a really good quarterback. And you also have Maeva for depth and the future of that room. Holy cow. I think Ohio State would trade in a heartbeat Miller Moss and Maeva for a guy like Will Howard. For sure. I think, he's a guy that really, really impressed in that.
Even though Lincoln Riley wanted Will Howard?
Well, listen, I like Will Howard, but I think Miller Moss, I feel good about Miller Moss. What he did in that bowl game. We'll see. I mean, and there's a reason why Will Howard's not at USC. I think if Lincoln Riley wanted him, I'm sure he could have gotten him. And this team is also going to be super talented around him. I think he's going to be able to use a plethora of weapons along that wide receiver room and even out of the backfield as well to his advantage. Now, here's what I'll say this, and listen, USC fans, I really high on Moss, I'm high on Maeva, I'm high on this offense and this team as well. Everyone keeps saying, oh, this offense, it's going to be more structured. It's going to be better. It's going to be more fluid because he's going to play in system. He's going to let Lincoln Riley, do his thing and scheme guys. I don't know how you can upgrade from Caleb Williams because he was so good. And I know he made some mistakes. And I know that Notre Dame game was not great. But he was a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. He's the 1st overall pick. He is really flashing for the Bears right now. I mean, listen, not that I'm Debbie Downer on Miller Moss. I'm not at all, but I do want to just calm down for a second. Let's be realistic about this. Like, Caleb Williams was unbelievable, generational type talent. Miller Moss is very, very talented, yes, but is he going to beat Caleb Williams? No, but that's okay. You could still win a lot of football games with Miller Moss. He's still a talented kid. He's still going to be drafted in the NFL. I mean, you saw what he did against Louisville. He could still put up a ton of points for you. And I think that's the excitement on this team and around this offense. And it's totally justified. It's absolutely justified.
The running back room is really good too. Woody Marks is a really good football player. I know he didn't get a ton of carries last year in that Mississippi State offense, or as a matter of fact, any year, but he was such a focal point of that offense. Woody Marks, Jaquavius Marks, is really good, right? I don't know that he's Marshawn Lloyd. Right? Marshawn Lloyd was really good for you last year. Really, really, really good for you. I mean, to the point where, I mean, your rushing attack, you only ran the ball 42% of the time, which is wild. And you're still averaging 4.8 yards per carry. You still averaged 133 yards per game despite only running the ball 42% of the time, which is like bottom 10 in the country. Jaquavius Marks is very good. Quinn Joyner is a younger guy who, you know, I believe in the talent of him. Marion Peterson, I believe in the talent of him as well. I think those three guys kind of form a nice little pair and a spare that we talk about on this channel a lot. Having that pair, Woody Marks and then Quinn Joyner, and then having that Marion Peterson spell back that you can go to if you need to, or if some injuries happen as well.
No, I'm with you too. Absolutely. I mean, Marks I thought he was the bright spot on that Mississippi State team last year. I thought what he can do out of the backfield is something that I'm sure Lincoln Riley is really going to enjoy, and I'm sure that's what attracted him to Woody Marks. And Joyner's explosiveness is obviously something that is no mistake, no secret at all. He's going to be a guy that's going to be able to really flash and make some plays for you. I like it, and I also like being able to run the football, man. I mean, give Moss and Maeva take less off their plate because yes, they're very, very good, but it helps to have a good running back. It helps to have a good running game, and just open up the offense and let those receivers go. I mean, let's talk about them. Zachariah Branch, Deuce
Yeah.
Robinson, Makai Lemon, Jacoby Lane, Kyle Ford, Karen Hudson, Jay Fair, Charles Ross, Xavier Jordan. I mean, the list goes on and on of talented and a beautiful mix, a beautiful blend of uber talented and experienced bodies, and also different body types with Branch and Robinson, Lemon Lane. I mean, you can mix and match. You can be versatile. You got guys that can run all different routes. What the possibilities are endless for what Lincoln Riley can do. What they did in that 2023 recruiting class is hit on 4 receivers, and that does not happen often. That is exciting to see. And listen, I mean, Taj Washington, very, very good player. I thought Brendan Rice disappointed me after a promising start to his career at Colorado. Mario Williams, not quite the guy I thought he was going to be as well coming up from Oklahoma. I thought you missed Jordan Addison last year, and you missed a really alpha or an elite wide receiver room. And to me, this looks like it. To me, I'll put it up there, and it's not quite ahead of Oregon and Ohio State just because there's a little bit of unknown in terms of like heavy workload, longevity, a big sample size from some of these guys, but it's a really talented room. You want to talk a little bit more about it?
No, you hit all of the names. I mean, I've been like Zach Branch is so different. Deuce Robinson is so different, man. Like those guys are elite, elite NFL prospect talents, and they're just sophomores, man. Makai Lemon as well, Jacoby Lane, like sophomores, and they're so good. That wide receiver room is going to be good this year. It's going to be good next year, and as long as Lincoln Riley's there, I can count on that wide receiver room being pretty good for the years to come after that, as long as he's over there at USC. In the tight end room, Lake McRee, I mean, 26 receptions on 30 targets. Solid. Seems like he was a pretty decent option. I don't know really what the rest of this tight end room is going to look like. Not necessarily a focal point of any offense that Lincoln Riley is going to be running. So Sure, in the wide receiver room, you lose Taj Washington and Brendan Rice. I think you still have unbelievable talent in your wide receiver room, and Lake McRee is going to get you what you need in
Yeah,
that tight
I'm
end
with
room.
you. And Zachariah Branch, I know he's a special teams guy, but please have him play more offense. I mean, there is no reason he should only be playing 250 snaps. He was better than Singer last year. He was better than Rice. I don't know what that was all about, but I think he steps into a bigger role. I honestly, I don't know. Is Jacoby Lane? He might be the best out of all of them, at least in terms of just like complete wide receivers, like run any route, get open whenever you want. Yeah, what an exciting group to have for Miller Moss to walk into. And by the way, I mean I heard it somewhere where all these. I mean they lost what their top their three wide receivers last year, and or maybe
Doesn't
four
matter.
if you count Mario Williams. It doesn't matter, but also like these guys, those sophomores were with the second team running with Miller Moss, and the connection and the continuity, the chemistry is there with those guys, and you saw it in the bowl game. And I mean, it's pretty exciting. And finally, you look at their schedule and you see some of those, toss up games, and it's like, where are these teams weak at? It's like, oh, the secondary, maybe pass rush here. And it's like they could really take advantage. And that's where they could separate themselves from these teams.
When I look at their offensive line, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of moving pieces there. When I look at it, and I looked at it really hard, and I'm like, and I wanted to like it, but the thing I kept coming back to, Christopher, zero transfers on the offensive line.
Yes.
Not a
Great point.
single one. Not a single one. And that is intentional because we know if Lincoln Riley sees a hole on the team, he is going to go get transfer portal. Like he's going to go get guys. They're going to fill that spot. Maybe at a replacement level. In certain instances, they become elite. But the fact that he did not go in the transfer portal and explicitly pick out guys in the offensive line tells me that he's not panicking. He believes in this offensive line, and so does the rest of the coaching staff. So I'm in on this offensive line being good. Not necessarily because I'm an elite evaluator of this talent on this team, or I know that all these moving parts on this offensive line are going to be good. This is a vibes. This is the fact. I just think that that's a really important thing to look at.
Yeah, I'm first of all to our audience. I want to apologize for that outburst there. I was probably not super pleasant, but I'm glad he made that point. I mean, Lance Hurd, they could have gone out and gotten a guy like Lance Hurd, right? I mean, 5-star kid from LSU. You went to Tennessee, like they were pieces in the portal. I know offensive line is not a place where you want to be searching for in the portal, but they could have gotten pieces, and they had before Pregnon. They've gotten guys along that offensive line from the portal, and you hit it right in the nose. I mean, Elijah Page is uber talented. That is exactly what you want your offensive tackle to look and move like. Now we'll see how he puts it together in year two. Him and Noah, right? Two young kids. We'll see how they look like, but I feel pretty good. And Jonah Monheim, another guy that is just physical and was good sliding down to center. I'm so
From
sorry.
tackle, and he was
He,
really good at tackle.
yeah,
He was
he
good at
looks good
tackle.
there. Yeah, to me, I'm all for this offensive line. Now the depth is definitely something that concerns me. I would have liked to see them maybe add some depth pieces in the portal, but
But
again,
they
that's almost even
didn't.
harder. But I know, but again, yes, but I would have liked to see just a little bit more stability there. And maybe I'm wrong, and I'm sure they know their roster better than I do, but um, it's it's pretty exciting, and I think keeping a guy upright like Miller Moss and listen, I love Caleb Williams, right, Bears fan, but he does sometimes make it harder on his offensive line the way he can move around in a pocket, right? He's got really good pocket presence, but he also the way he kind of moves around and extends plays, it can be tough to block for him, and that's where you lead the holding calls. That's where you get sacks. That's where you take a drop back and you don't know where your quarterback is because he is so elusive and so creative. But Miller Moss is much more structured in terms of I'm going to be right here in my drop set. I'm just going to be right here, and you just got to get to your spot as an offensive tackle. And I think that's where Page and Murphy can benefit from the change in quarterback.
When I look at this defense, I'm seeing, at least in the front seven, some movement, some new pieces, right? Not enough like that's entirely shaking up the core of that front seven. And the front seven was really bad, and a huge part of it was effort from Bear Alexander, effort from your Mason Cobb was not good last year. I know that USC fans thought that he was going to be good. He was not good for you last year. Now, he still is a guy with a lot of experience. I think, maybe Bear Alexander can fix some of those effort issues. Maybe Anthony Lucas can make a step on that offensive line and kind of live up to that, high 4-star billing that he had. I'm still looking at this front seven, and I'm still concerned about it. In the secondary, ironically, I feel pretty good about the secondary, actually. I like a lot of the transfer portal pieces that they brought in there. But on the defensive line, and look, when I look at this defensive line, right, I see piece after piece after piece after piece. I'm like, okay, that's like a good player. That's like a good player. That's a good player. And it just didn't come together last year. And, some of that was coaching, some of it was effort. And I don't know how or when that's going to get fixed or if it will get fixed. So the fact that they're still kind of like Dan Lynn is kind of running it back with a lot of these guys in the front seven kind of tells me that maybe he likes the talent in this front seven, but I'm not sure. I'm not super confident in this front seven. And I think you need to have a high effort, highly physical, high motor front seven if you're going to succeed in the Big Ten.
I do think the talent is there. I mean, you
Correct.
mentioned it where like it's the names are good, right? And everything on paper seemed like, okay, yeah, maybe this is why Grinch is running it back one more time, or Riley's running it back one more time with Grinch, but it didn't pan out. And then you lose Height and Corey Foreman, you transfer out of there, and we'll see how they really feel those pieces on the edge there, or feel those departures. But Jamil Muhammad, right, is just a solid player, right? He's the guy you're hoping that has that high motor, can be a leader in that room. Is Brylan Shelby? Is he going to take a jump in year 2? Anthony Lucas, where is Anthony Lucas? He was a guy that, first of all, I was high on when A&M got him. I thought he flashed well as a freshman. I loved when USC went out and got him, and they just didn't use him. I don't know what about it. Was he hurt? Was he battling injuries? Did he not fit in that system? He's a fun kid, 6'5", 275, athletic, former 5-star. I mean, I feel good in Danton Lynn to put him in position to succeed, because he's a guy that I think you need to. And Tuliopao, right? He's got to stay healthy, right? Cameron Fountain's a young, talented kid. Abasari from Minnesota. He's a talented young kid. I don't know how much those guys are really ready to play, but both those kids got bodies ready to play. I mean, Abasari, he put on weight. He looks good, right? As a young kid, coming in to USC. And then interior, Bear Alexander. He gets a lot of hate because, he almost entered the portal and he didn't. And it sounds like, he left Georgia, and he almost gets a bad rep in terms of what he does off the field. And I don't quite know if much to that. I'm not going to bury a kid just because of all that. It's kind of speculation and all that stuff. But he's also 19 years old. I mean, he's still a young kid, developing, growing. Sounds like he's impressing this offseason. It sounds like he's, still getting more and more consistent on and off the field. Remember, he's just a junior. He's just going to be a true junior. So he's still a young kid. If he can put it together more consistently, that would work wonders for the rest of the guys in this room who are solid players, but do not have the upside of Bear Alexander. But listen, Kobe Pepe, he's a guy, I know USC fans, I mean, he kind of coming out of nowhere this offseason, right? But he's 6'2", 315. We'll see, because, sometimes you fall in love with these guys that going crazy in fall camp. But if he could step up, he would be a massive step at nose tackle to eat up some blocks in the middle of that defense and let those athletic linebackers run free. Gavin Myers, another guy, played a good amount at Wyoming. Nate Clifton was a team captain for Vandy. He could start and give you a bunch of production. Again, like it's been the past couple years, there are names in this room. I think the depth is there. It's going to be up to Coach Henderson to get the most out of them. And I guess it's a wait and see type process. But where I sit here today, I have to believe that this defensive line is better than it was a year ago. Is that right? Or and if it's not, it's
I
going to be
hope
a long
so.
year with
I
that
hope so.
schedule.
I mean, look, Bear Alexander, and I'll say this again, like down to down effort was an issue, right? But he also played 660 snaps. Like, not everyone is Deion Walker and like can play one tech at like a dominant level for 700 snaps. Like, maybe Alex Grinch was just like fighting for his job and leaving his best players in the field. Like, if Bear Alexander like only played like 500 snaps, 480 snaps, like maybe we would see more down to down effort from him. Maybe it was just a conditioning thing. Maybe that gets fixed, with like one more offseason. He is 315 pounds. Uh, we'll see. Jamil Muhammad is a good player too. Really good player. That was a great get for them. A
What's
little
your
while
take on
back.
Anthony Lucas, real quick? I mean, you're an Aggie.
I mean,
I know you
like,
didn't get much of him. You only had a year of him, but what?
I'm not sure run defense wise, right? Like, I'm not sure if he can really play five tech like on early downs, right? And like you saw him like last year, even and on a like third down pass rush, like he had like almost a 10% pressure rate, last year, which is by the way awesome, awesome. And he has that athletic profile to be an elite pass rusher, and I think they just like using him more in that aspect. And I just don't think Anthony Lucas is a 3 down guy. I think he is a pass rush specialist. And, that's okay. And they're going to have other guys on this defensive line that can play, the first and second down, and be an impact in that run game. He feels like he kind of gets moved around a little bit. He's very fast and bendy, and that's what makes him a good pass rusher. It's just being fast and bendy doesn't help you in the run game. It doesn't. Sometimes it can if you use it properly and you're physical and you're strong and you fill in the right gaps and you know, you're using technique. It just doesn't feel like it's there for him. At least it hasn't been these last 2 years. The linebacker room, I talked about it before. It's not good last. Like Mason Cobbs was bad. Like he got taken out in some games. He was not good. He was not good. Despite playing 772 snaps. He was very bad last year. Um Eric Gentry also played a lot of snaps last year. You bring in Easton Mascarenas Arnold from Oregon State. Now, the last Oregon State linebacker, Omar Spacek, transfer out there, ended up being terrible for LSU. I don't anticipate this being the situation with Mascarenas Arnold. I think he's a good player. I don't know if he's going to play Mike or if Mason Cobb is going to play Mike, but my speculation is that Mascarenas Arnold will play Mike and Mason Cobb will play some will there. We'll see how that turns out for them. I mean, Indiana's 4-2-5. It's gonna probably be those two. I would imagine Eric Gentry gets some snaps as well. Maybe Rayshawn Davis as well. I don't know. I don't know how the snap counts are gonna differentiate. I mean, it felt like Alex Grinch was just like leaving guys out there a lot, but we'll we'll see. I guess we'll see. I'm not super confident in Mason Cobb just after what I saw last year. Even though we saw some good things in 2022, it just feels like the pieces are there in the front secondary, and maybe Dan Lynn can get it out of them, but it just really felt like they were missing tackles. It felt like it was low effort. They were in the wrong spots, and maybe a lot of that's just coaching, and maybe that can get fixed in one offseason, but maybe it can't, right? So I hope that Easton Mascarenas Arnold can provide some sort of spark in that front seven. And sometimes Mike linebackers can do that. If you have a really good Mike linebacker and you just put the talent on your team in the right positions to make plays, like it can make a huge, huge difference. Chris, as you, as someone who played Mike, right? Like, how important it is to get everyone on the same page and in the right position. And not just so you as a Mike can make players, but so that you're very talented athletes around you are also in the positions to make plays as well.
Absolutely. And that's where I look to a guy like Eric Gentry. That's the guy I like as an athlete, a talented player where they can move him around and do things and let him roam free. If you've got a guy like EMA in the mic and if he stabilizes that position, you nailed it on the head. Absolutely. To me, Mason Cobb, yes, I don't think he is the linchpin. Right? If he jumps back to Oklahoma State, Cobb, I mean, great. That's just gravy, right? But Gentry to me is I think is going to be that guy to step up and could be a real difference maker on this team, put in a position to just fly around and make plays if you've got stability at Mike. And that's credit to them for bringing in very talented Pac-12 kid as well who's got good experience. So we'll see. And I also think like it does help if you have stability up front and if you're blocking, if you're stuffing run lanes like Kobe Pepe and Bear Alexander, if those guys can do their job up front, win on early downs, I think it's really nice.
This secondary, I mean, obviously large overhaul. You bring in 5 different transfers, but I like the guys that they brought in, like John Humphrey and Kamar Ramsey, who are following Dan Lynn from UCLA. I know we talked about UCLA secondary not being great last year. Like these were 2 bright spots. Like John Humphrey is a really good cornerback, and then Akili Arnold coming over from Oregon State as well. It's pretty solid in the secondary there. 49 tackles, 3 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. Guy who's pretty experienced there. I think those 3 guys, bringing them in, like those are pretty good DBs, right? And you combine that with Dan Lynn, I think the secondary is going to improve a lot, and I feel pretty good. Now, the secondary, I don't think was necessarily the worst part of this defense last year. Like I mentioned, I thought the front 7 was just absolutely atrocious, which caused them to be terrible in the red zone, terrible on third down because they were in third and shorts all the time. The run defense was terrible. I mean, I just thought that having a bad front 7 just led to so many other problems. Um, even though an overhaul was also needed in the secondary, I think they did a good job getting really good pieces.
Yeah, and normally I look around, I'm like, okay, you bring in 5 transfers, and it's like, they're all might have to play a good amount, and that's never a great thing. But Kamar Ramsey, John Humphrey, like, yes, they're transfers, but they're not really. They're proven guys in this system, in that conference, or at least at the Power 5 level, which is nice to see. You mentioned Arnold Nicholson coming over from Mississippi State, Grady Vance as well. To me, I look at some of the returning guys and guys that hopefully you're seeing take a step with new staff, another year in the weight room, another year in college football. Jacoby Covington, more of a veteran type player. Excuse me. Prophet Brown, a guy I think he played well in that bowl game. How about Marcellus Williams? Not necessarily a veteran kid, but a young guy. It sounds like he's really exciting them in camp so far. I don't know how much he'll give you in 2024, but in beyond. And if you need him in a pinch in certain desired depth situations, good to have a body like that in the room, in the cornerback room. And then how about Bryson Shaw, 50-year guy, former Ohio State guy, I believe. Uh, solid depth, right? And then how do the young guys progress behind that? That's a wait and see type thing. Hopefully, you don't need them this year, and you can just kind of let them sit and develop and do their thing on their own time. But listen, this defense again. I mean, it's a talented defense. I think it's more talented than it's been. I will say this, and I think it's more experienced than it's been, and I think it's going to have as better coaching than it's had in a while. And to me, those 3 things, it's a good recipe. And now, how much can you overhaul a terrible defense in one offseason? It's going to be tough, and the expectations should not be, oh, this is going to be a top 30 defense. If it is, that's great. I mean, it still might not even matter because this schedule is so brutal, but it would do wonders for you. And I think you're going to start to see the ceiling of this USC team hit. We've talked about it for years. Everyone knows it's about this defense and how can this defense get going and how's physicality? Do they hold up depth, running, stopping the run, getting off the field on third down? They had that one year where they went 11-1, right? But they turnover. It was just turnover luck, not just turnover, but it was a lot of turnover luck, and that was a big part of it. You want to be able to get off the field on your own dime, not just because of a tip ball, not just because of you pop the ball loose from somebody or a strip sack. It's more about getting off consistently, and that travels week to week, that travels year to year, and I guess it remains to be seen. But the pieces are in place, and Lincoln Riley did everything he needed to do this offseason, start that process and that healing, fix it, and I guess we'll see what happens. But real quick though, on the defense side, I want to ask you, a lot has been made of this defense and this offseason. what can this defense struggle but show promise at times, and you can still be like, okay, the pieces are there, and like what are you looking for this year in this defense? Is it just like, okay, they need to win this amount of games, they need to have this many turnovers, this many or it's just like, okay, you see the effort, you see the eye test, and it's kind of like, this looks different than last year. The results aren't quite there yet, but it seems like it could be trending in that direction. What do you want to see this year?
I want to see physicality from the front seven. That's it. If I see nothing else but physicality from the front seven, I think that is a huge, huge improvement. And I think it'll work wonders. Just establishing that kind of culture in your defense is just so important. In the Big Ten, like where you're gonna have to go on the road, like in November to Lincoln, Nebraska, or in different years, you're gonna have to travel to Madison, Wisconsin, and play in absolutely freezing cold weather. It is going to be like the Big Ten is a physical conference, and you are not going to compete if you can't be physical. Even some of the bottom feeders, not the bottom feeders, but some of like the lower tier 3 teams in the Big Ten are very physical. I would call Iowa a tier 3 team. I'd call Wisconsin a tier 3 team. Physical teams, and those physical teams, that's when they've been at their best, and they've bred cultures of being physical, and you're going to drop some games that you shouldn't drop in the Big Ten if you aren't physical. So let's talk about their schedule. I mean, over-under win totals are at 7.5 in most places. You start the season with LSU in Las Vegas. You're like a touchdown dog in that game. You get Utah State at home the next week. Bye. At Michigan, Wisconsin at home, at Minnesota, Penn State at home, at Maryland, Rutgers at home, at Washington. You get a bye. Nebraska at home, at UCLA, then Notre Dame at home. I know the schedule is brutal. I think it's brutal because of their out of conference, right? Like getting LSU, Notre Dame, out of conference is tough. All right. But I think we had someone in our comments section when we talked about the Florida schedule being the toughest in the country, and they said that this USC schedule is harder than that. I could not disagree more. I think there are so many winnable games on the schedule. Any schedule with Utah State, Minnesota, Rutgers, Nebraska, and UCLA is not a historically tough schedule. It is a historically tough out of conference schedule, I think, for a Big Ten team where you're only playing 3 out of conference games. I think Michigan on the road is tough because it's a physical game. Minnesota is nice on the road because you get it early in the season instead of getting it late in the season. Washington on the road and UCLA on the road, getting 2 of those games where you don't have to leave the West Coast as your road games, I think is huge. I think at Maryland is kind of a sneaky tough game. I'm ready. I'm ready for this over 7.5. I like this USC team to improve defensively, and I do think that the offense is not going to see a significant drop off. Despite, I know Caleb Williams was nuts. I know he was. I think this wide receiver room is better. I think this offensive line has a chance to be better. I think that running back room with Jaquavius Marks is still really good, and I believe in Miller Moss. I think he's really good. And like you said, and this was a point that hadn't even thought of until you brought it up, but the chemistry between Miller Moss and those twos from last year, it's just going to translate. I really like that point that you made there. I'm going to ride with you on that. So over 7.5. I believe you can mostly get that at -105. Not that I'm betting this, but I think you can get wins against Utah State. I think you can beat Wisconsin at home. I think you can beat Minnesota. I think you can beat Rutgers. I think you can beat Washington, Nebraska, UCLA. That's already 7. And then you just got to find one more somewhere.
Yeah, to me, I thought I was gonna be on the under, but I'm gonna go over here just because I like what I'm hearing out of fall camp so far. I'm not gonna bet it just because this schedule, it is a tough schedule. It
It
really
is.
is a tough
I wasn't
schedule.
trying
And
to
so
devalue it. Yep.
attrition can be tough, but I do think they've got depth at some nice spots. Now we'll see about the O-line. I know you mentioned they didn't take any transfers, but again, it'll be an experience there, no matter what. So I guess that depends on injuries, whatnot. But listen, I mean, you mentioned it. There are 7 games that you should win, and then it's about LSU, Michigan, Wisconsin, Penn State, Notre Dame. A lot of those games are at home or neutral site. I believe is that the LSU game? That's that in Vegas, right?
It's in Vegas. Yep.
Yeah, on Sunday night, that'll be a fun one. That standalone.
I can't wait.
But LSU has not won week 1 since 2019. They have lost a lot of opening games. I know a lot of that was at O, but I'm just saying, when you want to get LSU, you get them early, and
Hey,
they're
LSU or
replacing a lot there.
USC plus 6.5. We'll see if I sprinkle that. I'm just saying.
I don't. LSU's a team I could see losing more than people think. But yeah, I'm. Let's do it, man. This USC team. And by the way, if you go 8-4, and I know USC fans expect more, and they should. They absolutely should, especially in year 3 in Lincoln Riley. You shouldn't be going backwards. But I do think, like Matthew talked about with the defense, like there are things that you can take away no matter what the record is. It's like, okay, fine. We're doing the right things. We're building a foundation, maybe 1 step back, 2 steps forward in the next couple of years, where you're getting to a spot where USC can be an annual contender. There's no reason they should not be in the tier 1 of the Big Ten for years to come, right there with Oregon and Ohio State. And we'll see what happens with Michigan and Penn State. Like they should be right there. The problem is they get Penn State and Michigan this year. Out of conference is brutal with Notre Dame and LSU. Exciting though. Very, very exciting games and whatnot. But to me, I think that Notre Dame game, I think that's super winnable because your back half of your schedule, yes, there's some physical teams like there, Rutgers and Nebraska, but there's a lot of pretty winnable football games that you could be winning by a good amount, not have to really, really exert a ton of effort for. And you've got that bye in the middle of November, I guess early November, where
And
you could be somewhat fresh going into Notre Dame, fresher than maybe you would think after a tough schedule.
that I don't think people are ready for that Notre Dame offensive line to be not that great. But yeah, I mean that could play into your hands really nicely because if you're playing a team that's already attritioned injury wise on the offensive line and you get them in November at the end of the season, who knows what other kind of, like you said, attrition, but specifically attrition on that offensive line. Let's head over to Seattle. Let's stick on the West Coast with Washington. By the way, look, when we came out with our video and we talked about, Jed Fish and, what he kind of means to that program going over to Washington, we kind of put out our video and you guys should check it out. And, I think it was a pretty good dive into the hiring of Jed Fish. We didn't really get a chance to talk a lot about the coaching staff there. We really didn't. Brennan Carroll, NFL guy. Steven Belichick, NFL guy. Del Rio's been brought in. I mean, like, this staff and, a team like Washington that has had an emphasis on developing. I mean, when I say developing NFL talent, I mean developing really good NFL talent very consistently, like over exceeding the expectations that the 3-star ratings that these kids have been brought in. Like at Washington, people like to talk about Iowa as like development university, whatever. Washington, as a program, in my opinion, has done the best job elevating the talent of their players around them. And I'm not just talking about this because of last year. I'm talking about this, not necessarily when Jimmy Lake was there, but when Peterson was there, right? As well as DeBoer. This Washington's been very good at developing players. And I think Jed Fish continues to put an emphasis on that by hiring. And Jed Fish was an NFL guy as well. He coached for the Rams, not as a head coach, but he was on that staff. Bringing in that NFL talent, maybe these guys don't necessarily know what it entails to like recruit at a high level, but Jed Fish knows what it takes. Being it is that he recruited very well at Arizona for their standards. I love the Jed Fish hire, and I don't think it's going to pan out this year necessarily, as we're going to talk about in just a minute here. But I do think that down the road, like Jed Fish was the guy when I was looking at guys that I wanted Texas A&M to bring in as head coaches. Like Jed Fish was probably my 1B hire. That like he was way up there on my list. I think he's a fantastic coach.
No, and Fish talked about it at Big Ten Medias where he was like, look at Michigan and what they did. When did things start changing? It's when they brought in Connor Stallions. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
They brought in NFL coordinators and if you want to cheat and or have NFL experience, who better to bring in than a Belichick, right? I mean, when Steve Belichick is done. No, but anyways, you got Belichick, you got Brendan Carroll, the emphasis there. I love it. That's a great point to bring up and start us off here. I'm all with you. This staff is a really, really impressive one. I think it's something that Washington, I mean, what a whirlwind of an offseason, right? Where you had, or really a whirlwind of a 2024, where you start off high, you lose the national championship game, but it's like, okay, you know what? Maybe we're going to lose a lot of guys, but we can run it back. And DeBoer's our guy. And then Saban retires. It's like, uh-oh, here it comes. But they rebounded well, and they got a totally new roster there, a totally new
Yeah, it's
staff. And
nuts.
it's going to be kind of a lot of a big learning curve for Washington fans, I think, because you're going to see, well, where's this guy from? Where's this guy from? Well, stick around, watch the video. Make sure you like and subscribe to figure out what Washington's going to look like this year. Um, but yeah, I mean, to get into it, right? The quarterback position, you've got Will Rogers. And I know you're not super high on him, and maybe I'm not either, but I do think he is a bridge quarterback. And I don't mean that as an insult. I'm just saying, like, this season could have gone off the rails for Washington, right? I mean, you lose all that talent, all those starting guys, the coaching staff, the culture left with them, right? You bring in Will Rogers, or really you retain Will Rogers because he was committed to the previous staff. It could have been really bad, but he is a veteran quarterback. He at least I think gives them some kind of floor to have offensively, because without him, you're looking at slim pickings in the portal that late in the cycle, or you're looking at young kids, and that's never where you want to be year one going to the Big Ten, right? I mean, at least Will Rogers has experience in multiple systems, playing a lot of football. He's got a talented arm, at least a good enough arm, college level arm. I don't know. I know you're not super thrilled on him, but I think it could have been a lot worse. And I think what he can give you is some kind of stability there for at least an offseason until you get Fish, who calls the plays, by the way, a Fish on the ability to get his guys in there and to really start implementing his offense.
Now you can also pin some of the troubles last year on injuries and stuff, but before the injuries, he was not very good, right? Like, and that was partly because of the philosophy change and just not having good offense. And the reason why Mississippi State was so quick to move off of Zach Arnett is because, yeah, and I was hoping that it'd work out with them, but just that offense was terrible, and that defense didn't improve either. And Will Rogers, I've only ever seen him succeed in a Mike Leach offense, right? And we've seen lots of not necessarily incredibly talented quarterbacks succeed in Mike Leach's offenses. So that's my skepticism with Will Rogers. It is believed, like at camp and stuff, he has been playing well, and he is exceedingly better than these other guys in this room. But that's also what makes me scared, right? Like Damon Williams, like, is he ready to play? No. Teddy Purcell, is he good? No. Is Shea Kirkendall? No, none of these guys. None of these guys are ready to play aside from Will Rogers. And if he goes down, like, this is, I mean, I guess this is what we call it. Like, the wheels will fall off the wagon. Guaranteed if Will Rogers does not stay healthy for the entire season. Like you talk about, like, yeah, sure, he's a bridge quarterback. Bridge means for this year into next year. Like, he needs to stay healthy. And I'm not sure. I know that there's some optimism about the offensive line, but you lose a lot of really good talent on that offensive line. So we'll see, and we'll talk about it in a little bit, but we'll see if Will Rogers can stay healthy the rest of the season.
I do think a strength of this team offensively could be that running back room. I mean, Jonah Coleman comes in. He was really good for Arizona. 5'9", 229, physical runner. He came in and he kind of changed the dimensions. You saw there was a difference when he came in versus everybody else in that room. He brings him over from Arizona to Washington. So obviously, he fits well in that pro style, right, at the wide zone kind of scheme that Jed Fish likes to run. And then Cam Davis, Washington fans remember him. He was the starting running back until he got hurt. And then Dylan Johnson came in and did his thing, obviously. But it's great to have Cam Davis back. Hopefully he's healthy, about 12, 13 months removed from that injury. By the time week one hits, Daniel Nagata is in that room. He's a former 4-star, solid depth from Arizona State a couple years ago. Jordan Washington and Adam Muhammad, those are two young kids that I know the staff, I think, feels pretty good about. And it's a pretty good place to be at in year one, especially if Will Rogers goes down. But also to keep him upright is to stop a good pass rush is also nice to have a good running game, and that's how you can help. Maybe if you've got an inexperienced pass blocking offensive line, if you can run the football, 30 times, 35 times a game and feel good about it. That's a really good sign.
Yeah, I'm second everything that you said right there, and just go straight to the wide receiver room. Denzel Boston is a guy that is really turning heads over there at Washington. A guy that was buried a little bit, behind Jermaine Bernard, behind Jalen Polk, behind Jalen McMillan, behind Roma Dunze. Denzel Boston is a guy that could really emerge and be good. And Jeremiah Hunter, the guy who they thought was going to be the premier transfer over there from Cal, who, by the way, still is really good. Uh, I think they're going to have a really good 1-2 punch there with both of those guys being rather exceptional.
I'm with you. I think Boston is the talk of the camp, and those are two guys that are over 6'2". Boston's 6'4". That's a good, big-bodied, pro style receivers that Will Rogers and Jed Fish can have some fun with. And behind them, I still think there's some fun bodies in that room. Obviously, Giles Jackson, who's an old dude. I feel like he's been in college football forever. 5'9", 187 from Michigan. I transferred from Michigan a couple years ago. Yeah, it's a fun guy to have in your room. Kevin Green from Arizona. That's exciting that the Arizona wants to bring him over because we talked about it before, where you have these staffs where they're bringing in their players from one regime to another, where you get to recruit a guy twice and you get to choose a guy twice is always a good thing. Rasheed Williams, Justice Williams, Jason Robinson, those are all young guys. And we'll see how much they can get going. But again, I'm
Your top four
Boston and
is very
Hunter.
nice.
Stay healthy and produce. Yeah, I'm with you there.
So yeah, like you said though, beyond those kind of top four guys, of course, you're relying on young talent. Not a situation that you want to be in, especially with a new quarterback as well. Like, just tough. All right, like I think that room, like we said, can still be good. But just reiterating what you said, got to stay healthy. In the tight end room, not a lot of proven guys. Kaliki Latu comes over from is it Nevada and Cal, where he was originally at before. Quinn Moore is a guy that I think they like, more of a blocker type. JUCO is pretty old as well. I mean, you like to see the experience in there. It's not going to be a room that necessarily is a game breaking room, but because you lose, I mean, two tight ends that have over 300 snaps, right? I mean, you're gonna have some turnover in that room, and you're just hoping that you get something, right? I think that you're gonna rely on this wide receiver room. I don't even think Jed Fish at Arizona initially used um his tight ends explicitly, given that he had really good talent at receivers and quarterback. Like, just it's gonna be okay. I'm not expecting this tight end room to be anything special. Okay, you do have Ryan Odden, who's a bit of a younger guy. Let him develop maybe another year. We'll see if he actually finds his way onto the field, which could definitely happen. But still an unknown in that department. I think this is probably the most unknown room, maybe aside from the offensive line, on this offense.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a weakness, let it be at tight end. That's okay. As long as you've got a good blocker and Quentin Moore, you can kind of work around everything else. So Ryan Otten, younger brother of former Washington star Cade Otten, he's the star in the NFL or star. He's a really good player in the NFL right now. Hopefully he can replicate that. But yeah, he's still a young kid. Tight end is a tough position to learn early on, but he's got the body to do it. 6'6", 257. Holy cow. Where do they make these guys? But yeah, I'm with you here. Nothing exciting, special. If Latu and Otten can be a nice receiving duo, that would be really nice, but that's kind of gravy. I don't quite expect them. That old line, though, I mean, listen, you lose all five guys, right? To the
Yeah,
tackle,
and
the
they were
tackle's the
so
NFL,
good.
and the Joe Moore, yeah, the interior guys to the SEC. It's going to be tough. But here's what I'll say. So guard Memelar, right? He was supposed to be that left guard last year. He got hurt last year, so he's battling back from injury. He's probably going to be a left guard there. Everywhere else, you got transfers, you've got bat pieces, young guys, inexperience. We'll see. So Maximus McCree, he does have experience at Maryland and JUCO, a lot of experience there, I guess. But again, how is he going to transfer over? He wasn't great at Maryland. So we'll see how he does in year one. If you want him to step in and be your left tackle, that's not something that you really want to be at, right? Tyatali, right? In-state kid, which is nice, coming in from Portland State. The problem is Portland's a big time drop off in competition. At least he's got the body. He's 325 pounds, which is really nice to see. He also has flexibility in terms of he's played guard, he's played center, he's played tackle, right? So he's done all that for Portland State there. Eno Vimahi, right, coming over from Ohio State. Listen, I don't have super high expectations for him. He's a former 4-star kid, right? But he's got a Big Ten body at least. And so he can be competitive, or he can compete for that job, with Finau, with Hatchet and whatnot. So I guess we'll see, but I don't know. Well, what do you see? What do you see?
I mean, how does everyone have San Diego State lineman transfer?
Well, listen, I'll say this. Everyone has the San Diego State transfer and everyone feels good about it. I mean, apparently he looked good in spring. I don't get it. This team was terrible last year. And, 2 straight off seasons, you've seen a bunch of their tackles just get blocked and to Power 5 schools, and people are applying on him. He committed to Kalen DeBoer, and so you feel pretty good about that. And by the way, Brendan Carroll is an O-line guy. Like, he is pretty good at developing and placing guys in good spots for an offensive line. So I guess we'll see. But again, you're just going to replace so much talent, so much experience. It's going to be tough, especially early in the season where you have to start hot. You're going to have like continuity and chemistry issues potentially. So yeah, it kind of is what it is.
Yeah, it definitely is what it is. And it is so important that they protect Will Rogers. It is
Yeah.
so important. I don't feel great about this offensive line, to be honest. Uh, relying relying on the transfer portal, and I mean, as a party could be good, right? I think like in the second half of the year, I think he beat out whoever that other tackle was at San Diego State, Christian Jones, I think was his name, and he ended up playing pretty decent down the stretch there for San Diego State, but he wasn't the better of the two tackles that transferred out of San Diego State. I don't know. I don't know, man. And relying on a transfer from Portland State, I I don't know enough about TT Ollie, but all I know is that you cannot be relying on the transfer portal to fix your offensive line, and losing guys like 5 guys that are legitimate guys that are talented enough to play in the NFL or at least try out for teams is just devastating. Which is why I don't think I just don't think it could be a rough year for this Washington offense, especially considering that they had just an absolutely historic offense with Michael Penix, Roman dude. I mean, the list goes Parker Brailsford. I mean,
Fatanu,
just
man. Fatanu was so good.
Patanu, and then I mean Rosenblum or Rosengard, whatever his name was. He was so good as well. Just it really is disappointing. But this does not mean that we're not high on Jed Fish for the future, right? Like I think you need to invest in Jed Fish, and I thought that was a great hire given the kind of tough situation that you're put in when Kalen DeBoer leaves, right? That's a really tough spot to bounce back from. And I also like that several Arizona players follow him, not because, like you said, these coaches get to recruit a guy twice, and they get to bring their guys that they know that they can trust, but also just the guys coach they trust Jed Fish, Like I think it goes kind of both ways there. Let's move over to the defense, being coached by Steven Belichick. The biggest problem that I have with this defense, because honestly, I'm okay with the linebackers. I could be convinced that the secondary is okay too, but the defensive line, I mean, losing Braylon Trice. Let me try to quantify this for a second. Braylon Trice had 80, 80 pressures. He had 80, literally 80 pressures. Like I cannot even comprehend. I can't even begin to explain to you how many that is. Like I I'm gonna look up like all like the edge rusher pressures and find out because that had to be the most in college football. There's no way that there were more than a couple people even in that vicinity of having 80 pressures. And putting pressures is important. Obviously not everything turned into a sack for Brilliant Trice. I mean, he still had a ridiculous. Yeah, he had 9 more pressures than Elijah Roberts. He had almost 20 more pressures than Jared Verse. He had almost 20 more pressures than Latu, Gabriel Murphy, Kamon Rucker, Caden Woolard, Chris Braswell, Jalen Green. I mean, Dallas Turner. He had 30 more pressures than Dallas Turner.
I only played one more game. No, yeah, he was so good and so valuable. Where he also played so many snaps, 900 plus snaps. I know they played 15 games, but still, that is incredible durability and reliability that they had down in and down out to give you that kind of production. It's going to be tough. The guy that's going to try to replace him is Isaiah Ward and Zach Durfee. Listen, I like Zach Durfee, and I've been high on him for a while. He's a Sioux Falls guy, and obviously, DeBoer, Sioux Falls legend. So that's kind of the connection there. But he was out of eligibility, or the NCAA didn't let him have eligibility last year for whatever reason. I mean, the NCAA does what it does, right? He had to sit out most of last year, and they like him a lot. They liked him on the last staff. This staff likes him as well. 6'5", 256. Him and Ward and some other guys there. Russell Davis, Vitu Tunafini, Lance Holtzclaw. Maybe early downs, a guy like Deshaun Lynch can play and set the edge there, or stopping the run. But yeah, it's going to be tough to create his kind of production, to replace his production, in the aggregate. Yeah, it's a lot, man. It's a lot to ask. It really is. But those guys, they'll try to do it. I don't know if they will. Javon Parker on the interior, he waited his turn. Now it's his turn, to be relied upon more. We'll see how Sebastian Valdez, produces on this, higher level of competition coming from Montana State. It could have been worse, but it was really good last year. And a lot was made of that offense, but that defense played well in spots, big spots too. Big spots. And it's not easy to just replace guys like Trice and Fatui and, Afoa, like all those guys. I'm just good players for you for a long time. And it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think you return to Nuufi, who also had like 27 pressures as well on his own accord. I mean, it's a lot of wait and see for me for this defensive line. Just I believe in Russell Davis. I believe in Isaiah Ward. Those guys coming over from Arizona. Jaden Wayne coming over from Miami. I know he's a pretty talented guy as well. Very young. Uh, there's talent on this defensive line. I think just I'm not sure if I feel great about it, especially in that interior. Don't know really what you're going to be doing to plug up the run there. But the linebacker spot, I don't think there's a huge drop off. Sure, you lose a guy to the NFL, but I think the staff really likes Bruner and Tuputala, at those linebacker spots, and you bring Parham over from San Jose State as well. I think the staff really likes the linebacker core, and I don't think that there's going to be a gigantic drop off. Although you do lose a really nice NFL piece though in this linebacker core.
Yeah, I mean for all the position groups that are having crazy changes, this is probably your most stable in terms of from 23 to 24. Just stay healthy, please. Bruner and Tupatala. Right. I mean, behind those guys, you mentioned Parham, but elsewhere, I mean, Fowler's been there for a while, but again, not a ton of experience. So we'll see. But I hope Bruner and Tupatala stay healthy because they're pretty darn good and fun to watch. But again, we'll see how they fit in this new scheme, which I feel pretty good about that they will. And Bruno was a guy that I think they made a point to keep on that team, and he's kind of emerged as one of that leader to continue that carryover from the 23 team to the 24 team and whatnot.
The secondary is where I also think it gets interesting, but I think I'm okay with a lot of the pieces in here. like Elijah Jackson coming back. He was the guy, if you remember, made that play against Texas at the end of the game. I think he's pretty good. Ephesians Prysock from Arizona, I thought was a really good get in the portal. Jordan Shaw coming over from Indiana. Doesn't have a ton of experience, but he's a young guy. I know that they really believe in him. Uh, Kel Esteen's still there. I think that they're Cameron Broussard coming up from Sacramento State. I think that there's some pieces here that can be had. I still have a question about how it's all going to come together. And I do think that secondary last year, when we talk about some like teams that are really good at pressuring the quarterback, and teams were throwing the ball a lot in Washington because teams were playing behind the sticks. Like I think they're playing from behind a lot of times. I think teams only ran the ball 44% of the time against Washington, right? Because they had to throw the ball. And the secondary was tested a lot, but also they were able to get to the quarterback a lot. So I'm interested to see what Steven Belichick. I think Steven Belichick is a good coach. I don't think it's necessarily one of those nepotism bombs where Bill Belichick just hired his kid because it was his kid. I think Steven Belichick has earned a lot of credentials, and he has a good resume, and he is a good coach. Unlike other coordinators that have been hired, because their
Brian
dads are
Ferentz.
because their dads are coaches of specific teams. Uh, we'll see how he gets creative with this secondary, and I'm excited to see. I think it can be okay. I really do. I'm not sure if that's how you feel or not, but I think it can be all right.
I like this group in terms of the talent, the length. I think these are what Belichick likes at playing aggressive press man. The problem is if you're playing aggressive press man, you do not want to have to hold up very long, right? So if you cannot get to the quarterback like they did so well last year, you could start getting into spots where you could get really picked apart. Justin Harrington, a guy that you mentioned, 6'3", 210. He started at Oklahoma before he got hurt. It's a good group. Broussard 6'3", Prysock 6'4". I mean, a lot. These guys are length. They're athletic. They're long. It's exactly what you want for Belichick's defense in year one. You couldn't have asked for much more guys. And I think you have a couple of returning starters for that team, which is nice. But Tristan Dunn 6'4". I mean, it's a pretty nice room to walk into, I guess, and you supplement with some nice talented pieces in the portal. You bring over Price like from Arizona. It could be a lot worse. It's going to be about like this D line might make this group look worse than it actually is. I think it's a pretty solid group, and I'm hoping that the defensive line can get some pressure so that this group can really be aggressive and take advantage and maybe create some turnovers, especially early on in the season.
So now let's talk about their schedule, right? Because talk about their team. Can they win football games with this schedule? The over-under win total is at 6.5, and is juiced to the under. You got Weber State sorry, at home week 1, Eastern Michigan at home week 2, and Washington State. Is that neutral site? I
No,
haven't written.
it's in Pullman, I think. It's at Washington State.
It's in Pullman. Okay. Because for some reason I had it written down as neutral site, and I'm like, there's no way. All right, thank you for correcting me there. Northwestern at home, Rutgers on the road, Michigan at home, Iowa on the road. Then you get a bye week before you play Indiana on the road, USC at home, at Penn State, UCLA at home. Then you get a bye before you play at Oregon. Um, maybe you wish those buys were spread out a little bit more. I don't think everyone needs a bye. I mean, well, everyone can use a bye week 13, but I think it would have been nice to have that spread out a little bit more. I think there's a lot of winnable games on the schedule. But when I look at it, like I think about the possibility of derailing, the possibility of this offensive line being not good. And I'm looking at some of these teams they're playing from the Big Ten. I'm seeing some really good defensive lines that they're playing. Oregon, Penn State, Iowa, Michigan, Rutgers. I mean, I thankfully, like a lot of their winnable games are very early, right? This is a team that could start 4-0, 5-0 with the Weber State, Eastern Michigan, Washington State, Northwestern, and Rutgers, right? You could start 5-0, and then all of a sudden you got to just find 2 more wins, right? But then after you playing your first 7 weeks of the season before a bye, can have some wear and tear on you for sure. especially after you play Michigan and Iowa. I'm just worried because you're still gonna have to find some wins near the end of the season in order to hit this win total of over. I'm gonna have to go under here 6.5. I think there's a chance that they don't make a bowl game. And this is not like a TCU situation. Like this is like very different situation. I don't want people to think that this was like TCU where like I think these are very different situations from TCU to Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, Washington's literally moving to a new conference. They have a new coach. They lose their entire offensive line. I think it's a very different situation, but I also don't think that they're going to win 7 games. So I'll take the under 6.5, and I don't think I'd bet that at that juice. It's a lot. I think it's like a minus 132s. I think you can get a 115 somewhere, but I would think about 115. But I don't be taking it at minus 132, guys. Do yourself a favor.
No, I'm with you here. I'm under for all the reasons you said. You kind of nailed it there, and just the depth, man. The depth. You're gonna have to win some games in October and November, and it could be tough because of the depth problems, and also that bye week, week 13, just useless, man. To me, it feels useless because Oregon is really, really good. You don't need a bye week to gear up for that game. Probably gonna lose the game anyways. You'd like that, maybe early November to regroup and be able to compete against USC and Indiana and UCLA. I don't know, or even compete against Iowa potentially. I don't know. I don't love the dynamics of the schedule, but you have to start hot, and you're probably gonna have to win some games in October, November to hit that over. And again, depth attrition. Yeah.
Let's head over to Madison. Let's talk about the Wisconsin Badgers. Year 2 of Luke Fickell being the head coach for this team. And look, so it wasn't that great of a season last year. I still think Luke Fickell's a really good coach. I still think that Luke Fickell's headed in the right direction. I still think that Wisconsin can compete in the Big Ten and potentially make some Big Ten championships. I don't know that it's going to happen this year, that they're going to make the Big Ten championship. They do have a pretty decently tough schedule with some winnable games mixed in there. But I think in terms of Big Ten schedules, I think it was an interesting draw because you get Oregon, you get Penn State, and you have to go to Iowa and to Nebraska and to Rutgers and to USC. Like your most winnable games on the schedule, right, are Purdue, Minnesota, Northwestern, and those games you either all get at home or basically a neutral site, kind of with the Northwestern situation being a little odd. So, and you would have liked those games, I think, to maybe be on the road, so you could kind of supplement some of those other games that are also winnable, just not having them on the road. But yeah, I mean, CD, we got a new quarterback in the building over there. You want to talk about a little TVD?
Well, recently just named the starting quarterback for Wisconsin. Listen, I do have my questions. I do have my doubts. How good can he be? The only upside is, first of all, the talent is there, and secondly, we've seen the potential hit. Right, we saw it against A&M. We saw it as a freshman. Like there is somewhere in TVD, there's somewhere in Tyler Van Dyke where he is a plus starting quarterback for you in college football, right? And this is also his 4th offensive coordinator in 4 years. That is kind of brutal, right? It's not not ideal at all for you. He gets a fresh start in Wisconsin to pair with Phil Longo. I think it's an exciting fit. I think it's a fun fit for Tyler Van Dyke to kind of revitalize his career. We'll see. I mean, I do think he's got some nice pieces around him, and we'll get to that wide receiver room when we get there. But consistency, turnovers. I mean, 19 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. That's not where you want to really be for Wisconsin this year, especially with that schedule. But again, the upside is there. We saw, I mean, if he plays, there's a middle ground, right? I think it's kind of going to be hopefully a regression to the mean where like you saw him at his worst and you saw him at his best against A&M. Like if you can find somewhere in that middle there and more consistently, I think that's a win. I think in Wisconsin's books, and I know you got Braden Locke, right? A guy who was not very good last year, but again, he says, I guess he's okay for a backup. Mabry Meteor, right? A young kid, 4-star from Texas. They like him there, 6'4". I know fans are excited about him, but it's Tyler Van Dyke show. this year. If he can stay healthy and Phil Longo can really get going, I do think this offense is better equipped for Phil Longo this year than it was last year. So I think you're going to see some kind of progression from this team.
Yeah, and Phil Longo, he's not going to be afraid to run the ball either. This running back room is really good. Ches Malusi, I think, was really good for them last year before he got hurt. Tawi Walker, I think, is a good transfer portal get from Oklahoma, who I thought played well in his action there. You got some nice young guys, some young pieces that might not even get to play a lot. You know, Dylan Jones, Darian Dupree. I mean, I think you got some good talent here in this running back room, and I think Braylon Allen was really good. Hot take alert. I don't think he was a complete game changer, right? Like I don't think he was as valuable to this offense as some people would have you believe. You may disagree with me, Christopher, but I think Braylon Allen was a really good running back. But I think in the aggregate, they still have some pieces that can kind of make up for what Braylon Allen was to this team.
Well, listen, I mean, you saw it early in the season when Malusi was healthy. It was splitting carries. It was Malusi that was looking better than Allen. And maybe it was Allen just kind of getting into the season and whatnot. It's a small sample size. You get that. But I mean, if he's healthy, man, and he's got to stay healthy for this team, he was really, really good. And Walker's a fun player too behind him from Oklahoma. Jackson Acker. I like him when he's done his thing. It's Wisconsin. I mean, you're gonna recruit running back well. You're gonna have a deep room. You feel pretty good about that. The interesting thing is the wide receiver. I mean, Will Paulding is a legit wide receiver one in the Big Ten. I know he doesn't get a ton of hype nationally, but Wisconsin fans know, Will Paulding is that dude. The way he can separate, he's going to be Van Dyke's best friend. Behind him, though, you've got some question marks, but I do think you've got some exciting question marks. Bryson Green got better as the year went on last year. He was kind of hurt to beginning of the year and in the offseason. You feel good about him being a complementary piece to Will Paulding, maybe a big vertical deep threat. He made some nice plays in that bowl game. Travis Kukahana, right? I mean, Wisconsin fans, that's your guys' guy right there. And he's an exciting player. It's a freshman last year in the bowl game. He made a couple really nice made a really nice catch. And I think he's ready to contribute this year. Now, is it going to be every game, every down? Not necessarily, but I do think he can give you some flash pieces. Quincy Burrows, he's kind of been hurt. I think the staff likes him, but he's probably a 2025 guy. This is where Joseph Griffin and Tyrell Henry, can Griffin stay healthy? Is Henry, he wasn't great at Michigan State, but again, he's a body for you in that room. CJ Williams, I know people were high on him a year ago, but again, I don't quite expect him to be a focal point in that offense. And Vinny Anthony's a nice deep threat, but to me, it's about Paulding and Green and how much can he give you? Because that's the guy that could really open up this offense, be a beautiful, talented, explosive pairing to Will Paulding.
Yeah, I agree. Will Paulding is a very good football player. Very good football player. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see like what other kind of talent that they can scrape up there. From what I hear, I think they feel pretty good about the rest of their room. Is that what you're hearing there as well?
Yeah, I think it's deeper than last year. I mean, you've got 6 bodies behind Paulding that I think you feel good if you have to trot out there. It's going to be about who emerges from that group. Can they elevate it? I guess from last year, and can you give Tyler Van Dyke multiple weapons to really work with, and Phil Longo too.
Well, so this tight end room, do you see anyone in this tight end room making a big impact in the pass catching game as well?
I mean, maybe Ashcraft, but listen, there's no, Ferguson, right? It's not like your elite Wisconsin tight ends have passed. I do think, you kind of struggled a couple recruiting classes in a row. But listen, the future is kind of bright in this room. Ashcraft's a young kid, right? Grant Seck and Rob Booker, I like those guys a lot. We'll see how McGowan does and develops. Nowakowski's more of a fullback, a blocking kind of tight end. Doesn't really fit too well as a receiving threat as a tight end. But listen, how much does Ashcraft develop from year 1 to year 2? He had to play a lot last year.
Yeah, he played like almost 250 snaps as a true freshman, which is tough.
Yeah, I don't
like you talk about it at tight end.
It's tough. Yeah, so he didn't look great, but again, it's going to happen as a tight end in the Big Ten as a true freshman. So we'll see. But I don't expect this group to have to be elite for this offense to look good. It's more about, can you set the edge? Can you block well at least a little bit? And then also, can you give just some kind of resemblance of a threat, receiving the ball, and just so the defense has to somewhat account for you to let Pauling and Green and Kukahana and all those guys, and the outside receiver room to really get going.
This offensive line could be pretty good, though.
Yeah, Jake Renfro, man, he's back. I mean, he's healthy. He's back. I know that staff is so excited for him. I think he's a legit All Big Ten center. I mean, when he came in for that bowl game, I know it was LSU, and I know they were bad, but they had some talent on the defensive line, and he looked good. That offense looked good. The two tackles are pretty damn good. Jack Nelson, Melman, you feel really good about
900
that.
snaps.
Yeah.
And they graded out well.
They're talented too. And they were also adjusting to a different offense, and they got better as the year went on. Joe Bruner and Joe Huber, right? Those guys, again, Bruner's a high upside guy, 4-star kid. Joe Huber, a guy, coming up from Cincinnati, familiarity with that staff. Kevin Haywood, man, I don't know how much he's gonna play. I hope he doesn't, because I hope Nelson and Malman stay healthy for you guys, Wisconsin. But he's a fun kid, isn't he? You guys like him there. Barrett Nelson, Emerson Mandel, it's just some young guys as well. We'll see how it holds together, behind those starting fives. There's talent behind them, but I don't know if they're quite ready to run, this early in their careers. Excuse me, but those first five, it feels good. You feel good about Wisconsin getting back to a good offensive line.
Yeah, my college fantasy football, I might be buying some Ches Malusi stock, because I do like this offensive line. I know, like, when we did our fantasy draft, my Big Ten running back was Jordan James, but I think I might regret not taking Ches Malusi as a little wild card. I mean, I know Tawi Walker could eat into those carries as well, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that offensive line could be pretty good. The defense. They brought in a lot of transfers on the defense side of the ball, particularly in that linebacker room. I mean, what you lost? Who's that nose tackle that they lost the year before last year? Who was really good? I'm forgetting his name, but you lost two guys, Nate Herbig and someone else at nose tackle, and it hurt you in some ways on the defensive line. But I thought your defensive line last year, at least, was pretty solid. And I think, adding a guy like Elijah Hills and Brandon Lane, I think Wisconsin, Keanu Benton. Thank you. God, Keanu Benton was really freaking good for you. But I think this defensive line can be fine. I don't think you're gonna have those elite pass rushers, and I think you still were able to find ways to get to the quarterback last year. But I think I don't know necessarily that your defensive line is going to be a huge problem. I mean, what are your thoughts on this defensive line right here?
Interiorly, I do worry about it, especially stopping the run in the Big Ten. On the edge, I kind of like the group. I mean, Daryl Peterson, kind of stepping down and playing the edge. John Pius from William and Mary, they kind of like him already. Aaron Witt's a guy that's been there. Leon Lowry from Syracuse. The early signs are pretty good, even though I wasn't super high on him coming over from Syracuse, but it sounds like they like him in their system. But it's about the interior guys. I mean, you're relying on a couple small school transfers. And then James Thompson, obviously,
because you lose Rodis Johnson, right, to Texas A&M, who was really effective against the run for you. He really was.
And Gio Paez is also gone as well. So you lose, and he wasn't an elite by any means, but again, he was solid against the run.
Yeah, neither of those guys were elite, but they did their jobs.
There's no playmakers.
They were good.
Yeah, there's no playmakers, I don't think, on this defensive line necessarily. Maybe other than Daryl Peterson, but it just can't be a weakness. It just be somewhat competent, be somewhat average, be replacement level players. And because I do think you've got some talent in that linebacking room and then in that secondary as well. And if you're playing well, okay, on the defensive line, you can really let those playmakers play and get after the quarterback and, cause havoc, it's secondary and it could be fun for Tressel and Alex Grinch.
So this linebacker room, you bring in Jaheim Thomas, who I don't know that he was amazing. I mean, Arkansas fans will be in my head about this, but they're like, yeah, Chris Paul and Jaheim Thomas were awesome. They're huge losses. I mean, they're good. I think Jaheim Thomas was a good transfer portal get. I think Daryl Peterson is a pretty decent linebacker as well. Uh, Leon Lowry, not sure he's all that great, to be honest. Transfer coming over there from Syracuse. Um, I I don't know. Is Jaheim Thomas going to start, dude? Like, I don't know.
I mean, him, Curtis. I like Allegro. Jake Chaney's been there. Sebastian Cheeks, you could throw in there as well.
I
mean,
like that they have
at least
options and you're going to
you
be able
got
to
five
pick.
bodies.
You're going to be
Yeah.
able to pick who you want. And, you know, it might not be your week 1 starters, might not be your week 14 starters, right? You might see some different looks. You might see how the game flow is going on. You know, none of these linebackers may have over 450 snaps. That could be the case this year, which honestly, if it works out and they're all pretty productive, you could put yourself in a pretty good spot there in that linebacker core. It's nice having pieces. I'm not sure about the upper echelon level talent that you have there, but I'm okay with this linebacker room.
Yeah, I do think there's question marks for sure, but at least you've got speed and athleticism, which you were missing last year. You really were. And so the staff saw weakness and they addressed it. So you got to give him credit for that. And we'll see if it pans out. But Curtis is a fun kid. I mean, he not long ago was he turning heads as a freshman at USC. They go out and get him, pair him with Thomas, so at least has some good experience. So that floor is there from his time in the SEC. And he was at Cincinnati, I believe, before that. So he was a kid very familiar with Tressel and with um, Luke Fickle. So at least, again, we talk about guys that are reuniting with coaching staffs. That's a great thing that they recruit him twice and they choose him twice. But yeah, to me, the secondary, that's the fun part. This is where you've got your playmakers. This is where you've got your all Big Ten, potentially all American type players, Ricardo Hallman and Hunter Wohler. That's where you have to start because Hallman gets all the attention because he had all those interceptions last year, but Hunter Wohler is the best player on this team. Make no
Correct.
mistake about that. He is a star. He put on 15 more pounds of muscle and speed. I cannot wait. Him and Thyman are just so fun. And Caleb Downs, there's a lot of really good safeties in the Big Ten this year, and Wohler is one of the best in the country. And it'll be about kind of merging guys behind him and around him and Holman and seeing how it works out. But if things come together, you can really have your playmakers and Wohler and Holman come together and damn, I was watching that bowl game right against LSU, and Wohler was everywhere, man. He was everywhere. He was tight ends, running backs, slot receivers, at the line of scrimmage making tackles. I mean, he is awesome. He is so fun to watch. But yeah, it's just about first of all keeping him healthy and also putting him in positions where he can be his instinctive self, where he's not worried about, all right, my running mates, Austin Brown's going to miss a tackle, or he's going to miss an assignment, or Delancey's going to get burned, right? It's going to be have consistent players around them and let those guys make their plays because, yeah.
I'm confident that they'll put him in the right position. My concern is, like you said, those other pieces. Like, is RJ Delancey? Is he going to be? Is he for sure going to start? Like, I don't know who's going to start. I mean, Fakorian played a lot, sure, at that cornerback 2 spot last year as well. Like, um, I guess it's between him and Delancey. Is that really what we're going down to?
Yeah, and I'll throw Lucas in there. I mean, he's got good potential, right? He's a 4-4 kid. I don't quite know if he's there yet, but here's my question though: did Toledo really have 2 elite cornerbacks last year? I mean, we all know about the other kid,
I don't
but
know. I mean, Quinion Mitchell
the
was something else. I'm not
how good
sure.
was Delancey? And so I guess we'll see how it works out in the Big Ten. But Jonas DeLuca's Duclona's also there. He got some run as a freshman. So
Yeah. I mean, I'll say like in the MAC, right? And Quinion Mitchell, I think was different because you saw his talent play out in those All American games. There
Senior
were,
Bowl.
yeah, the Senior Bowl. I mean, you saw how just unbelievably different it was. There was no receiver in the MAC last year that had over 800 yards, right? And Delancey was covering wide receiver twos, right? So I'm a little bit hesitant. Haven't watched enough RJ Delancey film. Whenever I watched Toledo secondary film, I was watching Quinyon Mitchell. All right, I was not watching RJ Delancey. I'm sorry. So I'm sure there's some Wisconsin fans out there that can tell us more about RJ Delancey and how amazing he was and what a great pickup he was. But I'm just gonna say, like, let's be a little bit, hesitant about him being an impact player right away in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and then aside from Wooler across from him, is probably gonna be Austin Brown, and he actually made plays last year at times. Big physical football player, like he's an athlete that belongs in the Big Ten. That's a solid place to start for sure, and get coached up. The problem too is you're missing Colin Hitchler, who has been, one of the unsung heroes of Luke Fickell and the run that he's had. It's going back to Cincinnati. He is a really good defensive backs coach, and he's heading out. Down to Alabama. So that's definitely something that you're not loving that you're losing him. So I guess we'll see. To me, I just hope those guys stay healthy. Is Holloman and Wooler, because you can kind of merge pieces around them, hopefully. And does Delancey, DeClona, or Queen, Lucas, do those guys step up and be able to contribute meaningful snaps for them? So I guess we'll see. But yeah, this is a really talented room, especially at the top end. Holy cow.
So then let's look at their schedule then. And their over and win totals at 6.5, very much juiced to the over. Western Michigan at home week 1, South Dakota week 2 at home, Bama at home week 3, then a bye, right? Then you go into your conference games. You go to USC, Purdue at home, at Rutgers, at/neutral site/wherever the heck that is at Northwestern, Penn State at home, at Iowa, bye week, Oregon at home, at Nebraska, and then Minnesota at home to finish it. Yeah, I for some reason have a really tough time seeing Wisconsin be really like. I think their offensive line, if their offensive line is what I think their offensive line could be, I think they can win a lot of games. But I look at games like going to USC as being like, if that secondary isn't elite, like those number 2s and 3s, right? That like the number 2 corner and those other guys in the secondary, not named Wooler and Hallman, if they're not elite, then USC, I could see a problem there. Now they're more physical, right? But again, it's on the road. Going to Rutgers is interesting. I think going to Iowa is interesting. And like I talked about it, having your Minnesota and your Purdue at home, I think is more challenging because that more winnable game, the game that's less winnable but still winnable against Nebraska being on the road, Iowa being on the road, Rutgers being on the road. Like I think that kind of schedule dynamic makes it a little bit of a problem. Not to mention you play Alabama early in the season. And when you talk about attrition, right? Not that you can necessarily have that kind of attrition from one game, but it's still something to factor, in terms of the longevity of the season. And we talked about not necessarily there's some talent behind that offensive line group, but we'll see. I'm gonna let you pitch before I make a final decision because this is such an unbettable line for me. It's crazy. So I'm gonna
I
let you
know.
pitch and then I'll make my decision.
This team does not look like a 6-6 team at all. That's what I'm just gonna go over. And I think, to me, I give them 6 wins, and then I'm looking at USC, Nebraska, and Iowa. Just win one of those road games, and I feel like they will. If you're a season ticket, you mentioned the dynamics of the schedule with the home and road split, kind of how they are. If you're a season ticket holder, you are loving that slate. That home slate is awesome with Alabama and Penn State and Oregon and Minnesota too, just because you had that rivalry game. But like you said, it would have been a lot better to maybe flip those for a couple road games, just so you have a chance to increase your win total for the year. I think 7-5 is a really, really good season with this schedule. It's year 2 under Luke Fickell. I think anything over that would be incredibly impressive. And with what Wisconsin can do, yeah. So I'll go over here and feel pretty good about them getting 7 wins.
I'll go under. I know you said like you're like, oh, I'll give them 6 wins. I don't give them 6 wins. I think I like give them 4 wins. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And beyond that, I don't know because I think the home road split is kind of doing it for me right now, and it's just like I'm not loving the idea that this was. I think this Wisconsin team is talented enough to win 8 or 9 games. Absolutely. I just think that some of these other teams in the Big Ten are better than people think. I think Rutgers is not going to be easy. I think USC, could improve. We just talked about them. I think add Nebraska, another team that improves. Iowa on the road. Those 4 road games are going to determine whether or not this win total goes over, right? And I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can go 3-1 in those 4 games. I'm not sure it can happen. So, because that's what you're kind of depending on. You need them to go 3-1 in those 4 games. So I'm gonna say they go 2-2 and they finish with a record of 6-6. Still not. I'm not betting that though. Even with the juice plus 118 to the under, or juice is minus 144 to the over. The best I think under you can take is plus 118 if I'm reading that right. Let me just see that just so our viewers know what kind of value they can get if they want to bet this for some reason. So your best over, you're going to take FanDuel minus 144 to the over. And your best under that you can get, I believe, is at you can actually take under 7. Oh, you can take under 7 at BetMGM for like minus, what would that be? Plus 115. Probably like minus 135. That's an interesting one. But not enough for me to bet either of those. So we're going to stick with the under. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to our Big Ten season preview part 2. Look, we put, hundreds of hours into these videos. All right, so we would appreciate likes a lot. We would appreciate you subscribing as well. Look, we got still the ACC videos coming out. I know this one came out a couple days later than we wanted it to, but it's here. The ACC videos are going to come out next week. Well, depending on when you watch this is being recorded on August 17th. We actually recorded this over several days, but this is the last day, I guess. We also got week 0 previews plus our betting show. And then we also have, after that, our week 1 previews. College football starts in 7 days, guys. So get freaking locked in, all right? And stick around because we're going to be here and we don't sit out. So you need
Thank you
anything
guys
for
so
us?
much for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe and comment like you always do. We love that. And I hope you enjoyed. And we love the Big Ten. We love the Big Ten.
See y'all in the next one.